Hey everyone, welcome to Championship Sunday of the Cross-Region Tournament. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host once again here with Zico, Vanruki, and Zaryu this time around. We're of course going to be joined later with Soup Tease and Absturge. And we've got an amazing day of games. We talked about it just a little bit before we went offline yesterday, Zico. But if we take a look at the bracket, I feel like the one that we were all really excited for, we're kind of talking about it a little bit this morning, as well as, of course, that KAWHI versus KUNGARNA matchup.
Yeah, I mean, what an insane way to end the first day here. Look at where all the teams are. So you got KAWHI, KUNGARNA there in the semifinals, and those are number 1 NA seed and number 1 EU seed. And then you got Cloud9, SK Gaming. That's a rank 2 seed of both regions. They're going to be going up against each other there in the lower bracket. And then you got Team Liquid and CGN, which are 2 third seeds. So you got all of the teams like with their kind of regional placing going up against each other. And in a scenario like that, since they have the same seeding, whoever starts on the home field advantage will be decided by a roll. So they will do a little roll in game, and whoever wins it gets to pick where they gets to pick their home field advantage. So I think it's going to be awesome. KAWHI versus KUNGARNA is going to be an absolutely insane matchup. Trust me when I say there's nothing more important for you to do today than to watch that game, because we have had this game kind of 3 years in the making now. KUNGARNA have been dominating in Europe for years. KAWHI, same story. And then unfortunately, there's been, you know, all the lockdowns and everything. So we haven't had any LANs. We haven't had any international games. And now, for the first time ever, we're going to get to see that kind of those two powerhouses in each region finally be tested like that.
What's the other important thing that viewers should be doing today, Zico?
Oh, don't even get me started on this. Like, guys, this could be your last opportunity for the foreseeable future. I mean, it might come back in the future, but do you really want to risk it?
You never know.
Fearless spectator. No. That could be you right now, chilling hard, logging in game, walking around in Oribus, looking fantastic. And all you got to do is click on the rewards button and click on the pop-up that comes up, confirm, connect your account. And when the rewards button changes to that connected button that you can see under it, it will swap out. So it won't say rewards anymore. It will say connected. That means you're chilling. All you got to do after that is watch the stream without muting it for 2 hours. And then it can take up to 48 hours for the title to actually arrive on your account. So that's all you got to do. This could be one of your last chances here to do it. So if you haven't done it, now's the time to do it.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at that bracket once again, but make sure you go checking that out, doing everything that Zico says, because that's definitely a really good opportunity. But let's talk a little bit about the games that we've got, or the teams that we've got down there in the lower brackets, Zario. You know, a number of teams have already been eliminated. Some of them are facing elimination right off the bat. We're of course starting in the lower bracket. Do you feel like it's going to be tough? I mean, this is a lot of talent down there in the lower bracket facing elimination.
I mean, yeah, we could not have asked for a better bracket, right? Yesterday, North America had a strong start, but once you really look at this a bit closer, like Zico was mentioning, we have KAWHI and KUNGARNA, #1 seeds from both region in the uppers, right? We have Cloud9 and SK, #2 from each region in the lowers. We have the Team Liquid and CGN, #3 from each region, also in the lowers. So this is like a perfect head-to-head EU versus NA. So I guess we'll find out, once and for all, if EU or NA is better after the end of today, which I'm really, really excited for. But no, seriously, like this is cool. This is really awesome. We have, so first match of the day, we have Cloud9 versus SK Gaming. This is a matchup that I don't think we've seen yet. Yeah, we have not seen yet. So I'm really excited to see the outcome. Cloud9 playing a lot of wizards, right? Mage Warlock. Cloud9 has done a lot of Mage Warlock, and SK Gaming with that RMD. So I'm really excited for that first game and see, how EU fares against the NA Wizards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we look at kind of the history of where we were yesterday, we had a lot of European teams kind of drop down there right off the bat. But now it seems like things have kind of evened out just a little bit. Ven, do you feel like there's a region that's kind of in better shape right now?
I really wouldn't say so. I mean, looking at every one of these series we have to start off today, KAWHI versus KUNGARNA, I'm not sure who's really going to have the edge there. I feel like that's going to be a very even matchup. Same with Cloud9 and SK, and Team Liquid and CGN. So I wouldn't say that one region really came out ahead yesterday. It's dead even across the board in terms of seeding. So I think it's just going to be one of those things. Whichever one of these teams kind of shows up today to play, I feel like any of the teams in the lower bracket could make a deep run into the finals and potentially win the whole thing. I mean, that's really how evenly matched these teams are.
Yeah, I mean, Zara kind of already highlighted just how even these seedings are, for the first 3 matches. So I feel like we're going to see maybe a lot of best of 5s for the first 3 matches at least. I mean, these teams are going to be fighting for their lives out here. They're getting those really cool medals. So if it was me playing in that arena, I know that I would be trying as hard as I possibly could, because those are some pretty cool prizes. Of course, they are being paid to be here. There is no prize pool. This is kind of just for fun. However, given that, Zico, I feel like we saw a pretty high level of competition yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no prize pool in the sense that first place gets the lion's share of the money, but everybody does get paid like an appearance fee. And of course, everybody wants to win. Like, this is a tournament where you can finally show, okay, this is what we got. Our region is the better region. There's some bragging rights on the line here, right? And also, of course, those medals that you mentioned, you want to have that trophy, right? And this is the way to get it. So definitely there is a lot on the line here. And also there's going to be, a little bit of smack talk between these teams afterwards, I'm sure. A little bit of regional pride coming in. So it's great. I
can't wait for Twitter after today.
And we saw the chat yesterday too, right?
Yeah, we did a little bit, yeah.
People are getting a little excited.
Yeah, people celebrating the regions that are winning, depending on who they're cheering for. It's always interesting to see. But I mean, either any way you look at it, when you see these teams, and the fact that all the seeds are basically evenly matched in the exact same spot in the bracket, it just really shows you how close the level of competition is. I feel like today, the series I'm most looking forward to is KAWHI versus KUNGARNA, and I think one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to it so much is I think we all know exactly what both teams are going to play. Like, KAWHI, they're going to be leading with their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, almost 100% chance, I would say, and KUNGARNA is going to be leading with RMP. And we're finally going to get to see which one of these teams comes out ahead with no tricks, nothing. It's just who plays better.
Hey, Venruki, on your YouTube video predictions, you had Team Liquid going to the lower bracket and then coming all the way through, I think, to win the grand finals, right? Are you still feeling like that's your prediction? You still think Team Liquid has a shot to completely, own the lower bracket and come through the grand finals?
I actually do. Yeah. So I think in my prediction, I had it so in this upper bracket game, KAWHI ends up losing. They go down to the lower bracket, and then Team Liquid makes a deep run. They get kind of a revenge series against KAWHI, and then they end up beating KUNGARNA in the finals. So that was my prediction.
Ooh.
Not sure if that's going to happen, but I think it would be kind of a dream run for them. And I think they definitely have the tools to pull it off as well. The players, the tools, everything. They just have to really show up and play.
Dude, I agree with you. This lower bracket looks insane. Like, it's a lower bracket. It's, you know, they're not maybe KAWHI or KUNGARNA, but man, these teams down here look awesome. So yeah, I had a similar prediction that Team Liquid could win the whole thing. They have the tools, they have the comps, they have so many comps with Sam. So I'm really excited to see Team Liquid in the lowers.
Yeah, I'm as well. If Sid was here, he'd call them sharks in the water whenever there's a bunch of like really competitive teams down in the lower bracket. It's a scary place to be. That's a metaphor we get from him, which I feel like is really accurate right now. I mean, with these 4 teams, all super strong, you know, they all made it through the initial cups and then the circuit and then top 4. And now here they are once again in the Cross-Region Tournament facing off against some teams they haven't been able to play for several years. So really excited to see what they can do with against each other. Also, I feel like Team Liquid, I kind of agree also. I mean, they're obviously a really strong team. They had a really strong finish as well with the finals last weekend. I feel like for whatever reason, those are you. Tell me what you think about this. It seems like they're either kind of on or off. It seems like they just tend to have some bad days, but we haven't seen them from that from them in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it can happen to any team, any small little thing. You know, I know Sidu is a new father, you know, just being up all night, something like that, and it's just like, oh man,
now
I'm a
you're
little
making
bit
me
tired.
sound like a jerk.
No, I'm just saying it can happen to anyone. You know, all I'm saying is the players. I mean, they're human beings, and some days you're on, and some days you're off, and you know that's the reality of playing and competing in competition. Like some days you just show up and you're like, let's go. You know, you're on fire, like bring it on, and then some days it's like, okay, you know, like we played the same strategy, we did the same things, but like the X factor plays weren't there. You know, you weren't like, you know, sheeping the trinket instantly to force double the cooldowns in one go. You know, like but like you were still doing the same things. It just wasn't quite in your favor that specific moment, right? And you know, I don't want to hold that against Team Liquid necessarily, but you know, it could happen to anyone. But yeah, I do see what you're saying.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like they've definitely been kind of playing out of their minds lately. It's been really fun to watch them this season. I feel like they've had an excellent year, but I mean, you're absolutely right. These teams, it's a lot of work competing in these tournaments, especially when it's every single weekend. I mean, especially when you have like offline games for the qualifying cups, like you're pretty much always kind of dedicating your time to AWC. So that's a lot of time dedication. That being said, unfortunately, C9 currently experiencing some difficulties, so we're going to play the other lower bracket match first and come back to Cloud9 versus SK Gaming match afterwards. So we're going to get that set up. We're going to head to a quick break. Thank you guys so much for being patient while we kind of shuffle things around here, but we will be back in just a moment. everybody. Thanks so much for being patient while we recombobulate the brackets. Now we're going to actually start off with Team Liquid and CGN Esports first, and then we're going to head to that Cloud9 SK Gaming match after that. So let's talk about these two teams, Ven. What are we going to expect from them?
It's really hard to say. So I feel like for Team Liquid, I don't know exactly what they're going to lead with. We were kind of discussing it in the break a little bit. It feels like their comfort pick at this point really is that double Outlaw Rogue. So I feel like that's most likely what we're going to be seeing from Team Liquid. For CGN Esports, I would say probably the Warrior Death Knight. And I was thinking about this matchup. I feel like CGN Esports should maybe have a little bit of an advantage here. We talked about that Warrior Death Knight just being so strong into the Holy Priest. The Holy Priest having a really difficult time surviving. The only one that was really able to was Meh, playing the Outlaw Rogue as well as the Fire Mage. So that was a lot of peels that he had available. I really feel that if Team Liquid doesn't kind of play something like an RMP, which it feels like they've lost a lot of faith in, I think this could be a really rough matchup for them.
Yeah, it definitely may prove to be so. You know, we were also talking a little bit, Daria, before we went to the break, how like double Outlaw is maybe not the best choice. Like, if they do play that, how much of a chance do you think that they have against CGN Esports?
I think DK Warrior would own double Outlaw. I don't think they would. I hope they wouldn't start with that. Personally, I would love to see some RMP. Love Sam Am on that mage. You know, I think it would be great. I think RMP generally does well in double melee. I mean, there's no reason not to start with the RMP, I think. But we've also seen Team Liquid play a lot of Rogue Warlock Holy Priest lately, so I would not be surprised if Team Liquid started with that Rogue Warlock. The nice thing about Team Liquid is they have a really big, like, wide variety of classes they can play, right? And specs and comps, and they're practiced on a lot of those. So if they start with, even if they start with double Outlaw and it's like, oh, that was not the matchup we wanted, let's change it. They can do that, which is, you know, the powerhouse of Team Liquid. It's really nice. Having said that, I hope they start. I personally think the best thing for them to start with would be RMP. It does pretty well into a lot of the double melee cleaves we've seen CGN Esports represent. So I would love to see that.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely, this is one of those series. Obviously, the blind pick is always important, but it seems like when you're up against teams that have such a wide variety of comps, then this becomes like a really difficult thing for either team to figure out, you know, what exactly we're going to be seeing. But let's talk about the ping that we saw a little bit yesterday, Zico. I know it wasn't really at the forefront of what we were talking about much, but I feel like it became less of an issue than maybe a lot of people expected. Like, I know Prev had some issues yesterday, but like that really didn't seem to hinder him or any of the players too much at all.
Well, I saw some tweets. I think I saw one from Raikou where he had like 300 MS, and I know Prev was kind of complaining about it as well beforehand. But when you look at the win ratio of the maps, it's actually not that bad. It's 41% of the teams are winning their games on the away map. So with the ping disadvantage, 41% of the games are still being won. So that's not too bad. Of course, you're always going to, have a disadvantage. Like, it's going to be there, but maybe not as significant as we thought. A lot of these players already maybe play on a different region. Like me, for example. Like, sure, I'm not competing here, but I do play on NA servers and EU servers, and it is annoying, but you can kind of get used to the lag a little bit. So maybe some of the players already have some experience like that that they can bring in here. And I think in general in this match, just to touch a little bit on the comps as well, I think CGN kind of have the upper hand. They're kind of the team to out comp. I feel like CGN's baseline comp is good into what Liquid most likely will run. So it's up to Liquid. Pick the Windwalker Mage or the Rogue Mage Priest if they're going to play a Priest at all, or maybe just go with a Druid based composition or something like that. Because if you lock in a Priest and it's not backed up by like a Mage at least, I feel like the pain train that CGN is running will be quite deadly to deal with. We've seen them dismantle a lot of Priests in the couple of weeks that we've seen them run this TSG.
Yeah, we'll see what they do bring out. And, these teams haven't played against each other at all, at least, since obviously since like the before time. So I wonder, Ven, if like you're not familiar with competing against another team, like we're seeing all weekend here, EU versus NA, like how much of a difference does that make in how you're kind of approaching that match if you really don't know the play style of the team you're up against?
It can matter a lot. I feel like, especially for Team Liquid, I can't think of that many good Warrior Death Knights that they would have a lot of experience into, right? Like, none of the tournament teams are really running that. Not many people on the ladder run it. So when you go basically with no experience into a team that is essentially the best at this composition, you might not be familiar with certain strategies that they can pull off, the amount of damage they're able to do in certain time periods, and it can be really difficult. On the flip side, I mean, if Team Liquid decides to run an RMP, CGN Esports, they've been practicing all day, every day to try to beat KUNGARNA, right? So they're going to have, multiple hundreds of repetitions into this composition, know their win conditions, know how they're going to be able to lose. And I think just in that sense, CGN probably has a bit of an edge. For Team Liquid, if they run something like Double Outlaw, for example, maybe CGN hasn't fought a team that is as good at Double Outlaw, because I would say at this point, Team Liquid has kind of convinced me, at least, that they are the best Double Outlaw rogue team. They put a lot of practice into that, so maybe CGN Esports isn't going to know exactly what to do, but I feel like all of these teams, they want to get as much practice into these different compositions as possible, but it's not always a possibility to get that high of caliber practice, right? I think it's really difficult to wargame a team to practice against KUNGARNA because they're just so much better. They're going to be able to execute strategies other teams aren't, with precision that other teams aren't. So it can be really difficult. Even if you're winning war games, you're probably still going to lose to KUNGARNA, honestly.
Who was it yesterday that was saying we need like an asterisk next to KUNGARNA's name? Like, you have all these RMPs, and then we got KUNGARNA, which is just like a total different animal. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. However, I really excited to see who comes out on top of this one. Unfortunately, we are in the lower bracket, so we know, Zaryu, that who is going home, or the loser of this one is going home, and they no longer have chances to represent their region.
I know, that's the nature of the lower bracket, but here we are in game one, Nagrand Arena. We have Team Liquid versus CGN, of course, on Nagrand. I don't know if we have the intel yet who won the roll. So since both of these teams are equal seeded here, we're doing the slash roll to see if it's going to be played on the European servers or the North American servers. And that will be a big deciding factor on how this goes, because with game one on a home realm for Team Liquid, if it does go to that game 5, they will have that ping advantage. And the slash roll looks like Mez rolled a 43. There we go.
I like this roll.
That's a nice. Great roll. Oops. He was getting the bad roll out of the way. You got to do a couple bad rolls first, and we got Mez with the 43. Yeah. Well, there it is. So we're going to be playing on North American realms for game number 1, and that confirms it right there. Great roll there from Mez. Yeah, I'm really hoping we see that RMP pick from Team Liquid against CGN, but who knows? Could be that. It could be that double outlaw, that DK Rogue. We actually seen a lot of DK Rogue from Team Liquid in first round picks as of late. So I would not be super surprised, but I think Venruki brought up a great point that I want to touch on a little bit more. Team Liquid hasn't really fought a lot of DK Warrior. So in theory, in perfect practice, RMP might have maybe an advantage against that DK Warrior. But it might take 30, 40, 50, 100 games to learn, okay, how do I actually trade against this? Is it a blind on the Abomination Limb? Okay, if we blind A-Bomb Limb, maybe we just win. But if we don't, we lose. Or for example, maybe it's just finding the right target. Okay, we win automatically if we go DK because we shut down a lot of the damage and we just can force the defensive cooldowns eventually and win. Or maybe it's like, okay, no, we have to win on mana. We don't want to play very defensive. We want to just boom CGN Esports. And all these different strategies take time to really iron out. And if Team Liquid doesn't iron those strategies out, even if they're playing a composition that should win on paper, they could still lose. Whereas CGN, on the other hand, like, they've ironed out every strategy. They might think, okay, if the RMP goes Warrior, this is what we're going to do. If the RMP goes DK, this is what we're going to do. If they try to dampen us so that our Druid runs out of mana, we are going to set up early drinks. Like, they might have all these contingency plans in place that Team Liquid might not have.
Yeah, I think that's a really excellent point. Practice definitely matters. And this is something I've talked about a lot before, as well as certain teams seem to thrive more with a bunch of practice. Like, there's certain teams where they need the reps to kind of perform. Their freestyle game isn't nearly as good as like a team like C9, for example. Like C9 to me is a team that they're really good at kind of just like freestyling it, bringing in like, they're like, oh yeah, yesterday we queued Windwalker Outlaw for 5 games. It felt good. Okay, yeah, that's our blind pick, you know, and they'll go into a matchup. And you just have faith that they're going to win because they're just so good at like improving throughout the game. And then there's other teams that they need those reps. And if they don't have, if someone throws them a curveball, then all of a sudden their series does not look good. But if they do have the reps, that's when their strategy is basically completely ironed out. They're looking perfect. Nothing really goes wrong. So we'll see how much of a factor that is in a matchup like this. But in this particular matchup, I would give CGN a little bit of an edge. And they are actually going to be going with the Ret Warrior. Super interesting. So I think this is a little bit of an anticipation of the double Outlaw Rogue that Team Liquid is going to be locking in. But we have not seen Swapsy on the Ret Paladin in quite some time. So a bit of a surprise pick here for CGN.
CGN coming in here with a little bit of a curveball now. Let's see if Team Liquid can freestyle against this matchup. I don't think they've had too much experience maybe playing against that Red Warrior with that double Outlaw, and we are going to see Sea-Doo target acquired pre-Fey Guardian though on that Hodge. They're going to swap to Trill as a result of that. Nice play there from Sea-Doo, and Trill is taking quite a decent amount of damage. Here's the Necro Banner. Ooh, what happened there? Did he get Vortex on his Divine Ascension? I think that's exactly what happened. Beautiful stuff there from Lontar. That's going to pin Sea-Doo down, and Sea-Doo though with a nice double fear blind onto Lontar. They're setting up here on the side of Team Liquid. Holy Fire coming in, smite. Sam-I-Am goes for the full set, but Swapsy's taking negative damage. I don't know why, but now Sea-Doo could be in a lot of trouble. Here's another hammer. Big damage onto Sea-Doo. How's he going to survive this one? He trinkets out there, I believe, with his every man for himself. I'm not sure actually if the stun just faded, but Sea-Doo will be A-okay with that. He used his Guardian Spirit there as well, but Blizzo still digging in deep here with the damage. A lot of pressure coming in here from CGN Esports. And remember, this is Team Liquid's home field advantage. They really need to win this game here, Zarya.
Yeah, and I'm really just scratching my head here and thinking, like, what's Team Liquid's win condition? Like, how are they going to try to win? Is it going to be to outman a Lone Tar? As I say that, Sea-Doo going to the full Hammer of Justice, but great peels there. Swapsy's in the kidney shot, and Blizzo was briefly disarmed, and Trill and Sam-I-Am turning aggression around on the Lone Tar. There's the full kidney shot, Iron Bark, or Bark Skin as well on the Lone Tar. Lone Tar goes bare form, and it looks like he's going to be okay, but CGN all around half HP. Let's see how Lone Tar can turn this around. Sea-Doo looks like he's going to be okay, but it does seem like he's Swapsy and Blizzo's target of choice here. They do connect back on the Sea-Doo. Not sure if Sea-Doo's playing Fly. If he was playing Fly, he might be able to have another defensive option. Kidney shot on the Lone Tar and Hammer of Justice on the Sea-Doo. Looks like they might be trading healers a little bit. We've seen Sam-I-Am do this, right? Where he just kind of trains the healer. Lets Trill play defensively. Sam-I-Am goes aggressive, and that's exactly what they're doing here against CGN Esports.
There's a really interesting moment in the match where they actually made a swap on Lone Tar, and Blizzo and Swapsy went to peel, and everyone was just getting cleaved down. I mean, that's the Outlaw Rogue special. Sea-Doo is going to be playing that Divine Ascension here, which I think is a good choice in this particular matchup. But like I said, if they go after Lone Tar and everyone kind of stacks up, that's where Trill and Sam-I-Am are just going to be able to take down everybody with their Blade Flurry. It's one of the things that Outlaw Rogues really specialize in. Lone Tar taking a huge amount of damage right now. Just gets dropped. What a swap. I mean, Swapsy, he did have some cooldowns to help him out. He had the Blessing of Protection, but that was an unexpected amount of damage. Lone Tar, in the last few moments, it looked like he did have the Bark Skin. Maybe it just came up, but Team Liquid going to be super happy with this one. I mean, on paper, you would think that CGN with the Ret Warrior Druid was going to come out way ahead in this one, but it just didn't play out that way.
Honestly, it looked fantastic for CGN early on. Had a lot of pressure on Sea-Doo. They were threatening lethal on Sea-Doo at one point. But then as soon as Team Liquid, they just breathed. They just kind of stopped and took a deep breath for a second there. And they're like, wait, they have a Druid. Let's just kill the Druid. And all of a sudden, they just started getting a lot more pressure, you know, having pressure on Swapsy, Blizzo, and Lone Tar. And when you're just tunneling one target, it can be hard for or it can be easy for Lone Tar to deal with. But when you're kind of cleaving multiple people as the rest of Druid, it can be hard to get those healing over time effects out of multiple members. And we can see it here. I think this was the early on when they were going for Sea-Doo here. So they get a blind sap onto Lone Tar. Swapsy just takes 0 damage. And then here they go after Sea-Doo. And look at this Vortex that they do. Actually, this might be after the Vortex here. Sea-Doo doesn't have Divine Ascension. That was definitely after that. But Sea-Doo dropping very low there in that situation. And then here, look at Lone Tar taking massive damage here and he pops the Trank bubble to stay alive. And every single time Lontar's in bear form, I want to see during the kill, they pop the Adrenaline Rush, they pop the Echoing Reprimand, and they just deal devastation there to Lontar. Sea flies up in the air, casts out the Divine Hymn. Lontar does have the Bark Skin indeed. And I think this is a little bit before they actually do kill Lontar. I think there's maybe one more replay here before Lontar goes down. So no, here it is. Yeah. So Trill, look at him, pops Echoing Reprimand. Lontar has Bark Skin. He's got everything. Then he just shifts out, doesn't pop the Bark Skin, and just gets deleted. Pretty significant mistake, I would say. That they had Bob. They had a lot of tools to work with there. And maybe the ping disadvantage for Lontar. I really am not sure.
I saw the Sank come out. I saw the Sank come out from the rep probably like the last second before he died. So maybe it was a call out like, Sank this one, you're fine. And he was going to go for like an NS off the Sank and then just died like so much. Maybe like 3 crits landed at the same time. Miscommunication like that does happen, unfortunately. But Team Liquid winning that first game means we are moving over to European realms, which is pretty exciting, right? It's like the ping switches. I know people might be like, oh, well, NA ping. Well, now we have EU ping. So we'll get to see how that fares in this next game. But Team Liquid getting the win with double Rogue. Wow, I don't think any of us really expected that, but it seems like they'll probably lock in that same double Rogue composition going into game 2. The question is, what does CGN switch it up to? Is it like, okay, well, maybe we'll just pull out the Resto Druid because offensively it looked well and we'll replace that with a Holy Priest? Or are we going to switch to maybe a DK Warrior to change up the aggression a little bit as well and introduce some other defensive cooldowns? What do you think?
Honestly, I feel like I would like to see them play the Holy Priest. Play Holy Priest, DK, Warrior. I think that would be their best option into what Team Liquid is running. It's going to make at least Lontar a little bit more kind of tanky. I don't think Holy Priests get tringed down and swapped to the same way Restoration Druids do. And I just want to see Blizzo and Swapsy go completely crazy on Sea-Doo, blow all their cooldowns. The one thing I will say, though, is Trill and Sam have a lot of peels for those all-in moments, right? Like the Abomination Limb with the Necrolord War Banner, that's the scary moment. But you have Sam. They can just pick a target. It's like, okay, I get the Warrior, you get the Death Knight, Kidney Shot. Oh, he trinketed that. Yeah, now he's gouged. Oh, we're going to dismantle him. No, we'll blind him. And it's like, oh, no. Our entire go was dismantled by each rogue individually. And they're not really going to be able to have that kind of all-in pressure. So maybe that's why CGN is a little bit hesitant on actually running a strategy like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And CGN are picking Black Rook Hold. Now, this is something that CGN loves to do, and this is already signaling that we are seeing some kind of type of Tunnel the Priest composition coming out here. Most likely will be that same comp that we saw. Or we might see a Warrior GK as well from CGN. And the reason why they picked this map is because they like to play in the room. And then once Sea-Doo is in the room, or if he gets gripped into the room, if he tries to fly, there's a ceiling in there. So you don't really fly that far up. DK, with Mind Freeze, you have a kind of long range kick as well. So you can actually stop some of those heals. And that's exactly what they will do. They're going to be swapping in that DK with the Warrior here. But they're going to stay with the Druid. And that's something that we talked about yesterday. A lot of the time when we see these cleaves, it tends to look better when they're backed up by like a Holy Pally or a Priest, something that lets them just kind of hold down the W key the entire game. And I think that's one thing that the Holy Priest is fantastic at. However, with those double outlaws, maybe you get blinded a lot, maybe you get sapped a lot, maybe you get even swapped to a lot, and Lontar just doesn't feel comfortable going for that. So he's going to stay on the Druid. And it's nice offensively as well. They like to do those vortexes before that Divine Ascension. As soon as you pop, the Necro Banner, or as soon as you pop that Abomination Limb, you drop a vortex as well. And then Sea-Doo, he's trying to react and fly up, but you already have that preemptive move. We saw Lontar do it in the previous game. Let's see if they can continue to do that. And the strategy from CGN here looks crystal clear. It's going to be Sea-Doo on the chopping block.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared for Lontar here, especially if Trill and Sam can connect like they did last game, because it was a kidney shot and he just flopped over. Like, it wasn't even like they weren't even out of defensive cooldown. It's just so much damage. And when you win a game early on in a series like that, where you die with maybe extra cooldowns, it kind of gets in your head a little bit. Like, I'm not going to die again without cooldowns. Like, like dying without Ice Block, for example, might mean the next game you die without Ice. Like, you're like, I'm not dying without Ice Block, but then the next game you block it like 60% life or 40%, and your healer's like, dude, you were fine. And you're like, but I didn't want to die without it,
I think that I just die over and over. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ben, maybe you have some insight here that you want to share on this topic?
We all have insight here, all right? We all have insight on the no block situation.
Yeah, I've seen both of you. Okay, I watch your streams too, so I don't want to hear from either one of you about the no ice block.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, we need to take a moment here and just like look at the quality of this desk. You know what I'm saying? Triple mage. I love to see the triple mage casters. No bias here today. All right, we're casting the warrior DK. That is hilarious.
The mirror image desk.
Ooh, here we go.
Game is underway. Swapsy starting with that Fleshcraft, and Blizzo and Swapsy trying to find their target. Sidu playing back in the room. A little bit scared here. Sam getting stunned up immediately. Not really getting the opener maybe Team Liquid is looking for. And like we mentioned, Team Liquid is playing away here, meaning we are playing on the European realm. The European team has the home advantage for that ping. And Blizzo going into the full kidney shot, but damage coming out on the Swapsy. Blizzo just tanking that damage right away. And Blizzo and Swapsy, it is their turn to connect. Triple Fear coming out. Sidu taking a lot of damage. Asphyxiate onto Sidu. Guardian Spirit to reply into the fade. Looks like Sidu's going to be okay for the time being. Trill and Samam getting cleaved down. It's a scary time because Blizzo is big and fiery and red. If I was Team Liquid, I'd be running away. Lone Tar pushing in, playing a bit aggressive. Kidney shot, but bear form. So it looks like he's going to be totally fine there. Double kidney shot and Sidu now Divine Ascensioning up. Flash healing himself back to full HP. Looks like he's going to get away scot-free for now.
Yep, but Blizzo, Swapsy, they both traded out their trinket, right? And there's no Icebound Fortitude. So the next time Sidu's in trouble, kidney shot on Blizzo, kidney shot on Swapsy, and that will be shut down. You can see a kidney right now on Swapsy. He's not going to be able to get the grip, and it looks like Sidu might actually be able to get away. What is going on with Blizzo's health? Going down to 10% health as a kidney shot right now on the Lone Tar. Swapsy getting cleaved down as well. Great pressure here by Team Liquid as they are just really putting it to CGN Esports in this one. Swapsy might just outright die through heals. We have a Chastise here on the Lone Tar. He does connect the Iron Bark. Swapsy on the run, doing everything he can to stay alive and stabilize, but they just lost pressure on Sidu. And right now, CGN Esports is falling further and further behind. Another kidney shot lands on the full blind. This could easily just be the game. Can they actually take him down? Swapsy down to 10% health. Trill and Sam all over him, and they take him down.
Oh
this
my
is
gosh.
Unbelievable pressure. And this is what I was talking about in the pre-show, where it's like CGN Esports, maybe they fought against Double Outlaw Rogue before, but it was not Team Liquid. These guys actually practice this composition as like their main comp, and they make it look really good.
This looked incredibly good. I mean, what happened to Blizzo? First of all, what happened to Blizzo? He just dropped to 10% HP. They overgrowth him. He pops in Rage Region, just pure panic on the side of CGN. And then 1 second later, what's happening to Swapsy? He's just dying. And then they get that full blind. They don't even have a Vanish to sap it. They just kidney out of it. And enough damage. I mean, look at Trill's damage. What is going on? I mean,
Oh, wow.
You could just tell Trill's got to be rating on his Outlaw Rogue as well. There's no way he's just doing it on his Windwalker. I mean, look at those numbers. That is insane damage coming out. Now, a lot of it is cleave damage as well. I think that's kind of what's happening here. 40,000 DPS here coming out from CGN when they're popping that Necro banner, when they're going for that all in. But look at the DPS of Team Liquid. That purple line steady between like 15k and 25k, just kind of going up, and we can see here on the replay exactly how things kind of went down here. I think this is before Blizzo drops low. So this is right before Blizzo drops low, actually. So they get a blind on the Lone Tar, and they're trying to pressure Sidu here on the side of CGN. Disarm onto Swapsy. Sidu blinks away, and then look here. Lone Tar is not in CC anymore, but look at Blizzo. He's just dying. He's just dead to like air. Lone Tar doesn't want to Iron Bark there, but he's forced to trade out the NS. And then look at Swapsy now. Like Blizzard's in a kidney shot, but Swapsy's the one dying, and they're both just getting cleaved down here by the blade flurries. I mean, it's just incredible damage. And Sidu goes for the Chastise right here, gets pre-Ironbark. Look at Swapsy, like that little shield effect that you see, that's magic damage. They don't care about that on the side of Team Liquid. They're just going through it. Like that anti-magic shell is doing nothing. Anti-magic zone is pretty much doing nothing as well. And then here Blizzo pops his recklessness, trying to get aggressive. And Swapsy just can't do anything. He's got Lichborn up. He's really trying to stay alive. And then Lone Tar gets blinded. They don't even have a sap to follow this up. They just kidney Swapsy. One rogue is like, oh, wait, well, what should we do with my kidney? Well, I guess I'll go kidney Lontar. So I think it's Trill that just ducks over there, sends a little kidney there for Lontar. And at this point, they can't survive anymore. It's just too much damage. They don't have Ironbark, they don't have NS.
No
Even if Lontar does come out, and look at that anti-magic zone doing literally nothing. And yeah, Team Liquid looking bulletproof right now.
Look at those names. I'm the Arcane Mage. We got Zico on the Fire Mage, and then on the Frost Mage. We love it.
we need to switch to Zico.
Yeah.
Sorry, please.
Yeah, I'm the Fire Mage. What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm the Arcane Mage. What's going on here, guys?
Yeah, it's funny. But yeah, I was watching Trill's player interview, and the thing he leads with is like, I'm a raider at heart. I'm a PvEer at heart. And when it comes to arenas, the number one thing that I always worry about is dealing damage, right? And we really see that here in that last game. Trill topping the meters, that raider deep down, that's so cool. Like, each player can have a different perspective on the arena and bring something maybe unique, right? Like, I'm going to be really good with my awareness, like, defensively, or I'm never going to be in the wrong position, right? My positioning is going to be on point. And Trill starting his gameplay off with the foundation of, I am going to do the most damage possible, and then build the rest of my gameplay around that. And I that's pretty cool. It's pretty respectable. And clearly it's working out for Trill, BlizzCon champion, and here fighting his way back up with Team Liquid, and CGN locking in Ret Warrior again this time. I do generally, in theory, like the Ret pick from CGN. You have bots defensively for Lontar. You have Sank to remove the stun. There's so many kidney shots with double Rogue. It didn't work out in practice in that first game, although they had defensive cooldowns to work with. Having said that, I think I would rather see Holy Priest instead of the Resto Druid. The Resto Druid just seems so scary against healing the double Outlaw. I don't know if it's the most effective healer to choose with spread pressure. And I think Sid was mentioning yesterday, the Resto Druid does well. When one target's being trained, you can keep your HOTS into that target, and that's great. But once you swap, it's like, okay, let me swap HOTS, let me swap HOTS, let me swap HOTS. All of a sudden, you're playing into the weakness of that Resto Druid, and that's how you win. And Team Liquid, with pressure all over the place, maybe Resto Druid's not the greatest pick. What do you think, Ven?
I mean, it didn't seem that good. But when you look at the end of that game, right, this is what you can be baited into kind of a false sense of security. It's like, okay, well, if we look at the replay, we died, we had Sacrifice, we had Bark Skin, we had Blessing of Protection, I just used Sanctuary on you. Like, maybe if I just sanched you like a second faster, you would have been fine. So we'll just be a little bit quicker with that, and then things are going to go well. But I kind of don't get that impression. Like, with the way these games have been playing out, CGN esports, their best moment is the beginning of the match when they have trinkets, right? It's like they use all their cooldowns, they use their trinkets, they get aggressive. But once Team Liquid gets through that, it's like, okay, well, your next setup, you're dismantled, your kidney shot, you're gouged. Like, you don't have a trinket this time. You were just going to be completely owned. So yeah, I feel like for Team Liquid, it seems like after the first minute, it's all their game, is what it seems like to me. That's where all their crowd control sits, and CGN is just, I'm not sure they know what to do. I mean, even looking at the replay, I mean, Trill and Sama just look like two little mosquitoes just buzzing around, just cleaving you down and crowd controlling you, like just strafing back and forth with Q&E. It's crazy to see. So I feel like their composition looks good, and I kind of doubt that CGN has had much practice into this comp, and it can be very annoying to deal with. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but when Team Liquid started running this, a lot of the teams had no idea what to do in North America. They eventually figured it out, but yeah, it's such a good composition, very well-rounded, and Team Liquid has put a lot of effort into perfecting it.
Absolutely, and that's really the key here, because you can tell CGN are not prepared going up against this double Outlaw. Like in that last game, right before Blizzard dropped super low in that replay, Lontar could have Ironbark there, but he didn't expect the damage, to land where it did. And to be honest, I didn't either, but I think there's a lot of moments like that where Lontar has to pre-heal somebody and he's not exactly sure who that will be, and that's because of the nature of those outlaws. They can go after the warrior, they can go after the DK, they can even go after the druid like we saw in game number 1, but now of course it's going to be Swapsy on that ret, so hopefully they can clean up, things up, because in that first game the ret didn't look too bad. It was just kind of a bad performance, honestly. They had Sanctuary, they had Blessing of Protection, they had a lot of things. So maybe that was because of ping. Now they get that same matchup with the home field advantage. However, they're down 2 games here. They're going to need to reverse sweep Team Liquid on North American servers too. So with that ping disadvantage, if they want to try to claw their way back home. And ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that this is an elimination series. Loser of this will be eliminated from the tournament. So CGN making their last stand here on Ashamain's Fall. Will they be able to pull it off, or will they go down full blind immediately onto Blizzo? He trinkets out. They're going after Trill right now. Hodge onto Sea-Doo. Preemptive Fey Guardians. Blizzo does want to go back onto Sea-Doo, though. Swapsy now making his way over there, but unfortunately for them, Divine Ascension coming out here. Excellent defense by Liquid, and a full blind onto Lontar. Kidney shot onto Swapsy. And they vanish Sapit too. More CC coming in. Now they're going after Blizzo here with a kidney shot. Mind control onto Swapsy to deny the off healing with those Word of Glories. Now they're going after Lontar. So much pressure from Team Liquid. Sacrifice onto Lontar. Is that going to be enough? They have another kidney shot. So much pressure coming out here from Team Liquid. And they are definitely in the driver's seat so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Lone Tar, you're scared right now. Not only do you have a kidney shot from Trill, you have another kidney shot from Sam, but Hammer of Justice on the Sea-Doo. Guardian Spirit to reply. No Divine Ascension available quite yet for Sea-Doo. But man, do I love the defensive play from Sea-Doo on Team Liquid here on this last offensive push from CGN with that preemptive Divine Ascension. Kidney shot landed on the Swapsy. Another blind on the Lone Tar, man. So many blinds with that double Outlaw Rogue. No sap to follow this time, but maybe Lone Tar will be the target of choice, and this is what Team Liquid does so well aggressively. Constantly swapping up the targets. Lone Tar doesn't know who's going to be under pressure, under fire, and kidney shot lands on the Blizzo. Blizzo looks like he's going to be okay, but man, just so much DPS. It's just an HPS battle at Lone Tar. He's a raid healer at this point. Sam AM dipping low at about 50% life. No evasion available. A Cloak of Shadows isn't going to do too much. Step kick on over to Lone Tar. Full kidney shot out of... Nope, that is in bear form, so it looks like he's going to be okay. It's also going to be for crowd control as they cleave down Blizzo. Blizzo replying with the disarm onto Sam AM, trying to get offensive over onto Sea-Doo, but the pre-Fey Guardians from Sea-Doo. Team Liquid on point defensively here in this game. They have an uncrackable defense so far, and you'd love to see it. Swapsy getting low, has the bop, has the bubble. Looks like he's going to be okay as long as he trades out some cooldowns. Wing proc from Swapsy. Swapsy connects on over to Sea-Doo, but Blizzo can't quite get there with 2 little rogues, little flies annoying him. He can't quite get there. There's a full kidney shot, another blind on the Lone Tar. Another one, and Blizzo trinkets out this time. Has more defensive cooldowns to rotate through, but decides to hold them. Well played from Blizzo, not overreacting in that situation. But Sam AM and Trill, both 50% life, and they both pop evasion. Blizzo naturally tap targets to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo flies in the air. Man, Team Liquid is untouchable right now.
Ooh, Sam, I'm taking a huge hit of damage, but when he wants to, he can just grapple away just like this, kite around the map, try to avoid as much damage as possible. Big Hammer of Justice here onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo could be in some trouble, but look at this. Kidney shot onto Swapsy. He's got no trinket available. Now they make a swap over onto Lone Tar. Sea-Doo's going to be A-okay, and Swapsy and Blizzo have to turn their attention to defense. Lone Tar could be in a little bit of trouble here. Trades out the Bark Skin. Has no Iron Bark and just sitting in bear form right now. Frenzy Regeneration might not be enough. If he gets kidney shot out of form, it could be absolutely devastating. Keep in mind, that was a sacrifice. So Sacrifice and Bark Skin going to be trading in that exchange, as well as the Blessing of Sanctuary. So Swapsy traded out in a huge way to keep Lone Tar alive, and I am really afraid for Lone Tar here. He goes for a preemptive Tranquility, which means he's not going to have that as kind of a safety net the next time he comes out of a stun.
Yeah, and we've seen Lone Tar try to go for those preemptive tranks before, and it has came back to haunt him. And look at Trill, look at Sam, 2 sharks in the water, full blind onto Swapsy, kidney shot onto Blizzo, kidney shot onto Lone Tar, and look at Sea-Doo. He's in position for the double fear as well. He gets it. Lone Tar, how are you going to stay alive? Fleshcraft gets kicked immediately. Holy Fire getting casted out by Sea-Doo, and that will be the Blessing of Protection there onto Lone Tar. So one more cooldown from that Retribution pod and getting forced out here. One more kind of mark on the checklist here for Team Liquid. Now they're pressuring Swapsy here. Do they have anything for Lone Tar, though? They need a blind onto Lone Tar. Sam vanishes to reset it. Sea-Doo, though, in trouble here. They blind Swapsy. They continue to chain onto Lone Tar. Lone Tar in Tree of Life right now, getting a decent heals out. Sea-Doo actually going to be in a little bit of trouble. Divine Ascension coming out here from Sea-Doo. Blizzo, though, going to have a lot of damage available when he lands. The Conk banner is ready to go. The wings are ready to go. Here comes CGN. Big damage potential. How is Sea-Doo going to stay alive? He pops the Greater Fade. Sea-Doo is actually out of mana. Lontar dropping dangerously low, but this is looking like Team Liquid's last attempt here. They need to take down Lontar right now, but Swapsy has the Divine Shield. He's not even using it. Blizzard going to leap over and try to back up his healer. Symbols of Hope get casted. They do have that Necro banner, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to use it. Blizzo, though, might be waiting for too long. Here we go. Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo trinkets out with the human Rachel. Here's the Necro banner. Here's the damage. Sam I Am realizes the trouble he's in. He's trying to run away. Drops the disarm, but he gets counter disarm. Still taking a lot of damage from CGN right now. And a Vortex does drop as well for Lontar. Sea-Doo's mana dwindling very, very rapidly right now. This could be CGN's first game here, potentially, where they could take a game of Team Liquid. But right now, Sea-Doo still trying to stay alive, trying to stay in the fight here. He's trying to get aggressive. Full fear onto Swapsy. Kidney shot onto Lontar, but Lontar's in bear form. He's taking 0 damage. Sea-Doo needs to try to find a drink here with this. Are they going to let him, though? That is the question. Look at Lontar running over there in reindeer form, immediately jumping over to Sea-Doo, making sure that he puts him in combat, putting himself in danger, though. If he gets kidney shot right now, it could be an opening here for Team Liquid. Ooh. What are they going to do? He's dropping dangerously low because of that caster form. Double disorienting roar, though, by Lontar, and he tops himself. Excellent defense coming out from both of these healers. It's still anybody's game, but CGN starting to build up some momentum here, Zaryu.
Yeah, and it looks like Sea-Doo going into another full Hammer of Justice. Pretty scared. Blind on the Lontar and Kidney on the Blizzo. Counter pressure from both sides, but Sea-Doo has defensive cooldowns to work with. And it does seem to me that oh man, Sea-Doo's still not out of the woods yet, actually. Desperate Prayer, trying to get the Flash Shield. Beautiful line of sight. Lontar's 50% life. CGN's mana advantage here seems to be the story. Dampening 10%. Sea-Doo is going to be pretty soon here. When Sea-Doo's the game changes, right? All of a sudden, Sea-Doo's going to be looking for drinks. He's not going to be playing as aggressively. As I say that, he might get a little sip blind just for the drink. I don't know if it breaks or... Yeah, the full kidney shot onto Lontar. Sea-Doo gets a little bit of mana, which will help here. That little bit, it goes a long way for the Holy Priest. And Sea-Doo using his 40% Night Fae wall, but Hammer of Justice lands into that wall. Beautiful defensive play there by Sea-Doo. And Sam I Am getting cleaved down, getting low. All of Team Liquid, 50% life. Guardian Spirit, Divine Ascension traded out from Sea-Doo. Sam I Am gets topped. Sea-Doo spamming those heals on his way down, but once he hits the floor, it's going to be still more pressure from Blizzo and Swapsy. Blizzo, 50% life. Lontar almost as well. This game is very close. Sam I Am almost going down, and he does fall. Sam I Am, wow, no more evasion, no vanish. It's so difficult to actually secure a kill on that Outlaw Rogue, but there was no defensive buttons left for Team Liquid to press. No Guardian, no evasion, no vanish. CGN found their foothold, found their placement. Sea-Doo went out of mana, and they did eventually take down Sam I Am.
Yeah, there was a paradigm shift in the match where Sea-Doo, he did go out of mana, like you said, and he was constantly looking for drinks, and that's where he kind of fell behind on healing. He did recover a fair amount, though. I really thought that drink was going to bring them back in the game, trading out the Fae Guardians as well for a little bit of extra mana recovery, but at that point of the game, it seemed like Sam just didn't have any more cooldowns to really trade. The damage was really overwhelming with the Necro banner. I'm kind of wondering if Trill or Sam had any crowd control that they could have thrown out, like just use your your blinds defensively, etc., and kind of just shift from playing like an offensive mode where you're going for that offensive crowd control to just pure defense, try to survive, put out all your stuns defensively, then allow Sea-Doo to recover a little bit. So we'll see, but I think this is good news for CGN. This game looked a lot better than the first game, and now, I mean, if CGN gets more comfortable in this match, it does feel like they have the potential to win. Lontar, wasn't nearly as afraid when Swapsy was trading out, the sacrifice as well as the Blessing of Sanctuary super early. When you take a look at the replay, this is where Sea-Doo was able to recover a good amount of mana. He uses the Fae Guardians as well, and this is where things kind of spiral out of control for Team Liquid. Sea-Doo was forced to use that Divine Ascension just to get casts off. You can see Sam I Am going down to 10% health. He trades out his Vanish, and this is kind of the panic at the disco moment for Team Liquid where they use all their defensive cooldowns. And CGN Esports, they kind of realize, all right, we still have our cooldowns up. Sam doesn't have a single button he can press. So there's no blind, there's no evasion, there's no nothing. He doesn't even have feint. And Blizz was able to just absolutely drop him. He trinkets out of the disarm. Maybe, I mean, Sam might have had like a second on that blind if he could throw that blind on Blizzo to avoid the execute. Maybe they could have lived, but that had to be like a split-second decision. I'm not even sure that it would have been up. So I think CGN just had a really good punish. C2 fell far behind after that drink. Sam didn't really have anything up, and Blizzo got huge value from that war banner.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the interesting thing is, though, this is the first time CGN will actually blind lock. I mean, they blind lock in game number 1, but it's not the same thing as blind locking when the enemy team can counter you. CGN's next game, they will have to lock in their comp first. Then they will also, Team Liquid will pick their map first, then CGN will have to pick their comp, and then Team Liquid will get to pick a counter comp. So they will see what they're going up against. And CGN has a disadvantage in terms of ping, because the next game, since CGN won it, it will be played on North American servers for Liquid. So CGN has a tall order ahead of them right now in this next game. And my question to you guys is, do you even think they can blind lock Red Warrior Resto Druid, knowing that Sam I Am could potentially log his mage, for example? And historically, RMP against Red Warrior is, I don't want to say free win, but it kind of is a free win.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because Team Liquid have shown a lot of RMP, but not recently. For some reason, it doesn't seem like Team Liquid is locking an RMP. So maybe they're like, okay, we'll go Ret Warrior, and you know, we'll kind of call your bluff. You have RMP, but maybe you won't actually play it. And it does look like they lock in the Ret Warrior. I mean, they won. Why swap up a winning strategy? But just like you mentioned, Zico, it's like, okay, now Team Liquid has the opportunity to play anything. Last game, Demo DK, you think?
That's my bet.
Yes.
I'm going to the Demo DK. So what's interesting about the RMP pick is Ret Warrior, they hate sub RMP, from what I understand. Sub RMP, nightmare. It's just that you automatically lose. But with the Restoration Druid, Ret Warrior became really popular into the Outlaw Rogues, especially, you know, Outlaw, Fire Mage, Holy Priest, where a lot of the Ret Warriors felt like they should actually be winning that matchup, from what I heard. So it's interesting that the Subtlety Rogue, complete counter to the Ret Warrior, but the Outlaw Rogue actually kind of struggles into it. So I think CGN kind of know that. But I do think Demo, okay, they're bringing in
DK
Unholy.
Rogue.
I would have actually loved to see Sam I Am on this map. I feel like with this map, with Mez on the DK, it would have been a great pick. But they're going to be opting to just trade out Sam I Am on the Rogue, bring in Mez on that Unholy Death Knight, and hopefully that would be exactly what they need. It's interesting, though, because when you think of like kind of cleave mirror matchups, I feel like traditionally you would put Ret Warrior at kind of the top, right? Like when you go into these cleave setups. So I don't know how this is going to play out for Team Liquid.
Well, Red Warrior kind of got outcleaved by Double Rogue. Like,
I was just going to say that too, yeah.
I feel like now you have a DK as well. You have Lord Mez on that. So I think this comp from Team Liquid is looking good. I think it's going to be extremely dangerous for Lontar and for Swapsy to stay alive. Honestly, anybody on CGN could go down. They could just have, you could just pop Abomination Limb and go after Swapsy, and then randomly drop Blizzo low and then just blind Lontar and go after Blizzo. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of chaos. And I got to say, anytime yesterday when Team Liquid locked in Maz, he looked insane. His grips were on point. His peels were amazing. His pressure was insane. I love Mez. Like, anytime Mez plays, I just know it's going to be a great game, no matter how it goes, and it's going to be a close one. But yeah, I think Team Liquid has a good matchup here. Maybe they had other things as well. They could have locked RMP or Rogue lock or DK lock or whatever. But I don't think this is a bad pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, Ret Warrior Resto Druid seems like it's counterable by RMP. I mean, I know a guy that plays a lot of RMP, all right? And sub RMP happens to do pretty darn well into this. I don't think Trill, though, has practiced that sub rogue. And then just like Fenrique was saying, with the outlaw version of RMP, from what I know, you can still win, but it's going to be like a 10 or 15 minute match. The Druid's going to, maybe not that long, maybe 8 to 10 minute match. The Druid's going to actually go out of mana. It's just going to be like a really long, close, kind of back and forth battle with that Outlaw Rogue. So it gets really close and really scary. But I still think the RMP might have a slight edge. But with the Sub Rogue, man, triple CC burst. I mean, you can win in 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes, like a lot of the time. So in an ideal world, into the Ret Warrior Resto Druid, you just lock in sub RMP. Without practice on the sub RMP, I still think that Outlaw RMP would be like a great choice, but for whatever reason, Team Liquid deciding to play Demo Outlaw Priest and DK Outlaw Priest and double Rogue Priest, so a lot of these melee heavy Outlaw Rogue compositions, and that's what we're going to see here on Maltraxis. So it'll be interesting to see. It does seem like the Ret Warrior, maybe once again, traditionally has the advantage in the melee versus melee kind of battle, right? That frenzy, because the Ret has the Sank, the break for the stuns, the blessing of protection, the physical bop, right? So you won't be able to actually deal damage through that. Divine Shield, and it's like, and then the Trinket, and then it's like, okay, well, we got all those cooldowns, and now you have to deal with Sank again, and Bop again, and then Bubble again, and then Trinket again, and it has this infinite kind of rotation if you play well defensively, and that's what can make it pretty scary for Team Liquid. But having said that, Trill is Trill and does a lot of damage, and if you can out-cleave him anyway, then, you know, Team Liquid could come out ahead.
Yeah, I think the one thing that kind of worries me, and this is in my experience with Death Knights, they are very tanky into casters, right? Like, it's super hard to take down a Death Knight if you're dealing magic damage, but one of their weaknesses is going into physical damage, right? So I wonder if Swapsy and Blizzo are just going to be able to go after Mez in this matchup. Of course, they're going to have to deal with, you know, the dismantles and the kidney shots of Trill, but if they actually have that uptime on the Death Knight, I think it's going to be hard for him to actually survive, especially if Blizzo's getting good kind of disarms during their burst moments. There's going to be no death strikes available. So for CGN, I think they kind of know the target. And one thing for CGN that's really nice as well is you kind of have Swapsy. I mean, Death Knight's one of those class that not that many people play, but when you're Swapsy, you kind of know the weaknesses of the Death Knight, and I think they might be able to take advantage of that with that kind of intel.
You actually took the words right out of my mouth there, Ben. I was going to say, if there's going to be somebody who knows how to play against the DK, it is going to be Mez. It is going to be Swapsy. So the fact that both of these teams have those kind of DK-heavy comps is good, because you have a resident DK who can tell you exactly, okay, when I play my DK, this is what I don't want to happen. And if you're playing against the DK, then you know, okay, this is what needs to happen. So let's see what they decide to do here. Game number 4 between Team Liquid and CGN Esports. Blizzo is going to be the target of choice here, immediately getting sacked, and pops that Eternal Aegis Trinket. Bladestorm coming out from Blizzo. Seadu's in a Hammer of Justice. Blizzo disarmed already, taking massive damage there from that Abomination Limb, but they don't panic. They just trade out the Iron Bark there. Now Mez getting disarmed here, and here comes the Pain Train. He does respond there with the Anti-Magic Shell, which is great against red damage. Now trading out the Anti-Magic Zone here as well for the Swapsy Wings, as well as the Necroban as he flies up in the air and does manage to stay up in the air there. No Vortex coming out from Lontar just yet, and now it's going to be Mez here on the chopping block, getting actually a Guardian Spirit. That was kind of an early Guardian Spirit right there, but maybe they just want to trade it early on to get it back. Seadu, though, is going to be able to actually reset a little bit here with his Apotheosis, get some of those Serenity Charges back. He gets a Fear onto Lontar, casts out a couple of Flash Heals, and now it's going to be Mez here getting tested by the Cleave. Lontar gets kicked, but he's just going to channel the Fleshcraft. Blizzo's channeling the Fleshcraft. Seadu's channeling the Hymn behind the pillar to get a clone here onto Trill, and Lontar's pushing in for the Cyclone, and Seadu actually fades the Disorienting Roar right there. They do get a Hodge onto Seadu. Here comes the Pain Train, big damage onto Seadu, but the Kidney Shot Blizzo shut it down. Full blind onto Lontar as well. Seadu drops a Fear there onto Swapsy. Can they sap it? They don't get the sap. Blizzo with a quick intervene there, and it looks like both teams will stabilize here, and it's still too early to call who is ahead here.
A lot of damage coming onto CGN Esports. Blizzo 50% live. Same with Swapsy, but there are defensive cooldowns to rotate through. Seadu staying at the pillar, getting ready for this next assault from CGN. And it will be coming soon. Seadu, rather, pre-walls, pre-Fey Guardians, the Hammer of Justice, very well played. Looks like he might be okay here with that nice defensive play, and it is a balancing act for Seadu. You know, I can pre-wall or pre-Guardian or pre-Fly or pre-Fade, but if I pre-use too many cooldowns and Blizzo and Swapsy still have offensive cooldowns, then you just die, right? So you want to pre-use defensives, but not over pre-use defensives, and that's a very fine line, and pro players like Seadu know how to balance that. But as I say that, full Hammer of Justice onto Seadu, Guardian and Human Trinket to reply. Seadu still not out of the woods yet, flies with that Guardian, so a lot of defensive cooldowns coming out there from Team Liquid. It looks like Trill's taking a lot of the pressure right now. Lontar double skinning and Bear Farm totally invincible right now from CGN. Swapsy, no bubble at 50% life. Swapsy could just fall. Let's see how Lone Tar replies. Sea-Doo also taking a lot of damage. Stormbolt into the DR Hammer of Justice. Sea-Doo has the Desperate Prayer and the Fade. Looks like he might make it out okay. Beautiful peels here from Trill. Kidney Shot lands on the Blizzo. Not even the target of choice, but just to give Sea-Doo some breathing room to build some more Serenity charges, to build some more defensive cooldowns back, just to buy some time. Lone Tar and Sea-Doo have about equalized mana, 3 minutes now into this game. And Sea-Doo looks like he's going to be okay, but he's just like a little scared for this next Hammer of Justice combo from CGN Esports. He knows too well he does not have Guardian for 15 more seconds. No more Human Trinket. As I say that, there it is, the full Hammer of Justice, but not very much damage connecting. Mez throwing out that desperate anti-magic zone, but Sea-Doo now has that Guardian Spirit. The Fey Guardians rotated back up, so looks like he'll be okay. Sea-Doo's also on Stun DR. I don't know about this Fly. Sea-Doo uses Fly, and he's going to come back onto Stun DR pretty soon here, so when he touches the ground, looks like CGN Esports is going to want to connect. Fey Guardians is going to run out too. We have the Guardian Spirit to trade real soon here, but that Hammer of Justice for Sea-Doo is going to be very scary. Blizzo does connect. Swapsy's doing his best to connect as well. Fleshcraft's being channeled. Let's see how Sea-Doo is going to reply to this next Hammer of Justice. Does land. Has the Guardian in his back pocket. Beautiful defensive play from Trill, disarming Blizzo to keep Sea-Doo alive.
Yeah, beautiful plays there. They get the disarm, the Slaughterhouse stacks Fade, and Sea-Doo's able to easily top himself, getting away with his Soul Shape. Full blind now out onto Lone Tar. Blizzo still has a lot of defensive cooldowns. Swapsy's cooldowns are rotating back up, and this is kind of what you mentioned. As the Ret Warrior, you have so many things that you can use. Shield of Vengeance going to trade, but this is big damage from Mez. Are we going to see the Aegis Trinkets trade for Swapsy and Blizzo? They need to. It's too much damage. The Abomination Limb at the same time, though. Sea-Doo taking quite a bit of damage, getting cleaved down. He's been able to handle the situation quite well. Going to be flying up into the air with the Divine Ascension, but Mez has been left behind. He is grounded, and Blizzo and Swapsy are all over him right now. Sea-Doo actually gets pummeled. His mana is not looking good. He is dropping fast. He's got the Greater Fade if he needs it and will trade it out, but there's no more cooldowns left. Doesn't have that much help. Sea-Doo could actually fall here if they can interrupt this heal. It gets Hammer of Justice by Swapsy. A great push here by CGN Esports. They might be able to actually tie up this series, but Lone Tar's mana is not good right now. He's going for a drink. If Lone Tar can recover a bunch of mana, I feel like this puts CGN in basically a perfect position. I don't think Sea-Doo's going to get that same opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Lone Tar right now sitting down for a lot of mana. They got a mind control onto Blizzo, but Swapsy, what is he doing? No, he gets caught behind the pillar. He doesn't bubble. What is going on? Did he get gripped behind the pillar there by Maz into a stun? That was an easy bubble.
Look at Sea-Doo smile. He's so happy.
Sea-Doo is happy about
so
that.
Sad.
Dude,
Lone Tar's like, you told me you were fine. I was drinking. What's going on?
I mean, he drank too long, though. Like, let's be honest. Lone Tar did drink too long, but it's not his fault. Like that. Well, that was either a Divine Shield or like something Swapsy had to use there. There's no way Lone Tar could get behind that pillar and heal him. And I think it was a grip from Mez there.
I want to see the replay.
That's what's so tricky, right? Like, you don't want to overuse defensive cooldowns. If you overuse defensive cooldowns, you're just going to lose the game. Like, you have to trade efficiently, right? You also don't want to underuse cooldowns because, you know, something like that will happen where you just, oh man, I had so much stuff up. I had Divine Shield. Like, I should have never died here. But I didn't think I was going to die. I was trying to hold on to my cooldowns for, you know, maybe a later period in the game. And I got crit 3 times and it's like, oh my goodness. So this is about 2 minutes into the game. So a little bit earlier in Swapsy's about half-life, but Lone Tar doing a great job, but, you know, keeping him topped for so long. And Sea-Doo, man, I cannot believe Sea-Doo lived. This was such a scary moment. Human Trinket and Guardian, and I believe he might actually fly here as well. He's trying to fake out those kicks, can't quite get it, and then does fly. Kind of save himself with that Divine Ascension. About 5 minutes into the game here. Sea-Doo, once again, still the target of choice. It is so scary for Sea-Doo, man. If any Holy Priest mains are watching, you have a lot of respect here for Sea-Doo, getting trained by 2 melees as a Holy Priest for 5 minutes while I mean, it's just incredible. And Trill with those incredible defensive plays. Here it is, though. Lone Tar going for a drink, which is actually a great play, but Swapsy has bubble up in 6 seconds, in 5, in 4,
Oh, no,
in 3.
he didn't have it.
He might not have had it. 2, 1.
Oh my God,
he dies
no.
without the bubble, so that's actually our mistake there. He could not have bubbled. He had it right when he died. So it looks like the timing was just so unfortunate. I mean, you can't sink out of a stun yourself, right? So Might have been able to
pre-sank.
Pre-sank or
That is
something.
so unlucky.
Oh, man. We all thought he had bubble. It's like, oh, man, you should just hit the bubble. But he's like, no, casters, you're wrong. At 1 second.
That's what we have you know? We can
1 second on the bubble.
You just have that small little icon to go by, and I mean, like when it's like 1 or 2 seconds left, it looks like it's ready. But yeah, Swapsy couldn't have done anything there. Lontar, I think he did drink a little bit too long, but that was just a good play by Team Liquid. Honestly, the stars aligned for them there. Just a little bit less damage. He gets that bubble off, and even if Cedar can MD it, it will give him enough time to just get around the corner, catch a heal from Lontar. Yep. Very, very well fought series from both of these teams, for sure.
When did these labels happen?
While you were gone, don't worry.
I feel a little outnumbered now. I feel like I don't belong. It's like I love it. I love it. Lots of mage representation. But Team Liquid, I mean, what can we say? It's like really solid day for them so far. CGN Esports, I'm surprised, I guess, that because it kind of sounded like before we were getting into that game that generally you guys thought that CGN Esports was going to win that. Did I misinterpret that, Ben?
I mean, my prediction was that Team Liquid was going to win, but I thought that, yeah, I didn't think the double outlaw was going to work into some of their comps as well as it did, to be honest with you. Yeah. I thought Team Liquid might have to run something else, like the Demo Lock DK, something like that, but yeah, they definitely surprised me with that pick.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like that Team Liquid is kind of proving, Zario, that it's a more versatile comp, that double outlaw is a bit more versatile than maybe we initially expected?
I agree with Venruki. If you had me bet like on double Outlaw Rogue versus Ret Warrior, I'd be like, yeah, the Ret Warrior would probably win, but Team Liquid proved us both wrong. They made that double Outlaw Rogue work. Ultimately, they did swap off. They brought Mez in for that final nail in the coffin. But just to kind of just say it how it is, Team Liquid won 3-1 in that series, but it was not one-sided. The last game, CGN Esports had bubble in 1 second. If Lontar stopped his drink another second early, or if Swapsy just didn't line of sight and play aggressive during that drink. So Lontar did drink for as long as he did, but Swapsy just stayed out of line, played a little defensive, allowed Lontar to drink, and you have the bubble back, and you have friend of mages. Oh, I love that. That's accurate. But yeah, then you have a whole different story, right? And then all of a sudden it's 2-2 tied up, and then Team Liquid scratching their heads because that last game was close, right? Like the DK Rogue it wasn't just one-sided. It wasn't just like a blow out of the water, like, oh, like easy win by any means. It was kind of more of a, not a cheese, but I mean, I only had bubble in 1 second, right? Once you get that bubble, then you get trinkets. Now Lontar's mana, and it gets really scary really fast. So Team Liquid did come out ahead 3-1, and I predicted similarly to Venruki that maybe Team Liquid could run up this lower bracket and maybe win the whole thing. They have the comps. I mean, they're proving they can take out giants like CGN Esports, so it'll be really exciting to see what happens in the rest of these lower bracket series.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, if you look at CGN Esports, that is an incredible team. There's so much arena experience between all of them on that roster. Also, once again, you know, CGN Esports are a little bit newer to the WoW scene, so hopefully they stick around as an org. It's been great to sort of welcome them into the community because obviously that team had such an incredible season, and that is going to be the end of them. They are knocked out of the tournament because that was a lower bracket round, but hopefully we see them return for future seasons here with AWC. So Team Liquid, well done. They're going to be moving forward here. And next up, we've got the match that was supposed to play first, which is Cloud9 versus SK Gaming. So hopefully those teams are ready to go this time around. Zara, you look excited. What's to come?
I mean, I think Cloud9, they've been locking in a lot of Mage Warlock, and we've seen them play Mage Warlock even with Chanimal and Snuts on the roster. And Cloud9 sticking true to what they know, and I think they'll probably lock in Mage Warlock, and they've been playing with Mistweaver Monk too, which is fascinating. And then SK Gaming, I would guess they would lock in the Rogue Mage Druid first. And that's a good matchup. It's close. We saw it yesterday, KUNGARNA taking them out 3-0 in the upper bracket, which was a really great series to watch. Although, like we mentioned, I think Absturge mentioned it yesterday, that KUNGARNA is not just an RMP, right? It's KUNGARNA. So we'll see how SK Gaming fares against Cloud9's Wizard Clave. And man, they're both such good teams, so it'll be really exciting to see, you know, how exactly the match plays out.
Yeah, if
Then
something
you
I
want
really
Mage Lock Mirror,
yeah,
right?
that's something I want to say here. So Cloud9, they play a lot of Mage Lock, and they could lock that in. But SK Gaming has something that as Mage Lock, I never win. I lose every single game, and that's a good Elemental Shaman. So if Zeepai comes in on the Elemental Shaman
that's a
in the
good
blind
point.
against the Mage Lock, I think Cloud9 is done for. And I don't know if they realize that, but yeah, I think the blind pick could be really interesting because if Cloud9 is relying on the Mage Lock, I think SK Gaming has basically the perfect answer.
That's a great point.
All right, let's see. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to see who is going to be eliminated next. It's Cloud9 versus SK Gaming coming up soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are now hopping back over to the first match that we were supposed to see today. It's going to be Cloud9 versus SK Gaming. This entire day, Supatis, is just going to be packed with games that are really, really important. I feel like are going to be just as intense as the one that we just saw.
Yeah, definitely. I can't believe that kill ended that way. Like 1 second away from the bubble. Maybe he lives there, goes to a game 5. Who knows what happens there? So Team Liquid coming through in that lower side. Now Cloud9 versus SK Gaming. I'd say that they have similar compositions, right? These are like the Rogue Mages, the Wizard Cleaves. So I'm expecting something like a mirror between them or a Rogue Mage into a Mage lock. But it kind of depends on how Cloud9 feel after yesterday with their matchup with KUNGARNA. Like, are they still feeling reliable with Mage lock? Is that really going to be their best answer if SK Gaming lead with Zeepai on Rogue?
Yeah, Serge, I'm curious about your perspective on that. I mean, if you have like a really rough Saturday where you just feel like things aren't really working with the comps that you have, like as a team, how did you mentally get over that to be able to sort of put that behind you and perform for next Sunday?
Dude. I would say whenever you're in a position like that, I think a lot of it just comes down to kind of staying relaxed and kind of compose yourself mentally and remember that, I mean, you fought arguably the best RMP in the game currently, right? It didn't really work out your way. The games were somewhat close, particularly the last game with their Demo Warlock or their Demo Warlock Rogue. So I feel like for C9, they're most likely gonna. Oh. I don't even know what to say. They're gonna Mage Hunter Mistweaver, I guess. Cubsy's back on healer. Oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah, well, game number 1, we have Cloud9 on home because they do win that role. Chun-Li on the Hunter, Wealthy Man on the Frost Mage, Cubsy on the Mistweaver Monk. And it's just a composition. I actually have fought them playing on ladder many times, and Wealthy Man dips low, not using that ice block quite yet. Nice hold, Deathborn coming out, and this is where it gets real scary for SK Gaming with the Nightborn, the Icy Veins. Wealthy Man gets locked out and kidney shot, but after this with no more interrupts, Wealthy Man can do a lot of damage, but Maro getting caught right away. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage coming out immediately on the SK Gaming.
Oh my, dude, Maro's got to be careful. There's no Cauterize to save him the next time that Resonating Arrow comes out. Wealthy Man should just focus on staying alive right now, spam Polymorph, keep them under control, and let Chun-Li do the hard carrying here. Because if he's out of range of that Dismantle from Zeepai, nothing can really stop him from getting that burst damage. We have to be really aware of Chun-Li's positioning. They've got good pressure on Wealthy Man, but Cubsy's picking him back up at the pillar. Maro now in a Polymorph, Frost Nova on Zeepai. Cubsy needs to reposition. I don't like Asgarath and Maro being so close to him right now. If he can't portal out of line of sight of a sheep, it's going to be rough. He gets caught in a kidney. Is he playing the port stun? Can he port? Yes. He ports out of the Ring of Frost with that Honor talent. Really good positioning by Cubsy here to avoid that crowd control. That's the dangerous moment as the Mistweaver. Now that he's avoided that crowd control chain, he should be able to easily heal Wealthy Man. Guess what? Resonating Arrow, double taps available. Chun-Li needs to get in a position where he can pop off with these cooldowns. He's behind the pillar, ready to drop that Resonating Arrow, I can imagine. But Wealthy Man's on the back foot still, trying to escape. They survive the blind. Here comes the Camouflage from Chun-Li. I thought he was going to set up with that Camouflage from Stealth. He's going to hold on to it for now. He sees Asgarath waiting to disorient Aurora, I imagine, or some crowd control of Bash. And he's going to have to avoid that. Now Cubsy rolls up, paralyzed. They're trying to make the push. Resonating Arrow down, but Maro blinks out of it with Alter Time. He's going to rewind, and Zeepai manages to get to Chun-Li to shut him down on the initial portion of this Resonating Arrow. And yeah, they've got complete control of Chun-Li. They saw that one-hit wonder in the beginning of the game. They're not letting a repeat of that happen.
Yeah, let me tell you from firsthand experience, Chun-Li on that Marksmanship Hunter does so much burst damage. And I think a lot of people can contest when you fight a Marksman Hunter on the ladder, they just can 100 to O you. So Maro barely escaping out alive. But Wealthy Man, as I say that, is getting very low. It's got to be the Ice Block. There it is. Wealthy Man ice blocks defensively, not playing block heal, but Cubsy should have no problem topping him back off. And next time Chun-Li lines up that nice big double shot, I'll be very scared for Maro to even die without blocking, but Wealthy Man taking so much damage from Zeepai. It's so interesting. Cloud9 going at this Hunter Mage on the blind pick. I'm not sure SK Gaming has any practice against this composition. Combustion though coming out from Maro. Wealthy Man still in ice, still can't ice block quite yet. Does get the Fleshcraft, get a nice big bubble there from Cubsy. Full blind, probably can ice block now in this kidney shot if Wealthy Man wants. Sitting the full kidney, not sure if Blink is available. But Wealthy Man does have that second block in his back pocket now, and he might have to use it. There it is, barely getting off that second ice block. Cloud9 looking a little shaky here. Yeah, but here's Chun-Li's burst. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Chun-Li gets disarmed. Beautiful defensive play from Zeepai. Full trap on Asgroth, but Maro knows what's going to happen. He's playing. Look how defensive Maro is playing here behind the pillar, knowing that this is the one window Chun-Li can one-shot him. And now coming back in, shifting power. Maro's resetting that combustion and getting ready for this next aggressive push here for SK Gaming.
Really? You know what I want to see? I want to see Chun-Li drop the resonating arrow and Wealthy Man build an ice wall so that Zeepai can't grappling hook to him and he can shoot through the wall because of the mechanics of resonating arrow and just like cool. Line all of the CC with that. But I don't know if he's playing ice wall. He's looking honestly kind of useless on the Frost Mage. He's just not able to get anything going at the moment. He's just going to fall over. Cubsy can't handle the pressure. He's at 10%. Shatter Spell lands and Wealthy Man desperately blinks to midfield. But he's got to go down, right? Like he's got to go down. Yeah, okay. That's that needed to happen. All right, here comes resonating arrow. Chun-Li.
Maybe a one shot.
He's not doing it. Rapid fire. Yeah, it's already over. He's DB'd.
Yeah, there was just no way. I think this Cloud9 came out of the gates really hot with this comp. I did not expect Cubsy on healer as well. I don't think he's played healer since Flop joined the team, and it started off really hot. I think all of us were kind of oohing and awing like the start of the game at the comp, and then Maro almost goes down through Cauterize, but it seemed like Chun-Li just could never get the burst off after that first game, or after that first one-shot attempt. He got his true shot and his double tap, but after that, it just didn't do much. They just ran over, they disarmed him. I think at one point Asgrath ran over and like leapt him and bashed him on his double tap, and they just could not get any pressure off that resonating arrow after the first attempt.
You know, it's fascinating. Marksmanship hunters are a class, or a spec rather, where they are so bursty. Like some of the biggest bursts in the game, you can just die 100-0, and you might think to yourself, why don't more people play marksmanship hunters? Like they do so much damage. You can just kill someone 100-0. This is broken, right? But just as you mentioned, Sturge, it's like that first initial setup. I mean, look at the damage spike in the opener, but like the first initial setup is so much damage, right? And you can just one shot, but if the stars don't align after that in the game, you can be kind of useless. Like you put down your arrow, you're trying to get some big burst off and get a trap, but say you can't land that trap, or the arrow, and they just pre-run. Like Maro did a great job of reading the marksmanship hunter, seeing that arrow on the ground, playing far, playing line of sight, like 100 yards away, not even engaging in gameplay until the offensive cooldowns from the Marks Hunter were over. So it's almost like a kind of like a cheese one-shot specialization where it's really good. You can one-shot, nearly one-shot, but after that, and here Chun-Li, you can see him kind of lining up the arrow, look behind line of sight into the pre-polymorph on Maro. Look at the damage on Maro. I mean, jeez Louise, I would not want to be Maro in that situation. Thank goodness for Cauterize keeping Maro alive there. Without Cauterize, that was a Frost Mage, he would have been in the dirt. But Wealthy Man tries to save his ice block here in this first aggressive push from SK Gaming, and Wealthy Man almost saves it here, but ultimately Zeepai connects to that 7-second kidney shot, goes into the ice block, and it looks like, Wealthy Man is one block down in this next situation. This is only about 30 seconds later. He might have still been on hypothermia for a second here. So pretty scary situation for Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man does eventually have to go into that block, man, getting chunked again. And Chun-Li is trying to set right here with that resonating arrow, trying to set something aggressive up onto Maro. And then look at Maro's positioning here in a second. Well, it cuts, but Maro does just play very defensive around the pillar. Aggressive kind of push here from SK. Nice portal from Cubsy, but Cubsy just falling behind on the heels. Asgroth pushing in for the clone, and then the silence or the counter spell from Maro ends the game. And actually, it was pretty funny. Wealthy Man almost survives here, goes for a polymorph, and then goes for another
polymorph. Moving here.
First aid.
He probably thought he died.
Thought he died
after the first aid cast.
And then eventually, of course, goes down. It's a full blind too onto Cubsy into a DR clone. So I mean, it was over. But yeah, I would like to see maybe a different composition from Cloud9. Hunter Mage, maybe catch them off guard, maybe going for a quick one shot. Maybe they haven't played into it, they're not comfortable into it, but ultimately did not work out in game one. SK locking in the fire, the outlaw, and the rest are Druid again. And yeah, so how is Cloud9 gonna reply here?
I kind of want to see a DK Hunter. I want to see Wealthy Man's DK and play the A-bomb limb with the resonating arrow and just keep gripping them out into the open away from Chun-Li while he's just popping them. I feel like Wealthy Man and Mage did like nothing. Like he was just a training dummy getting attacked the whole game. Not to like that they like played bad. It's just the matchup with his class. Like he's just made utterly useless. So if he's a Death Knight and plays something that can enable the Hunter more, get some more guaranteed damage as well. Like A-Bomb Limb is a lot of damage. You pair that up with Resonating Arrow, like this might be a way to catch SK Gaming off guard if obviously Flop isn't here, because I'm sure there would be some other comps that may be better, but they're actually going to try the Windwalker Rogue. This comp worked for them in North America. It got them all the way to the finals, made a really entertaining tournament. So Cubsy's going to be running double Monk with this specifically. I'm wondering what they're going to set ports upstairs, get some Ring of Peace, knock them off the edge.
It did pick Mugamballah, so there's got to be some use for the ports there.
This is a really good Monk map. That's the one thing I will say about Mugamballah. I swear this is actually a really good Monk map with all the different locations you can move around and how useful Ring of Peace is. There's lots of little chokeholds and places to line of sight when playing up top. So this is a nice strategy from Cloud9 moving forward into game number 2, trying to do their best with what looks like is available to them. Considering we haven't seen Cubsy heal in a long time, I feel like he did a really good job of avoiding crowd control, still understood the situations where he needs to like position to port out of Ring of Frost, out of stun on the Mistweaver. So I wonder if we'll see his Druid at some point. Maybe it's just not a good matchup for it, but obviously Cubsy known for his Druid, and that synergy between Wealthy and Cubsy Man had been built up for years. Like I can think back to, what was it, 2014, I think, their first LAN. It was in New York, and they were playing with a Shadow Priest at the time. Flays? Was it Flays? I think they were playing.
I think Flays, yeah. That was Mr. Pandaria.
Yeah, that was their first tournament together, and I think they were like in their early teens or something as well. So like,
yeah, they've been the duo for a long time. They've been the duo for sure. So
definitely.
I would love to see the Druid too. I don't know why. I'm not sure why he plays Monk. Maybe he. I guess Monk does bring a lot of good stuff because you could in-cap. You're able to double in-cap at the same time, and kind of just eliminate 2 people from the game. So maybe that's why. I feel like Druid, I guess, would have a hard time as well into the Rogue Mage. So the Monk, especially on this map, would probably be useful. You can just pour it into the room, can't get sheeped off a stun, and I'm definitely curious to see how this game goes. I think they're gonna. I would love to definitely see them just try to get a nice one-shot into Zeepai though before the game starts. I want to see Chun-Li stack up the damage, kidney Zeepai, and just explode him from the game.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see here going into game number 2 on Mugamballah. Cloud9 on home again, meaning we are playing on North American ping. Chun-Li putting his port upstairs. Same thing with Cubsy. So if they need to, they can port out of harm's way. And man, I just want to give a quick shout out to Cubsy for playing a DPS, right? The Warlock, a lot of other DPS classes, and then to swap to a healer. The amount of mastery that takes is absolutely incredible. So huge shout out to Cubsy there. Full kidney shot landing on the Zeepai. No damage, surely continue. Asgroth sitting that full blind. Wealthy Man now in the kidney shot of his own. Zeepai getting a little aggressive here. Looks like he's going to be okay, but Morrow spiking low dangerously in this game again. An early cauterize for SK Gaming. That is not what we want to see, but oh my god, it might be an ice block. Yeah, press it. Oh man, let me tell you, press that button, Morrow. And there we go. The huge offensive pressure from Cloud9, just like Carlos was saying right here off the start of the game. And Morrow gets kicked, a little scary, but now there's no more big defensive cooldowns, but the combustion from Morrow. Wealthy Man getting low, 50% life. There's a Cloak of Shadows from Wealthy Man. Looks like Cloud9 got the opener they were looking for.
He still has damage. He's got the Zwen out. They paralyze Asgrath. They can pop Storm Earth and Fire at any moment. Morrow pre-alter times. They're racing the alter time. And Chun-Li is still held on to his burst damage. He still has a lot of damage available. He needs to make it to his target. He pre-karmas the kidney. Really nice play. That's loading up a lot of damage onto Morrow with that dot ticking away. Now Asgrath is interrupted. Chun-Li's rolling up. Fist of Fury flying in. A little bit of swap damage into Zeepai, but he wants to pop here. Big spinning crank kick. Massive damage gets DB'd. He triggers to go for the kill. Morrow blinks away from it. Will he finish him? Double touch of death threatening Morrow right now. But a big heal comes out from Asgrath. Can they cut through that big heal? Asgrath paralyzed again. Desperation, Dragon's Breath, Blazing Barriers going up, trying to hold strong. Blinking away once again, but knocked back into their clutches. Fists of Fury flying onto the whole team while Asgrath is in a kidney. Defensive Ring of Frost. Defensive maneuvers now setting up for the kill on the Wealthy Man in a reversal as he trades evasion to dodge Zeepai's attacks. He's going to have to face him. He moves over to try and interrupt Asgrath, build up combo points for a kidney shot in the future. Big spinning crane kick once again onto Morrow. Chun-Li is doing so much damage in this game. Just look at the Morrow. Zeepai constantly bouncing down in health. Kidney paralyzed combo once again from Cloud9, but a double kidney comes up from Zeepai in appeal. But here's the Storm Earth and Fire. Big spinning crane kick gets DB'd by Morrow. Instant DB into Frost Nova. Ring of Peace trying to bounce him back into his images. Fist of Fury flying, interrupted on Ring of Fire, trying to finish him with a full blind. Asgrath trinkets out of it. Is it going to be enough? Morrow looks like he's managed to get away, but next time that Storm, Earth, and Fire comes up is when I'm going to be really worried for Morrow. The other one's going to be that spinning crane kick, Brock.
If they can get Morrow into a stun with any type of CC on Asgaroth, this game is over. Zeepai is 50% live, but has the cloak, and Outlaw Rogues are so tanky, so I think he'll make it out alive here. Full kidney shot. There's the leg sweep. Kidney shot does... Asgaroth gets out of that kidney shot, and Cubsy sitting the full blind. Looks like Morrow might make it out alive, and Morrow has the combustion available. SK Gaming needs to get a setup with this next combustion, and it's easier said than done on Mugumbala and the 2 monks. Every time you're trying to get some type of setup, they're porting away. They have such high mobility. You just want to get them stunned and standing in place so you can combustion and force defensive cooldowns. That's exactly what Morrow's trying to do. Now, Morrow's positioning here is phenomenal. He's playing nice and far, pops that alter time, and he's trying to get people away from those stairs, away from their port range, so he can get an opening onto Chun-Li, onto Cubsy. Nice defensive play from Morrow. 30 seconds left on Morrow's ice blocks. That's going to be a game changer. Full kidney shot, blinks out of it. Asgaroth, no CC either. So Morrow's going to be on stun here at this next 20 seconds. Maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to live for another ice block. Asgaroth sitting the full blind, but not too much damage really coming in. Cheap shot coming into Asgaroth afterwards, but it looks like Morrow's going to make it to that next large defensive cooldown. Chun-Li, though, no trinket. So it looks like Morrow and Zeepai might want to go on to Chun-Li with this next kidney shot combustion setup. Morrow, there it is, pops the combustion. Chun-Li getting low, replies with a port upstairs, and that's exactly what we are talking about here in Mugumbala. You have that defensive option. So port upstairs, heal yourself. Kidney shot, though, onto Wealthy Man. Another kidney shot, very scary. Wealthy Man does use Human Trinket and Cloak of Shadows to reply. No follow-up CC off the blind of Cubsy, so it looks like Cloud9 will be okay. And that was Morrow's combustion. Morrow, though, with that ice block available, looks like he's feeling a bit more apt to play aggressive blink to get out of the kidney shot. Morrow following up those polymorphs. It is a very difficult job to land CC on this map. Asgaroth full blinded. Morrow, how are you going to reply? Mirror image. Nice peels here from Zeepai, and Morrow's going to get out for now.
Oh, Cenarian ward up on Morrow. Chun-Li needs to run away. Fist of Fury trying to parry the kidney. Gets Dragon's Breath on it. Double leg sweep in desperation to stay alive. Touch of Karma to trade. Is it going to be enough? Can they bust through the Karma? Chun-Li on the run. Kidney onto Cubsy. Can they close it out? He ports back upstairs, baiting Zeepai off the side of the ramp and managing to escape. Cubsy ports up next to him as well to get him topped off and stabilized. Asgrass mana's not good. If we see Cloud9 just switching targets constantly and forcing hots onto 2 players, they can win this with pressure. They've got Zwen coming up. They've got Storm, Earth, and Fire. They've got Adrenaline Rush in 10. They've got a clear win condition in multiple circumstances. They just need to keep Chun-Li going for a couple more stuns. He's going to survive another kidney shot. He's setting up damage onto Zeepai. Spinning crane kick, gets evasion. Now switch back onto Morrow while Asgrath is sapped up, interrupting him on Polymorph. And is he going to pop? Interrupt. He's going to pop the Zwen. What is Morrow going to do? He's baiting a Dragon's Breath with Zwen. He's holding Storm, Earth, and Fire at the moment. He knows Morrow wants to Dragon's Breath that cooldown, but Morrow's not falling for the bait. Ultimate's starting to fall a bit behind, but here comes the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Morrow tries to blink away. Does he have the stops here? He alter times, absorbing all these attacks, going back to full health, but they might kill him twice. Wealthy Man, in the meantime, on the back foot. Zeepai building momentum. Cubsy in a blind into a sap. Decides to use the IQD and Life Cocoon to stabilize Wealthy Man. Chun-Li trinkets out aggressively. Gets a paralyze onto Asgrath, trying to set up for the kill, but Morrow once again has cauterized an ice block. Trinketing like that from Chun-Li could be a costly maneuver, especially because it was overlapped with Cubsy's crowd control break.
Small shrink there from Asgaroth, evening out the mana a little bit, but geez, now that I look, Cubsy, man, almost full mana, and it seems like this wouldn't be that hard of a matchup for the Rogue Mage, right? It's like, oh, Rogue, Windwalker, just blink every stun, you can't really die, you kind of just get a kill, but man, Cloud9 making it look difficult to get a setup on them. They're all so darn slippery. They have so many defensive cooldowns, but Chun-Li, no trinket. Has Karma, but if you're caught in a stun, you can't use that touch of Karma. Chun-Li aggressively touch of Karma. It's Wealthy Man, though, getting a bit low. Let's see. Let's see if it happens. Wealthy Man has the vanish out. Does vanish out. Cubsy's counterspell is over. Looks like Wealthy Man will be able to survive. Full kidney shot and onto Asgaroth. Wealthy Man, though, getting disarmed by Zeepai. Nice defensive play. Morrow alter times back. Asgaroth's getting Asgaroth might be going for a drink here. Don't tell anyone. Asgaroth is drinking. Don't tell Cloud9. This is a huge moment for SK Gaming, getting some mana. Morrow does get interrupted, but has the cauterize, has the block, and that is 50% mana now from Asgaroth. We absolutely love to see that. Now Morrow getting kicked up, full blind onto Asgaroth. How is Morrow going to reply? Using the soul shape from that Night Fae Covenant, nice mobility, and Asgroth is not going to get followed up. Wealthy Man, I'm pretty nervous for you. No Vanish. Full kidney shot, no Human Trinket. Actually does have that Human, does decide to use the Human Trinket and Cloak of Shadows to reply with that full blind. This next setup from the RMP, specifically with the next Combustion, before Wealthy Man has any more defensive options, could spell out the end for Cloud9.
Oh man, look at these maneuvers from Wealthy Man. Kidney Z-Pie escapes with Vanish, survives the whole time that Cubsy was crowd controlled. Now swapping to Asgrath for a moment, just a kidney shot, poking him a little bit, trying to base some hots, get him to spend even more mana. Maybe the Druid, it could be a viable target as well later on, but Morrow is now the main focus. Cenarian Ward is going to go up from Asgrath, big heals, but they're trying to push through it. They get punished. DB onto the images. Ring of Frost going to be hitting these Storm, Earth, and Fire images as well if Chun-Li chases Morrow, so he's going to switch to Z-Pie instead. Make sure that his images do not get crowd controlled. But he's starting to fall behind. His trinket on cooldown. He trades Karma preemptively, trying to anticipate a stun. Asgrath into a kidney shot. Big setup. Cheap shot on Morrow. Another defensive Dragon's Breath from him. Full blind onto Asgrath. He trinkets out with Morrow getting low here. Doesn't want the Cauterizer pocket. Oh, a big mistake from Wealthy Man. Dismantle onto the Mage. Not wanting to put your dismantles there. That means Z-Pie could have an opportunity to do something.
Has a little Roast Master X dismantle there from Z-Pie. It happens. Morrow, 50% life. Has a lot of defensive options, and that's the thing about Fire Mages right now. They're so tanky. It looks like SK Gaming, and they have a lot of options here. Combustion's up in 15 seconds. Wealthy Man still has no Human Trinket. Chun-Li, no Trinket. Cubsy playing Relentless. So this next setup, which could happen here with Morrow's Combustion, will be huge. Chun-Li knows this. He's preemptively kiting. Well played. Asgroth going in for the stun, so it looks like the target will be Z-Pie, because Chun-Li is stun DR, so you can't kill him with that stun DR. Morrow, though, has Combustion. Let's see how they do this next setup. Offensively, though, the full kidney shot going out onto Asgroth from Cloud9. Wealthy Man gets disarmed by Z-Pie. Well played. Asgroth taking a lot of damage. Bear form is out. Looks like he might be okay. Has the Bark Skin if he needs. Decides to hold it. Well played. But Asgroth's mana not looking as hot as it once was. Might be looking for another drink. Tree of Life comes out. Cenarian Ward preemptively on the burst cooldowns here. Morrow still hanging on to that Combustion. Does not decide to use it in that setup. Just wasn't the setup they wanted. They want a nice clean go here. Maybe on the Chun-Li. Chun-Li has no trinket for 20 seconds. If Morrow can connect some damage, but as I say that, full blind on the Asgroth, and Morrow forced into the second ice block of the game at 30% dampen.
Now into a gouge. Morrow comes out of the ice block. I don't think he's going to see another ice block. 4 minutes. We're at 10 minutes into the game. So he's going to have to play on a risky road here as Wealthy Man stunned up, trying to go for the win. Blind on Cubs, he breaks free from it with the IQD, I imagine, here. And Wealthy Man's just going to feint, soak the damage, get ready to keep pushing in. After this Combustion, they're going to feel comfortable to get aggressive. Fist of Fury flying, gets Dragon's Breath on it. Morrow's been getting a lot of good Dragon's Breath. Wealthy Man rolls over, gets a kidney shot. Morrow now at 30%, trying to blink to safety. Chun-Li chasing after him, kicks him on his cast. Is he going to stay alive? Battlemaster activates. He Frost Novas in desperation. He breaks free and goes for the kill. Touch of Death range. Cauterize going to proc. Paralyzing Askrath. Is he going to survive? Another kidney shot onto Askrath, just throwing whatever they've got to try and close out this game. Morrow stalling to the best of his ability. Ring of Frost defensively. Ironbark has managed to keep him alive, and now Chun-Li on the back foot needs to get out of there. The next kidney could kill him. Z-Pie chases him. He gets dismantled. Chun-Li drops off the side to try and get back to Cubsy, and Cubsy gets the life cocoon just in the nick of time. Chun-Li will survive. Ultimate pre-evasions the swap to him as Z-Pie moved over. Now Morrow is nothing. Full blind on Askrath. I feel like there's no way he's not trinketing this. He pre-flourished the blind, so he's got all of his hots maximized. He's trying to be greedy and sit through it. He actually manages to be greedy and sit through it. Nice play from Askrath, but he's got absolutely zero mana 11 minutes into the game. If they can manage to connect any damage, Z-Pie knows these He's going to evasion at 100% HP, take no damage, so Askrath doesn't need to heal him, but he's actually knocked behind the pillar. They might be able to swap the Z-Pie here, but Askrath is drinking. They need to stop him. Ultimate grappling hooks over to try and look for a sap. Askrath dodges him in stealth at the moment. Chun-Li down at half. Z-Pie's going to set up for the kill. Chun-Li pre-karmas the incoming attack. He anticipates the move, but Z-Pie holds onto his kidney, and guess what? Combustion's available. Diffuses down, and Chun-Li is going to get smacked. SK Gaming with a 6 setup.
Yeah, Chun-Li just goes down there. They're 12 minutes into the game. What are we at? 35, 40% dampening? And oh man, it looked so rough for SK to get these setups early on in the game, and it took just a little bit of dampening to finally create some pressure, because early on, these monks are so slippery on Mugambala. Every time they're trying to get a stun on the Cubsy, he ports up top. He ports in the room in the stun. They can't get a sheep. Oh, Chun-Li's 20%. Oh, he ports upstairs. Flying Serpent Kid across the map. So Cloud9 lit for such a long time, and it just seemed like the mage was just so how do I even say this? Just tanky. He just escaped every time, narrowly escaped. He had a few moments where Ice Block came back up right just in time. He even had a point, I think, where Mario had to block with his Alter Time Up and Deep Dampening at the end here, but it just seemed like he was just doing enough to live and get by. And once you get to that point where if you have Combustion up, you're 40% dampening, you have no Trinket on the Mistweaver Monk that's playing Relentless, there's nothing you can do. Chun-Li has no Trinket, you don't have Karma, you don't have Diffuse. I think Diffuse fell right at the end as well. And if you ever are deep dampening against a mage with Combust and you don't have any defensives, you might as well just queue up the next game because they just had nothing left at that point.
Yeah, and I think the story this game told is like just like you were mentioning, Sturge, Cloud9 is slippery, right? Very slippery. Man, Mario going to that early Ice Block there. Just a minute into the game with that Cauterize, that's crazy. But yeah, so Cloud9 is slippery, but if you can get them in place with no trinkets, they're relatively squishy. I mean, you can kill Chun-Li 100-0 with a combustion, but it's like to get him in place every time Chun-Li was low. It's a port, you know, there's so much mobility, especially on this map. And Mario has some very close moments here, but because of the nature of Mage, because you have diverted energy, you have the shields healing you, because you can break stuns with that blink on such a short cooldown. As a Mage, when you fight Rogue Monk, it's like, okay, I can kite, I can blink every stun. If I'm caught in a stun without a blink, I have block like we see there from Mario, or we have Human Trinket. There are scary moments, but there's a lot to rotate through. Even when you are low HP, it's like, oh, well, I still have an Alter, I still have Soul Shave, I still have Blink, so you can still rotate through. But here we are, about 40% dampening. Chun-Li playing aggressive with no Trinket.
You got the pre-Karma too.
Pre-Karma, pre-Diffuse, and they're like, you know what? Just kidney straight into the Karma. We got Combust. We'll take him out. Full blind in the Cubsy. Kidney shot lands, and you just kill through Karma. And man, it's one of those things. Windwalker's defensive cooldown touch of Karma just isn't that strong, right? You can kill through it, and that's one of the weaknesses of that Windwalker Monk. You have strengths, you have huge one-shots, you have the AoE leg sweep, you have a ton of mobility, you have those
that's got to be a mistake, right?
Accidental lock-in, I think.
There's no way that's
double marks.
Wait, that was
outlaw.
Intentional? Is that what production just told me? That was intentional?
Intentional. All right.
Well, it looks like Cloud9 is going for a one-shot in the opener. It could work out for them. You know, it's crazy because it seems like this series is really close, right? Like, really close.
I would just rather than play a healer because, I mean, they're just going to press, they're going to evasion. They have a vanish, evasion. They have bubble. Ice Block. They can bubble, Tranquility Bubble on Asgarath. All right.
If they each pick a target and they go on a different one.
You know what's funny is I've been saying that for years, and everyone makes fun of me. I'm telling you, if you're playing like Convoke Feral, you each pick one person. That's what you're supposed to do. So maybe you pick one person each and just hope for the best, or maybe you split it. I don't know. Maybe Chun-Li goes first.
That's the strategy Mitch Jones and I used with double Fire Mage. You go one combust on one target, one combust on another, and you get double the cooldowns, double the kills. Might as well.
That's how it works.
I agree with you, Sturge. It's rock solid, man. Cloud9 has this.
Well, what did people used to do? The 5v5 1v1 duels? Maybe that's what they do. Just send Chun-Li in first. He'll press his CDs, and then Chun-Li runs away. Cubsy comes in, presses his CDs, runs away. That's what we need. I think if they want to win this game, I don't know. I'm very shocked by this.
Well, game 3 here. Enigma Crucible, Cloud9 locking in an X Factor comp with Chun-Li, Cubsy on the Marksmanship Hunter, and Wealthy Man on the Outlaw Rogue. SK Gaming sticking to their guns, playing that Rogue Mage Druid.
See what you did there.
This opener is going to be scary, right? The opener is really the only thing Cloud9 has. They're going to take their time. Both Hunters, Chun-Li and Cubsy, have 1 minute here in stealth before it breaks, as we're 20 seconds in. Cubsy and Chun-Li going to go for a resonating arrow into a one-shot, and it could happen. It could work.
They're double lone wolf, so they're not playing with pets. I think they get 10% more damage is what that is, so where are they going to open? Where are they going to go? Like, they're waiting for Maro's. I mean, Maro's been out of Invis. Like, are you going to go Mage? Like, what? You still got to? Are you going to wait for the eyes? Are they actually going to be that sweaty as Double Hunter Rogue? They're going to wait for the eyes.
They come out in about 15 seconds.
We need to get a go on Z. Ooh, Sep.
I love this aerial view right now for what's going on. Everyone is so far away. They got Asgarath. I think they're going to go on Asgarath here.
They're waiting for the moment.
Oh, the double taps up. Aim shot from stealth from Cubsy. Is Asgarath ready for the hit here? Aim shot lined up again. Cubsy's faking it, actually. Oh, but they sapped Chun-Li. No, Chun-Li is CC.
Trinket.
Cubsy's blinded on his go. Asgrath, he pre-bubbled. He might regret
Trinket.
that.
Yeah.
He might regret that. He might regret the bubble if they can stay alive. Chun-Li turtles. He's going to heal himself up. They're going after Asgrath. He's got no trinket. Where's Chun-Li's damage? Where's Cubsy's damage? They need it right now. In line of sights.
Aim shots.
Yeah,
Airform, Shadow Meld, Skin. Looks like he's going to be okay here. Still has Iron Bark, decides to hold on to it. Asgaroth, no trinket. Chun-Li, 50% life, and they don't have a healer. So, I mean, Chun-Li's just going to go down. It's a kidney shot with no healer. So, I mean, that's a GG. And Cubsy and Wealthy Man might try to play it out in the 2v3. Full kidney shot into Asgaroth. Cubsy, though, gets disarmed. And Asgaroth's pre-bear form, it looks like this game's going to be over momentarily. They might fight it out and see if they can pull anything crazy here. There goes the defensive cooldown, and it looks like they do leave the game. SK Gaming taking the series 3-0. And man, I mean, that was a really fun game to spectate and to watch, and I'm really happy we got to check out that double hunter composition. But really, the series was close. I mean, SK Gaming won 3-0 against Cloud9, but it was a close first two games. I really think Cloud9 maybe could have, reverse swept with other compositions, but regardless, SK Gaming moving forward in the lowers bracket to fight Team Liquid.
Yeah, SK Gaming just getting a quick 3-0 here. The last game, I had a little bit of faith. Okay, I didn't have faith, but the first 5 seconds, something was telling me maybe they'll get lucky, maybe. But yeah, SK Gaming coming through with a nice, pretty clean 3-0, I would say. I think the first game had a good start for C9, but quickly SK Gaming kind of kept their composure and played a lot better defensively. Stayed true to their strat of sitting on the mage and shutting down the hunter burst. I think game 2 was the same thing. Yeah, that is just ridiculous.
Nothing for the first minute, and then it's just 35k spike. And then
game 2 was the same thing. I think a big part of game 2 was Asgaroth getting huge drinks and kept it on mana as well. So yeah, SK Gaming looking pretty solid here. Moving on to the next round in the lower bracket.
Happened in this replay, like Chun-Li got sapped, man. If he didn't get sapped, I swear this would have been a sick opener onto Asgaroth. Like, he gets Trinket Trank instantly, but because Chun-Li was sapped into Ring of Frost, he couldn't. Maybe his Resonating Arrow was wasted. Like, he shot that. I feel like Chun-Li should have saved his arrow for Asgaroth, like right here. They could have dropped an arrow on him along with Cubsy's. Maybe hit him to double hit him.
Peeled the world, man. Zeepai was sprinting all over the place, gripping around, cheap shot, disarm, blind. Jeez.
I'm critiquing double hunter rogue as if they put any practice into this at all, or as if this was really serious. Like,
yeah, I don't know why we're kind of breaking down the comp on what they could have done. Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure why he was playing an orc there. Maybe have better luck on the human.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe play a Night Elf as well for resales. You can Shadow Meld. Yeah.
Yeah, both the hunters could have played Night Elf, sat and meld for like 2 or 3 minutes, waited for dampening. Yeah. Good call, Sturge.
Unbelievable.
Good, very good. Great analysis. All right, well, I mean, you kind of already said it, SK Gaming, they're going to be moving forward into the lower bracket or to face just, try and make their way back up to the grand finals. But yeah, I personally am a bit shocked Cloud9 wasn't able to get any wins there. So that's going to be the end of the road for them here in the Cross-Region Tournament. So hopefully we'll see them again next season. So well done to Cloud9 for their season that they had. But now we're going to move on to the upper bracket. It's going to be the big one that we've been talking about all day. It's KAWHI versus KUNGARNA. Sturge, talk to me about this series.
All right, deep breath. This is going to be really intense to watch.
It sounds like it's going to be emotional, yeah.
I think it's going to be exciting. I think something that, I think you mentioned it yesterday, how the whole, NA-EU region battling each other out is always something that people, maybe people got tired of that narrative, but it's still something that you want to see the highest level of competition on each region. And that's what we have. We have the #1 seed on NA against the #1 seed on EU. And both these teams have been dominating their region for so long. I mean, KAWHI, I know all about fighting them. I'm sick of fighting them. They've been very, very, very tough to beat the last 2.5, 3 years now. They've been a really solid team, and they're really just amazing at playing a solid game and never messing up defensives. And KUNGARNA is the same way offensively. Defensively, yes, but offensively, they always land their setups as rogue mage. So I think this is going to be a very intense series. I think the ping will probably be a bit of a factor, but I don't think it'll be too much, hopefully. And I think we'll hopefully get a amazing back and forth. And I'm also expecting a Rogue Shadow Priest Pally into RMP for 5 games. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. Yeah, probably a pretty good prediction. I feel like it's also interesting because I think it was Ven yesterday who was kind of making the metaphor between EU and NA to like Horde and Alliance. And I also feel like that's pretty applicable, Supatees, to these two teams. It seems like KAWHI and KUNGARNA are, you know, they're number 1 in their regions, but they're also very different teams.
I don't know if I'd say KAWHI is a Zug team. I feel like KAWHI is pretty tactical with all their picks and have a wide variety of comps. They're not like the Windwalker DK team that's only melee cleats and stuff like. I feel like they're a bit more varied than that. Although stereotypically most of the North American teams are. This is a matchup where we felt like KAWHI has just been able to own rogue mages. Every rogue mage they've gone against, they've been able to beat. But this is the best rogue mage in the game. So this is like the final test. Like, can you beat the final rogue mage boss of the World of Warcraft arena? Because if not, then maybe it's the other rogue mages that needed to step up their game the whole time. But that's what we're going to be settling here.
Yeah, this is the real Season 4 of Attack on Titans. Well, let's see how it goes. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, KAWHI facing off against KUNGARNA. We'll see you in a bit. everybody. It is the moment so many of us here at the AWC have been waiting for. It is KAWHI facing off against KUNGARNA, the #1 seeded team in Europe and the #1 seeded team in NA. The winner of this, Zico, will be moving on to the grand finals. Loser does have a second chance to battle it out in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a matchup that has been something like 3 years in the making. These two teams have never fought off, and during these years where we've had only kind of domestic tournaments like NA versus NA, EU versus EU, both of them have been absolutely dominating in their region. So now, finally, we're going to get some answers here. First of all, what is the better region? Right now, today, it's looking like EU. Just saying. Number two, we're going to find out about the meta, because there's been a lot of talk about Rogue Mage. But there's no Rogue Mage left. This is the last Rogue Mage, but also the best Rogue Mage. So if the Rogue Mage wins here, yeah, okay. The Rogue Mage kind of talk is a little bit justified. But if the Shadow Priest Rogue beats it, and this is the absolute best Rogue Mage, then, you know, it's going to put some interesting things in perspective for us.
I am curious what you say that so far today it's looking like Europe is the best region. Like, what do you base that off of? Because I feel like that hasn't been the case.
It's a completely objective point that Zico is making. What do you mean, Ben? It's not coming from anywhere.
We've had two series today, right? One series North America won, and the second series Europe won. But some, like, I would say the healer wasn't here in that second series, right? So it makes it a bit. I wouldn't celebrate too much yet.
All right. Well, after this one, then we can start.
Yeah, then we can talk. Yeah, after this one.
All right. You have a fair point.
You're a bit outnumbered, Zico. I do feel a little bad. Like, you're the only one representing Europe on the desk here. The rest of us are NA. But it looks like they did the roll. Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Chaz better not be...
that's Chaz's one job this season. At least win the rolls.
That's so true. You finally got to do something.
Wait. Did Chaz win? I saw that as a 1, and now I'm seeing it as an 18.
Yeah,
he won. Yeah. So
yeah, I
would say, like, kind of going into this tournament. Pardon me. Going into this tournament, I think one player kind of sticks out the most with Ping, and that is going to be Prev. We had a lot of questions as to how he'd be able to do. You know, being from New Zealand, playing on European servers, that's quite a tall order. So this could actually be one of those series that goes back and actually where ping does matter. But KAWHI has been able to kind of overcome it so far. Let's see what Prev's going to be able to get done. This is such a highly anticipated match between these two teams. KUNGARNA been absolutely dominant on their RMP in Europe. KAWHI absolutely dominant with their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin in North America. And I think this has been one of those matchups I've been looking forward to for such a long time. Really excited to get it started.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better, Van. This has been a matchup that we've been waiting for such a long time. Now we finally get to see it. It will be KUNGARNA on EU servers. So KAWHI here, we're going to be playing with Ping. Prev is going to be tested here with that high MS, and we're going to see both teams leading with their best foot forward. This is the matchup that we expect. The Shadow Priest Rogue versus RMP. Waz getting stunned up immediately here by Prev. Now Raikou and Waz and Mez dogpiling here on KAWHI. They get the full fear. Can they get the Ring of Frost? Raikou gets stopped. They don't get it. They continue to chain though with a kidney shot, but Raikou is not in position to follow that up. He's not going to be able to land that poly. Brain ducks around the corner, and the first assault here from KUNGARNA gets thwarted here by KAWHI, and now they're leading the charge here actually with a blind onto Meh. A little bit of pressure coming in onto Raikou, but so far everybody is stable here.
All right, blind on the Brain. Good opportunity for KUNGARNA to make a push. Prev getting out of the kidney shot there and getting back to the pillar, but Ring of Frost going to land. Is there a Master Spell? Prev is too low. He's trying to run behind the pillar. Is he going to go down? Waz chasing him down. Mag going for the Boon of Ascended. Massive damage incoming. Prev getting pyroed off to the side. Manages to finally get back to Brain at the last second. Amazing kiting and avoidance there. That was 2 powerful cooldowns chasing him down, and he manages to hold on to Dispersion as well as Greater Fade. As we can see, Raikou getting chased down by Drake, but he might be getting baited behind the pillar. It looks like Raikou's actually just taking him back to go after Prev and just dealing damage. Not even going for crowd control. Brain's going to punish that, immediately topping them. Met is pushing forward, gets punished into a full fear. Brain is flesh crafting. He's immune to CC. He can make a push here. Hammers out of the fear onto Meh. Got damage onto Raikou and Waz. Not too much impact, unfortunately, at this point before dampening for their side with the Shadow Priest. Now Prev once again on the back foot. His teammates are crowd controlled. How is he going to deal with the situation? He's going to pre-greater fade, but Brain is still feared. He's trying to Master Spell with the fade, gets gouged on it. Now down to 30%, still feared for a second. Brain finally out of CC, needs to get a Vank Hammer heal, but he gets Dragon's Breath, and that could be it. Disperse at 1%. Prev is so greedy.
I mean, that was a very greedy play, but it's one of the things that KAWHI does extremely well, but that was a very close call. Prev ultimately going to survive, now into a kidney shot, slowly getting the cooldowns out of the way, but if you look at Brain, his mana is looking great so far. He still has a lot of cooldowns to work through, and Prev's short Shadow Priest cooldowns should rotate up relatively quick. Raiku's having a difficult time. I mean, this is one of the things KAWHI does such a good job of. They have Prev and Brain just sitting at the pillar, and it makes it really difficult for the enemy mage to actually push in and get any kind of crowd control. So it really is up to Waz to kind of set up his team in this matchup. You can see Drake kind of pulling back right now. He's just going to be kind of babysitting Brain, I suppose, just sitting back. Maybe they realize they want to buy a little bit of time before they actually push forward. We have a kidney shot right now onto Waz. Man actually pushing in. Brain on his Divine Steed right now is going to be kiting around the pillar, trying to get away. A nice double fear coming in from Prev, followed up by a Hammer of Justice by Brain. Ooh. Great crowd control. Now it's actually Raikou in a little bit of trouble. Gets the power infusion, and this is the Guardian Spirit as well. So a great push there by KAWHI, getting some cooldowns out of the way. And you can see for Prev, Fade is almost off cooldown, as well as that Dispersion, so they bought the time that they needed, and KAWHI is in great shape defensively.
Yeah, but Waz has a full blind. There's no dispersion for 10 seconds, 12 seconds, so they have an opening here, but they do fear Brain into a polymorph here, I believe. Raikou not going to be able to find it here. Kidney shot, though, coming out. Prev still 4 seconds away on that dispersion. I think he's going to be able to make it in time with that Gladiator's Emblem. Prev dropping dangerously low. He's trying to be greedy. He goes for the Desperate Prayer heal instead, and I think it might be enough defense here. Brain now out of crowd control. Should have a couple of heals to pick him up. He goes for the Divine Favor, Flash of Light, and he does manage to top Prev off, but great pressure once again coming in from KUNGARNA. They do go for the blind. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the cheap shot onto Drake. Meh going for the mind control onto Drake. Raikou going for the polymorph onto Brain. It looked like it breaks there, though, the polymorph onto Brain, and that will free Drake. That will break the entire CC chain. That 3 versus 1 scenario. Meh now in a double fear with Waz. Kidney shot onto Brain. Raikou by himself, but a beautiful alter time there. He's rebuffing himself as well for that Dispel protection, and now Raikou could be good here. Meh getting a fear onto Brain. Can they find some CC? Raikou going for the Ring of Frost, but an excellent grip there by Prev. Raikou now blinking out of the kidney shot. Waz still getting stunned up here by Prev, and very much so that both teams kind of looking like they're stabilizing, and we're going to see KUNGARNA again with the offense, KAWHI with the defense here. Who is going to be able to pull out ahead? No real massive cooldowns being forced here on either side. I'm thinking Divine Shield, Ice Blocks, those type of big cooldowns, but this could be a moment to get that dispersion. Prev casting out the Shadowmans, he gets kicked, he goes for the Master Spell and gets it off. Beautiful double school there by Prev, casting one school to get rid of the interrupts and then going for the other school. Both of them, of course, would be answers that would save him if he gets that heal or the Master Spell. So Prev, despite playing with that high ping, not skipping a beat right now and looking to get aggressive. Full blind onto Waz. Can they get some follow-up? Prev actually is dropping quite low there while Brain is sitting down for a little drink. Meh, still tied up on Mana, Boon of the Ascendant, and that will be an instant dispersion there. Combustion, Boon of the Ascendant, Adrenaline Rush. If they can continue the chain, though, there's still a lot of damage left here for the side of KUNGARNA.
Yeah, no dispersion. Prev critically low. Brain trying to pick him up, but he's got Sack in his back pocket. Is he going to trade it? Vampiric Embrace and Sack on the gouge will allow Prev to stay alive. This is the matchup that we have been waiting 3 years for. North America versus Europe. KAWHI, North America's best, versus KUNGARNA, EU's best. Who is going to take it? If you haven't told literally your entire family and your dog to tune into this series yet, I don't really know what you're doing at the moment, because this is going to be an insane one. This could go all the way to a game 5. This could be a rematch in the grand finals. These teams are uncontested in their regions. This could be the first time, or will be the first time, that one of them is handed a defeat. Who is it going to be at the moment? Mana is so close, but slightly in favor of KUNGARNA at this point. But I think dampening will likely pay into KAWHI's favor, as that Shadow Priest damage over time effect is going to start to tick more onto Raikou and Waz and become less recoverable. So can Prev make it to that point in dampening for his dots to start to stick? Brain his kidney shot. Here comes another setup. Ring of Frost lands. Prev's in the kidney. He's got no way out. What's Drake going to do? He blinds Raikou defensively. Waz pre-evasions any crowd control on himself, and he's going for the kill. Waz might close it out. Raikou is free. Combust comes up. He gets feared, but that could be it. Huge heal comes in again at 1%. Prev must be counting his lucky stars right now. I don't know how many lucky rabbit's feet he's got in his pocket, but that's 3 times now.
That is unbelievable. I think that might have been the IQD for Brain as well. He got out of the crowd control, and that instant heal, that was big on Prev. I'm not sure exactly what that was, but they're going to be happy to have it. Both these teams just looking so durable. I would say Raikou in particular, he's been doing such a good job tanking this damage. I feel like this is the least amount of pressure we've ever seen KAWHI able to really get out. Prev in trouble. He has to trade out the greater fade, but we need some heals. Kitty shot on Brain into a polymorph. Mez in position as well. Prev could go down. Forced to trade out the dispersion, and he will run across the map with his soul shape. He's trying to get away. The crowd control is never ending. They get the divine shield as well. Things are unraveling here for the side of KAWHI. KUNGARNA has all of the pressure. They have all of the momentum. Prev has 0 cooldowns left, and he could get dropped. Matt very aggressively right now is going to be popping the Boon of the Ascended to get aggressive here onto Prev. And Prev, there's no fade for another 15 seconds. He has to buy some time. The Avenging Wrath from Brain should be enough to keep him alive. Finally, some pressure mounting for the side of KAWHI onto Raikou, but he still has his Ice Block. He still has his Cauterize, but this is the push. They get the Hammer of Justice on Matt. They could get the Ice Block here, which would be exactly what KAWHI needs to get back in this game.
Oh, they sap Meh out of the blinding light there. Beautiful play by Drake, but look at Raikou already on the opposite side of the world here, resetting his blink. He's going to be able to blink back in midfield if he needs to and refresh that shield. He catches the big Guardian Spirit. There's the blink. Raikou going for the polymorph. He gets kicked. 1% HP here on Prev. He gets the sacrifice and the Fey Guardians. Meh dispelling and getting caught in that psychic horror CC for a second there, and now pushing in onto Brain. He's got the Apotheosis resetting himself, and Meh, Raikou, and Waz looking to push in here for the win. What do they have left? There's no dispersion for 15 seconds. Waz has a blind. They could just send the blind right now. He goes for the kidney shot. There's going to be a blind out of that. Raikou going for the combustion. Can they close it out? Full blind available. They do send it. Couple of seconds on that dispersion. Brain bops the blind. Can they find the sheep? He gets chastised, so the sheep will be on DR. And with that desperate prayer, with that gladiator's emblem, Prev will survive. He has his dispersion again in the back pocket. That really is the final little bit of defense. Meh winning on mana. Raikou still not getting tested. Still has his Ice Block. Brain trinketing out there with his human racial. Boon of the Ascendant coming in. Here comes the damage. Gouge onto Brain. And that will be Meh striking first blood here in the upper bracket finals between KAWHI and KUNGARNA.
Oh, man, that interrupt right at the end, man. He was going to live there. He had Disperse. He got counterspelled into a kick. I think the ping is probably going to play the biggest factor there with trying to fake cast interrupts. Your bar is just not where you think your bar is when you're casting, so unfortunate there. But now it's going to be onto home turf. So if they lose on home turf, then we know there's going to be something really going wrong for them in this next game. But they had really close calls. They were almost to the point where they could start overwhelming the RMP. We saw it with Raikou at half health and Waz at half health towards the end. If they'd been able to trade dispersion for this boon, what I love about what Med did in that final moment was, instead of casting the boon on somebody that's line of sighting him, he just casted it on Drake in midfield to activate it so he could use the instant damage while Prev was line of sighting. If he had just kept trying to chase him and cast boon, he would have never gotten it off. So that was really good awareness on Mez's part to be able to close the game out there. And that last yellow spike is going to be Mez damage when we see it in the replay. And we should just all be paying attention to him and the interrupts that were landed by Raikou and Waz, chained one after the other.
I mean, I feel like the biggest differences so far, so like when we look at this game, one of the things I've noticed, well, there's two things that I've noticed. So the first thing is KUNGARNA is so durable. Like, it is really, this is the least amount of pressure. I mean, I called it out during the game. It's kind of the least amount of pressure we've ever seen KAWHI have against an RMP. It took them a really long time to start developing pressure and momentum. And in terms of offensive pressure, I think Matt actually playing the Kyrian has been so instrumental for their pushes. I mean, Prev barely lived multiple times in the match. You can see just how close this was, but there's just so many moments where the Boon of the Ascended is that extra bit of pressure. I called it out during the game. One of the things KAWHI is so good at is they're so good at keeping the mage away. Raikou had his moments where he's able to push in, but look at Drake. Oh, you want to combust? Well, you're in a full blind. And then Raikou's kind of back into a defensive posture once again a little bit later on after this. And it really is Matt and Waz that are able to set them up. Raikou just doing his best to survive and kind of control Drake. And it's just a slow whittling down from KUNGARNA. These are kind of the final moments coming up here. We're at about 22% dampen. You can see right now Prev does have that dispersion available. But he has to trade them out so fast. You can see this is where they finally started getting pressure. We have a silence on a Meh. Raikou once again just crossing the map, making it really difficult for any kind of dispels to come in. Brain tries to go for the dispel, gets kitty shot. Prev gets interrupted, then he gets kicked on the Shadowman. Cheap shot on Brain into a gouge, and there's the Boon of the Ascended. Raikou's going to be happy to just have to control up the rogue in the midfield. and his team basically setting up some hero plays.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things that we should talk about. That was on EU servers. So for KAWHI, that, it looked a little bit miserable for Prev. Like, let's be honest, he's playing with 400 ping in the replay. We see him, he's faking, and it can be really annoying because when you play with high ping on your screen, you can actually interrupt your fake cast before the cast goes off. But on the enemy person's screen, you're still casting. So even though you fake cast something, you can get kicked on your screen after you've already stopped casting and still be kicked in the game. And that is because of ping, of course. Prev got interrupted quite a bit there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for him. So we'll see how the next game goes for them. Definitely ping could be a little bit of a factor though in that first one, in terms of why they didn't have that pressure that you were talking about, Van. I think a big reason for that could be that Prev was getting a little bit more shut down than usual. Now, the other reason for that as well is that KUNGARNA, they like to play this style that I like to call the infinite go. So basically the entire setup is the entire game is just one big setup. Like, you're continuously, every single kidney, sending it on brain. You're almost never kidneying Prev unless you have a double kidney, and you go for those kidney. Raikou goes for the sheep, he gets interrupted. He goes for the ring, he gets interrupted. Meh gets the fear. Then you get a sheep or a ring out of that, and then you continue the chain, and you just basically never let go. And that is really the best way to take down those. And we can see here the Ascended Blast from Meh, 950 damage overkill. Raikou there as well, throwing in a little bit of a fire blast at the end of that one. And that Kyrian Priest is so powerful for the RMP. I like it a lot more than I like Venthyr, generally speaking, as well as Night Fae. I think if you're playing that RMP, having that Kyrian Priest, not maybe in every matchup, but in a lot of these matchups, having the Priest kind of be the extra person to add that bit of damage is what can throw KAWHI off a little bit. They're throwing the blinds on the Combustion, they're throwing every blind on Raikou, slowing him down, but Meh is almost like a second mage when he has that cooldown up. So we'll see. This one will be played on NA servers. It is game number 2. The score is 1-0 here for KUNGARNA. It's not 0-0. That win did count. We're just going to get that updated. And yeah, let's see if KAWHI can do it here. They're going to have great ping, and it's going to be KUNGARNA playing with high ping.
All right, Sap onto Prev. Waz gets pulled out of stealth by Brain. Not going to be too much consequence with Outlaw Rogues. Stealth isn't their main priority. But Met actually getting sapped could be a big deal. They can't connect enough damage, though, towards the end of it. Prev in a kidney shot does use the every will to survive to actually break that immediately. He's trying to get aggressive. He might come to regret it. Silence on Med, damage onto Raikou, fear onto Waz, triple CC. Goes for the Fae Guardians as well. Was it really necessary at that point? I feel like they CC'd them pretty effectively there. Now going to be down the Fae Guardians. It does remain at least for some time, so if they send another go into it, he'll still get the value. And he's actually stalling the kidney. They don't want to kidney into the Fae Guardians. Now they wait. The kidney shot. This is the infinity go that Zico was talking about. Now the double kidney. Boon have ascended. Massive damage incoming onto Prev. Is he ready? Trades out the dispersion, and that's a necessity right there with Combustion and Boon have ascended at the same time. If KUNGARNA remain this coordinated, man, they're going to overwhelm Prev. This is their home turf. If they go down here, they're going to have stand no chance in the series with the ping swinging back and forth. They're already down. So many cooldowns. Constantly getting bursted. They overlap a bit of CC, I think. Blinding Light right now into Met. Raiku's going to pre-alter time. Does he get purged? Prev gets kidneyed. He can't get the purge out. He gets bopped out of the kidney, trying to keep them ahead. They're swapping to Waz for a moment around the corner. Ring of Frost trying to catch them. Doesn't catch them. Waz trying to line of sight, but I think Met is on the interior part of the map. He's going to be careful. Big heal comes in from Met. Waz is now pushing forward again, looking for that next kidney shot, looking for the opportunity to force Divine Shield or a Blessing of Protection. He's got his blind coming up. Kidney on Brain. Prev's counterspelled. He fears Waz on the go. Nice fear, stopping Waz from continuing the crowd control. Matt now trying to intercept, gets kidney. They blind Brain instead. Waz gets stunned. Prev is using his Shatterpriest CC defensively. He pre-fades as Brain goes into the polymorph. He's got nothing left. He's stunned behind the pillar. Brain might not be able to get there, but Waz gets dismantled. Drake shuts down all of the damage. Really nice shutdown by Drake in that position.
Yeah, beautifully done. Prev having to play very defensive in this matchup so far. There has been a little bit more pressure on Raikou, but I feel like Raikou is playing this one a little bit more unafraid. So playing a little bit less defensive. He's really pushing in, and maybe that's an opportunity for KAWHI to kind of punish this positioning that Raikou has been having in this match. In terms of mana, KAWHI is actually way ahead in this one, so a little bit of a difference. I wonder what the main adaptation is. Maybe it is just all that pressure that they've been able to have. At the same time, though, Prev taking a lot of damage, going to be soul shaping back to the pillar. He's into cheap shot. Big heal incoming there from Brain. It looks like Prev will top off. The Fey Guardians will allow him to kind of tank through a lot of this incoming damage. Let's see if they can get the damage rolling onto Raikou once again. Like I said, for KAWHI, at this point, their main advantage is the fact that they have such a mana lead in this match. Meg going to be channeling out the Symbols of Hope, trying to recover the best he can. Raikou finally going to get pressured away just a little bit here. Not going to be blinking in aggressively because, like I said, I think that really is going to be an opportunity for KAWHI to get aggressive if Raikou plays super aggressive in this match.
Oh, beautiful grip there. Can they stop the Ring of Frost? They don't get the shutdown, and this is an opportunity to force out that big dispersion. They really want to get that. Raikou doesn't get the repolymorph, though, and Prev actually does use the dispersion anyway. A big win here for KUNGARNA because they are going to have that blind CC chain later on before that dispersion is back again. They're going to have that combustion, and they're going to have that boon of the Ascender, so they're going to have a massive hit of damage here for Prev. Now, if they can space that out, that is really when KUNGARNA can start to take charge, because so far, nobody's forced out, the Ice Block, nobody's proc the Guardian, nobody's really forced out anything outside of those 2-minute offensive cooldowns versus 2-minute defensive cooldowns. This moment here where the dispersion is down and there's a lot of firepower on KUNGARNA, this is the moment where they could force something out. They start up the chain, Prev fades. Can they get the Ring of Frost? Raikou gets feared on it. He's not going to be able to continue the chain. Beautiful defense there by KAWHI, but KUNGARNA will not let go. Mac could push in and go for a fear. Gets blinded though. Nicely done by Drake. They're looking to get aggressive onto Raikou. Raikou with a nice alter time, but he gets silenced on it. Did they dispel it there around the corner? I think they might have, but Raikou still staying alive here with some nice soul shapes. Excellent kiting. Here's the dangerous moment though. Full blind. Does Waz have a sap here? He does not have it. He does get a gouge out of it though. Is that going to be enough? They have a fear as well potentially. It's DR. Can Raikou get a DR sheep potentially? They do have a kidney shot, and the Infinity Go continues. Brain uses the human racial to break out of the kidney shot, and it looks like Prev will stay alive with Brain breaking out of that, and that was also the Fey Guardian. So nice micro trade there. You trade out the human racial, better than trading out a Divine Shield, that's for sure. Prev's going to have that dispersion now in his back pocket, and now it's still going to be a long time here before KUNGARNA has that combustion, before they have that next blind, before they have that offensive pressure. So it's going to be up to KUNGARNA again to get one of those setups that they did with no cooldowns like they did previously, and force out that dispersion again. So the game is basically reset here for KAWHI, and that's a good thing for KAWHI because they need a little bit of dampening for those Shadow Priest dots to really start sinking in here. And they also, of course, will have that mana lead right now, and they could continue having that later on in the match. But here's Sid, another setup coming in onto Prev. Will he have to disperse is the question.
If he does, he's going to lose the game because this isn't Combust, this isn't Boon. They really need to hold on to this dispersion. Can they manage to make it out alive? With crowd control onto Waz, it looks like it. Raikou blinks in for a counterspell. Brain fakes it. Now he should be able to stabilize Prev with the next Vank, but he's dispersion before the combustion. Brain is still CC'd. This could be GG. Boon of Ascended coming up in 28. Combustion coming up in less than 10 seconds. Prev is just dying anyways. Is he going to go down here? It's home turf. Big heal comes in at the last second. I don't even know what that was. Saving Prev. Just at the last moment. If Brain used IQD, he's going to lose a crowd control breaker. He's into a full sheep. Here comes Combustion. Greater Fade. Where is it? Prev line of sights. Can he get a heal off here? He needs to try and get a Shadow Man. He goes for Fey Guardians. Shadow Men's coming out. They CC Raikou on the Combustion, but Brain is still crowd controlled at this point. Prev's now into the kidney shot. Here comes Boon of Ascended. Massive damage. And at 1%, Brain saves him again. We're going to need a 1% counter in chat right now. Raikou now getting blasted back. They're trying to turn it around, but he pulls away from the fight. Mana stabilizes him with the Guardian Spirit. That was the scariest moment of the game here for Prev. He manages to stay alive for it. They still have Divine Shield, a couple of Blessing Protections. They're rotating to their dispersion, but they've got to live at least, I would say, another 3 minutes before their damage is going to start to have an impact on KUNGARNA.
Yeah, definitely have a little bit more time here, but they're making a swap on Meh, who's been playing very aggressive in this match so far. Getting a kidney shot, but not really amounting to too many cooldowns. Maybe this is something KAWHI want to actually adapt in this match, is go after the Priest a little bit more. In general, it seems like shutting down the Mage is the preferred strategy, but yeah, so many close calls onto Prev so far in this game, but you can see the dispersion is going to be rotating back up in about 5 seconds. KAWHI still has answers to survive. Prev just having to play so defensive in this match so far, but 14% dampening. I feel like KAWHI, what they want is like 30% dampening. That's when Meh is really going to struggle in terms of mana. They have to hold on a little bit longer. Dispersion might get traded out here. No, it's a kidney shot onto Waz, a silence onto Raikou. Pure defense coming in from the side of KAWHI just to live. Mana still in favor of Brain, but really not by much. Prev getting aggressive, finally in the match, able to get some cast off. Burst damage here onto Raikou. Can they dispel the Alter Time? Doesn't look like they're able to. Raikou used the Alter Time as well as getting the Guardian Spirits by Meh, and that is enough for him to survive. Now, once again, it looks like KUNGARNA, they want to make a push and interrupt though onto Meh. Meh's actually struggling at this point. He gets caught into a kidney shot. This is the first time we're seeing more pressure on KUNGARNA than we have on KAWHI, and this is where things can start to unravel for the side of the RMP.
Yeah, KAWHI definitely doing a great job defensively here, staying alive and also getting a little bit of pressure there onto Raikou. They haven't been able to force out his Ice Block just yet. Here comes another setup from KUNGARNA though. They get the kidney shot. They get a double kidney shot into a gouge, into a blind. Waz on a one-man mission right now, doing what he can here, trying to get that dispersion, but those Fey Guardians are so devastating to deal with. Full sheep coming out as well into a triple DR sheep there, and it looks like they won't have enough damage to take Prev down here. He won't use that dispersion, and now once again it will be KAWHI here looking to strike back. What can they get done? I think Matt actually tried to sit down there for a little bit of a sip, but I don't think he was able to get too much done here. Full kidney shot. Can Raikou get the CC? Matt is in position, gets the full fear. Can Raikou blink that kidney though? Doesn't look like it, and they will force out the dispersion regardless of that. So here comes the next big push. Waz blind 31 seconds. Raikou combustion 20 seconds. They actually hodge Waz right there. Silence Mech, fear Waz. Good pressure here from Prev, but I don't think they will have any stops now for that next setup. They're sitting down for a drink here, but you can see Mech in a kidney shot. Brain trying to recover a little bit of mana. Raikou got blinded there before the combustion, so now they don't have a blind for the combustion, and they don't have a fear to stop them. Here comes the damage. Can they get the CC chain? Raikou should be able to get this polymorph. He gets kicked instantly by Drake, not able to find the Ring of Frost, and the combustion connects late. Bubble sack coming out from Brain, and they do force the issue there with the blind, and now that was a massive win here for KUNGARNA. Can they continue the pressure and close it out?
Yeah, Met has Boon of the Ascended. Next push, I think Met is closing out game 2. They're desperate. They're going after Waz. They're trying to finish him, punish him for overextending on Prev, but Met is moving in for the win. He's got Boon of Ascended, rolling massive damage, potential triple fear, but Waz is falling behind while Met gets aggressive. This might not be the time to go. Met is blinding lighted. Waz is low. Met gets cheap shot, but Brains into the polymorph. Prev can't help him. He's into the cheap shot. He's got nothing. Drake is peeling the universe. He kicks Met. He disarms Waz. Prev fears them afterwards, stalling the game at this critical moment. Brain finally comes out of CC, but not immediately feared by Met. Will Prev survive for another 2 seconds? 1 second away. Fade. Once again, 1 second away as the greater fade coming up. Why is he not trading it? He disperses us instead at 1%. Once again, Waz is rotting down. Dampling is kicked in. This was the 3-minute kicking in point now for KAWHI. Drake is tearing in. Waz could fall. Guardian Spirit likely proccing there on Waz as Met manages to bring him back to full HP. I feel like Prev should have faded there, not dispersed. Now if he's stunned, he's going to die. They go for a silence. They're trying to go for the kill, but Brain's in a blind. He pops the blind. Can he line of sight the sheep? Can he avoid the fear in the Dragon's Breath? Prev trying to line of sight as well. Gouge onto Met. Look at the rot damage. Raikou has to run away. He's dying to dots. Raikou is down at half. Met is running out of mana. His heals are going to become way less efficient. He's trying to use heal, but it's such a slow cast. He dispels the dots. Look at how low they are. If Prev can reload his dots, he gets full dots back onto Waz. Waz pre-faints the kidney. Is that going to be enough? Met gets stunned up. Raikou blinks in. DB's Prev to stall them from going for the kill. Prev needs to pre-fade this kidney. There's nothing left. If he doesn't pre-fade this kidney, he's going to die. Waz is disarmed at 1%. Raikou's at 1%. No, the full kidney lands. Brain is line of sighting CC though. They don't get any CC on Brain. Brain is just healing Prev at the moment long enough to get the greater fade off to try and stay alive for another attempt, but combustion is rolling and Brain is out of mana. Prev gets interrupted. Brain gets a big heal. Prev stays alive. I can't believe it. 0 mana, but a full blind on Med. They're going for the win. Hammers down onto Waz, and KAWHI are looking to tie things up. Waz evasion's at 1%. Brain's going for the kill. Hammers are coming in. He vanishes. He gets consecrated out of stealth. Brain gets cheap shot, but he already connects the Guardian Spirit. Waz is back in the fight. Raikou still has a block, but Prev has dispersed. In this game, I can't believe this game is still going, but dispersion trades immediately. Boon of Ascended. Brain is still polyed. Drake is disarmed. Waz is going in for the kill now. Prev gets a fear on him. Line of sighting, but Matt is laying in with that boon. Double fear, massive damage. Mind control. Is he going to fall? And the sacrifice comes through onto Prev. What an insane game, too.
These are the best players and best teams in World of Warcraft, and they're going head-to-head. This is such a close game. 43% dampening. Both these healers pulling off absolute miracles to keep their team alive at this point in the game. This is unreal. Prev right now getting some damage out onto Raikou. I don't know how Meh has been able to heal through all this kind of cleave and spread damage. Waz actually taking a huge hit of damage. He's going to trade out the Feint. He's got Vanish once again in just a few short seconds. I think he's going to be able to pull it off, or he'll just hold on to it. Now Waz in a position where he has every cooldown. He can make a huge push here on Prev. They're going for a game 2 win. Can they do it? Prev at a kidney shot. He's got the Prev. There, he's got the fade.
1 second. He
gets it off. It's just the nick of time, but Brain has nothing left to work with. Prev ultimately going to fall. There's no way. How is he still alive?
What?
IQD comes in from Brain once again, but there's no mana left whatsoever. The Divine Shield trades for Brain. Fey Guardians trades for Prev.
Raikou has no block.
Raikou, no ice block. KAWHI still available, but crowd control on Meh. This is such a back and forth game. Can Prev hold on a little bit longer?
He's on
Full
forbearance.
blind comes in from Waz. Prev, there is no way out, and he will get dropped. What an insane game from both of these teams, putting on a show. But KUNGARNA on the away field is able to claim game number 2, and this is not looking good for KAWHI.
Absolutely unreal. No other RMP will stay alive like that to 50% dampening. How did Waz survive? How did Prev survive? How are KAWHI so good at navigating those seemingly impossible situations? Prev has got nothing. He's got no dispersion for, the next minute. Combustion is up. Everything is up in terms of offense. They got blind. They got infinite CC chains, but Prev is just staying alive, getting that counter pressure, breaking up the chains. Drake doing what he can to get that pressure out, and I mean, you can see the damage here. Drake doing absolute devastation. Raikou playing a little bit more laid back, a little bit more safe, not trying to take too much risk there. But at the end there, when he ice blocked offensive, it was just racing through my mind. I was like, bro, your healer zoom, their healer zoom, everybody zoom. If you don't kill with this combustion, there's no more combustion. Block, man. And he did, and he almost paid for it because Prev, I don't know how he survived, but my goodness, these are some incredible games. It really is like the best of the best going at it, and what a privilege it is to get to watch this.
Am I crazy? You can IQD heal while in CC? Like, because that's happened. I feel like Brain is using his trinket to not break out of crowd control, but to heal Prev when he's low. I feel like that happened multiple times in the game, but you can see this is earlier on in the match. Prev is barely holding on. He's living at 1%. That sacrifice coming in from Brain, absolutely wild. But this is at the point of the game where we saw KUNGARNA actually KAWHI start developing some good pressure here onto KUNGARNA. The rot damage came in, and normally priests and RMPs, just like priest healers and RMPs, they just crumble, right? Like right now, it's like, oh no, Raiku's low. Prev's also low in the situation, but we're going to probably see in the replay moments where both Waz, Raikou, and Meh, they're all low. Meh has no mana left, and then just a few moments later, everyone's full health, and Meh has somehow recovered his entire team. I don't think KAWHI can really believe it. I can't really believe it watching it. Look at Waz. Look at this. He's just living at 1% health. He does have the Guardian Spirit here, but he trades out the Vanish, just so incredibly low. All the cooldowns rotate up, and this is the moment of the game where it's like, okay, Waz, when you're an Outlaw Rogue, you have Vanish, Cloak, Evasion. This is your moment to just kind of brute force them down. You are not that afraid, even at this deep and dampening, and it's just Brain. I mean, he had a phenomenal game with Prev. They rotated through all their cooldowns for such a long time, but they just get completely swarmed and overwhelmed. Brain throws in one last heal, but more crowd control. It's just the forever go, like Zico said, and ultimately is KUNGARNA that wins. But it's just so interesting because this is actually the home field advantage for KAWHI, and now I'm really afraid because if KAWHI wants to win the series, they basically have to win 3 or at least 2 playing KUNGARNA territory. I don't think that's going to be really rough.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. And here we do see the final moments of the game. Raikou securing that sheep there, and I think you said it best a little bit earlier during the replay, Van. Most Holy Priest teams, around that 20% dampening mark when Waz is on 1% vanishing and Raiku's dropping low, most teams, they fall over at that point. Like, I don't know what Meh ate for breakfast this morning, or like what he's like, if he's been working out or like what's going on here, but I have no idea actually how he's stabilizing them, how he's keeping his mana. he doesn't use mana. He has like his, I don't know if he has like a rage resource bar or energy bar or something, but he's just keeping everybody alive through everything, basically. Playing with high ping, it doesn't matter. Playing in 40% dampening, it doesn't matter. Playing against, you know, the best that NA has to offer, it doesn't seem to matter. He just keeps people alive until it is like, he's breaking the laws of physics, honestly, with what he's been able to do on that priest.
So I've got some insider information from the legendary Sidu. He filled me in on the whole IQD thing. So basically, if you're playing a human and you use your will to survive, it puts your trinket on cooldown. So then when you use your IQD in CD or in CC, it will not trigger the trinket break because it's on cooldown from your will to survive. And then you can actually heal while in CC with the IQD.
So the trinket portion's on cooldown, but none of the other ways of using it are on cooldown.
The trinket portion is on cooldown, but nothing else is. So you can still use the other effects even if you're CC'd.
And of course, Sidu, our resident execute god.
Yeah, the resident IQD master. He's got a PhD in IQD.
Sidu definitely has a PhD in IQD. He played that trinket like unbelievably well. So, you know, shout out to him for filling me in. I think that was one of his trade secrets. So
should that be the new Dragonflight medallion? Just remove the medallion, just put IQD in place of it.
I mean, I think Sidu said that, and Zico too. But yeah, it's a really interesting trinket. The amount you can do with it, it's exciting to see. Actually, is Matt playing it? I'm gonna assume that he is. Yeah, he is. Okay, of course. Yeah. It's a super strong trinket, especially in the Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw Rogues just provide so much crowd control that a lot of healers are just opting to play. This is actually, my mind just completely shifted a little bit, but yeah, I was going to say most of the healers are opting to play Relentless as well as the IQD to deal with all the crowd control, but I was going to say, Prev, one thing that's interesting to me is he's not playing with a trinket. Like, he's not even playing with Relentless. So...
Because he's playing Sephuz, I think.
Relentless and Sephuz don't stack?
Pretty sure they don't. Otherwise, he would literally never be CC'd, I think. They have to not stack, CC'd. Or he would wear it, I think, but yeah. It's mostly because he's wearing Sephuz, I think.
Oh, maybe that's interesting. So I'm pretty sure you can wear Sephuz and be an orc, but you can't wear Sephuz and have Relentless, and those don't stack. So that's interesting.
I think that got nerfed. The Sephuz Relentless deck.
Okay, well that makes a lot of sense then. So he gets the extra, he's wearing the Sephuz for the crowd control reduction. He has the insignia as well as the emblem. So crowd control is going to sit a long time on Prev, but he's going to have that extra kind of defense from that emblem trinket as well as the extra damage from the Alacrity trinket. But this is KAWHI's last chance. They have to win here. This is their home field advantage once again. Prev actually mixing up his talents, and he's actually going to be playing the Void Volley in this matchup, so super interesting. Maybe he just wants that extra little bit of aggression and spice that the Void Volley can provide, especially later on in the game if they can last that long.
I think he's playing Megalomania as well here, Prev, so we're going to see a lot of damage. I mean, they were lacking pressure, so maybe these are necessary changes here for KAWHI, and we're going to see how it goes out for them. Void Volley coming out from Prev. Brain's in a full blind. There it is, the Megalomania doing a lot of damage there to Prev, and here comes the Boon of the Ascendant. Waz looking for the opening, and the Master Spell gets counterspelled. Man is in position for the Double Fear. He gets it, but it's DR onto Brain. Do they have a kidney shot or anything else to follow that up with? Does not appear to be the case here. Prev will survive, only using the Fey Guardians here, really, and the Vampiric Embrace. But Infinity Go continues. Full kidney shot on Brain, full kidney shot on Prev. Boon of the Ascendant, Combustion. They're just raw forcing this. Prev, 1 HP. He might just die. And that's the thing, man. When Prev is surviving on 1% so many times, look at Waz. He's like, hey, well, we'll take it, I guess. We'll take that. Sure, why not? We'll go to the finals here. Just another day in the office. But that's the thing, man. Prev has had to play it very greedily in those other games, and he got away with it. But eventually, those 1%, those 2% HP cooldown trades, you're going to greed it too hard, and KUNGARNA will take that with just raw pressure. The Infinity Ghost strikes once again. After the CC chain is over, they just kidney the healer, kidney Prev, and send all of their damage, and it's just unhealable.
That was an insane kill, but I think the greed finally caught up to him. He used his 9 lives throughout the other first 2 games.
I think so.
I think it just finally caught up to him here in the last round. So Brain was in crowd control. He tried to slip it through, but I can't really blame them, right? Like, because you're trying to be as efficient as possible. If you use too many things, then the game ends just 20 seconds later. If you don't use enough, then it falls through the cracks that early on. So unfortunately going to backfire for KAWHI here. They go down to the lower bracket. They're going to await their next opponent. We still have SK Gaming versus Team Liquid, still in EU versus NA, but right now KUNGARNA looking just as deadly here, facing North America's best KAWHI with a clean 3-0, despite the ping deficit in these last 2 games. Still playing insanely well, and that Megalomania came to bite him. That's what did damage to Prev here. That's why he's low HP, is his own honor talent does damage to him when Surrender to Madness ends, and then Brain just gets CC'd while he was still kind of low. Waz reconnects to him out of the fear, and Brain's thinking like, I'm not CC'd. I got you, dude. I got you. He gets kidneyed. I think he uses Will to survive, maybe. No, he actually sits to the kidney. He's thinking like, you're fine, Prev. I just got CC'd. I should be able to heal you, but Met and Raikou are like, yeah, you can't heal this, buddy. It's too much damage. Combustion, Boon of Ascended, both connect, and Divine Favor heal, man. Oh, he's like 1 second away from finishing the game. It seems like a lot of deaths today are 1 second away.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was kind of going to say the same thing. Like, unfortunate that it ended that way. Thought that was going to be, at least a game 5, but oh well, KUNGARNA is going to be moving on to the grand finals. KAWHI, they are going to live to see another day. They are down in the lower bracket, like Sid already mentioned. They're going to be playing the winner of this next up series, and that's SK Gaming and Team Liquid. They've also had a pretty good weekend so far on both sides here. Team Liquid, they just knocked out CGN ESPORTS earlier today, and then SK Gaming was the one that sent Cloud9 down to that lower bracket. So both of these teams are going to be riding off that momentum from the matches that they already played earlier today, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see. At this point, this is actually what I kind of predicted. And my prediction that was Team Liquid, they're going to go all the way through this lower bracket, make it to KUNGARNA in the finals. And I don't know if this is something that a lot of people know, but KUNGARNA and Team Liquid are kind of practice partners. They play a lot. And it's actually something that gives them a little bit of a benefit in this tournament specifically, because I think they actually rotate between practicing in Europe and practicing in North America. So both these teams kind of familiarizing themselves with the ping differential, and that can play a huge factor when playing these games. So for Team Liquid and SK, really curious to see how that one plays out, because it was such a close series that we did see yesterday. Team Liquid did end up winning 3-2, but SK Gaming can definitely make adaptations. They're such a well-versatile team. A well-versed team. They're very versatile, lots of different compositions that they could run. And then, of course, KAWHI going to be waiting in the wings. And I think both SK Gaming and Team Liquid have a fair shot against KAWHI as well. So still anything can happen in this one.
Yeah, for sure. Question always as well with Team Liquid is like what comp they're going to be playing. We were questioning it last time we did see them play, and we got to see, of course, that double outlog once again. Do you have any ideas, Supertees, as to what we see with Team Liquid bring out against SK Gaming?
I could see a DK Rogue. I don't want them to put Mez on the bench anymore. Mez needs to be in every game for the rest of the tournament. Period.
True.
Like, come on, man. Like he's doing everything. Like he's got to be in every game from this point. I do not want to see him on the bench at any point. I'm trying to think if there's any way they could incorporate. Nah, it's got to be DK Rogue, I think, for this series. Just because SK Gaming is so caster heavy. Probably going to play Rogue Mage, probably going to play Double Caster or something like that. I think DK Rogue is one of their best bets, if not Double Outlaw, but I really just want to see Mez in every game for the rest of the tourney.
I feel like most people could agree with that. I mean, obviously, he had that insane Mez grip. He's been playing super solid today, and it's always great to see him back on that DK. Because there was a long period of time, I feel like we didn't really get to see them play that on the side of Team Liquid. So maybe we see them bring it out here against SK Gaming. Yeah, it's going to be yet another explosive one. It is down in the lower bracket, so we are going to be eliminating yet another team here before we move on to the lower finals, and then of course to that grand finals where in the lower finals where KAWHI is waiting for an opponent. So we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, SK Gaming versus Team Liquid up next. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished up the upper finals where KUNGARNA 3-0'd KAWHI and sent them down to the lower bracket in the lower finals. Now they're waiting on an opponent from this matchup here, and it's SK Gaming versus Team Liquid. And who do we feel like has had a better weekend so far, Absturge? I mean, who do you think comes out on top? Is there a team that's kind of going to be riding their momentum just a little bit harder?
Oh, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think SK, we already saw this matchup, didn't we?
Yes.
Did we see SK? Yeah, so I think Team Liquid looked a bit off on, they played a lot of double outlaw and it didn't look the best, and SK obviously came off a good win, but Team Liquid, I guess, came off a good win too, so it's really hard to say who's going to have more momentum going in. I feel like Team Liquid has a lot of options still in terms of what comms they can play, a lot of variety, and it looked really solid today with the double outlaw. I kind of want to see something else though, just because we did see this matchup and it didn't look too great, but I can't root against Chuck. I can't root against him. I think Team Liquid will, hold it down, and I think they'll play this game a lot cleaner, but I think it's going to be another really close series like we've had all day.
Yeah, that's all right. We won't make you root against them. But I mean, I was talking with Mez just a little bit earlier about his choice of running double outlaw last time we saw their team face off against CGN Esports a little bit. And he says that they're really confident with that matchup anytime that they're going to be facing off against another Cleave. So we'll see what they decide to bring out in the blind pick. But SK Gaming, I mean, you're up against a team like Team Liquid, Zico, and you don't really know what exactly they're going to be bringing to the table. What do you think is going through their head right now?
I mean, this was a rematch, right? They played.
Yeah, they played it earlier. They played the second game yesterday.
Liquid won, so both teams played RMD. Well, SK played RMD and Liquid played double outlaw. So I feel like that's a matchup that can kind of go either way. And this could be one of those games where whoever gets that home field advantage as well starts or can kind of ride the momentum from that start. Yeah, I think we're expecting RMD versus Double Outlaw, Priest, and I'm actually going to go with NA on this one. I think Team Liquid, I think they got what it takes. I think they look hungry, They look hungry. Today they looked fantastic in their first games against CGN, and I think Team Liquid, this is the prophecy. It's time for them to make that deep lower bracket run and rise up to the challenge, maybe take out KAWHI on the way, and we'll get that Liquid versus KUNGARNA finals.
Rooting against your own region.
I mean, they're going to win the finals.
Is that Ben's prediction, or?
That is my prediction.
Yeah,
my prediction is Team Liquid. Actually, well, my prediction started off with Team Liquid losing their first game. But ultimately, I mean, these are just minor details, right? It's Team Liquid going down to the lower bracket, a deep run, and facing off against KAWHI first, besting them, and then going into the grand finals and beating KUNGARNA. That was my prediction. We'll see if it ends up happening. I feel like right now for Team Liquid, they got a very tough team ahead of them. SK Gaming, they get the home field advantage, so obviously that's going to be a nice little edge for them in this game, number one. But I also feel like they've had a little bit of practice now against this double outlaw rogue. They did lose their first series against it, but the more repetitions it seems like the rogue mage players get into this matchup, the more comfortable that they get. It definitely feels like they have a fair shot of winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got game number one started off. SK going to be playing on EU servers, or well, both of the teams going to be playing on EU servers, and it will be Trill right now, who will be the target of choice for Maro. Zipai going for the kidney shot onto Trill. Asgrath getting kidney shot as well. Samayam poking off his Fleshcraft, and then he blinds Asgrath here, going for that CC chain. Now they get double Dragon's Breath into a sheep. Ring of Fire coming out from Maro. Trill looking for the sap, not able to find it. Nice restuff, and then getting combat there by Asgrath. He still has a little bit of that Fleshcraft as well. You can tell these double outlaws, a lot of the time when they get that pressure, it is kind of cleaving the healer a little bit. Maro, very durable target, very tanky on that mage. We'll see if he can stay alive and if he can kind of keep that aggro. Right now, Maro taking a lot of pressure, but preemptive alter time coming out here from Maro, looking for the sheeps onto Sam I Am, and Asgrath actually sitting in a full blind Sea-Doo. I think was trying to sit down for a drink right there, but combustion and this setup, it's kind of forcing his hand to come out here. And so far, I would say both teams on quite an even footing. Both teams just looking for that first big hit to get that cooldown forced. And right now, SK going for a setup, but doesn't look like it will amount to too much. They don't get that sap or a sheep to follow up the blind. And it looks like Trill and Sam will be completely fine as a result.
Yeah, definitely looks that way right now. Zeepai taking a little bit of cleave damage. At the same time, a big swap here on Trill. He gets caught into a Dragon's Breath. There is no Cloak of Shadows. Mara's going to be trying to take him down. A Cyclone onto Sea-Doo. Card Control finally going to fade. Triple DR Cyclone coming in from Asgrath as well. That's going to be very short, but a swap now on Sam. Right now, SK Gaming, they are all over the place, and this is what I'm talking about. It seems like they're getting a little bit more comfortable in this matchup. Asgrath, look at them, going for early drinks. They have pressure. It just seems like they have a lot more of an idea of what exactly that they want to do, and I would say that they're ahead so far in the match. Both Trill and Sam have been pressured quite heavily. We have a mana lead here for SK Gaming as well, so Team Liquid's going to have to figure out something to come back in this match.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, Kidney Shot again on Trill. Good pressure. It was a nice setup there earlier onto Trill. They got a bash into a Ring of Frost, so that Druid Mage synergy, it's still there. And now here comes another setup. Kidney Shot on Sea-Doo. He uses every man for himself. He gets blinded on his trinket. Asgrath, though, as well, getting sapped out of the blind. Samayam, though, looks like he's going to be in the most trouble. Goes for a DR sap, and they will turn this around with Maro Fear to follow it up as well. But look at Maro just kiting in that soul shape, running in a straight line, just running away from these two rogues. And they will be swapping over to Asgrath. He will use that bark skin in exchange for that adrenaline rush from Samayam. And look at the pressure onto Asgrath as well as Maro. And this is when Team Liquid looks the best, when they can get that kind of 2-point assault. And right now, Trill, though, could be in a little bit of trouble. Sea-Doo sitting through a sheep, gonna get more CC. They don't even need it, and that will be a quick win here for SK Gaming. That combustion of Maro coming in there at the last second of the CC chain, kind of surprising everybody with the burst there.
Yeah, I was caught off guard. I'm like, all right, Double Outlaw, RMD. We've seen this matchup. It's going to be a 10-minute game. It's going to be a lot of back and forth, a lot of kidney shots being rotated. But Trill actually going down early, and I guess they just got the stun clone on the Sea-Doo at the end. He had Guardian and Apotheosis still, but Trill goes down a bit early. No Cloak of Shadows, no evasion for quite some time, and I can't help but feel like I think, is Sea-Doo IQD early this game? I think like maybe a minute prior he IQD'd and used his trinkets, so it seemed like
Human.
Oh, human, yeah. So it seemed like they just got out just kind of fell over too fast, because we did see these games last a long time. But that being said, though, I think SK Gaming did a bit better this time around. They kind of stayed a bit more passive. Asgrath went for a super early drink, so mana was looking really good for them. And I think even if Trill didn't go down there, they had a bit of a mana lead, which I think is going to play a huge factor later on.
Oh yeah, and this is what I was saying. Like during the games, it just felt like SK was pretty comfortable, right? Like when they had pressure, Asgrath realized, hey, you know what? Mana was an issue last time we met, so we're just going to make sure that's not a problem. Go for the early drinks in the match. You can see here right now, Sea-Doo sitting into a full blind. Samayam also getting really aggressive. He gets a sap onto Asgrath. A fear out of that. Maro's going to be taking a little damage, but he's just kiting around with the soul shape. Big swap coming in from Samayam, trying to pressure down Asgrath and allow Trill to get some damage rolling. But they managed to recover from this situation, and this is where Trill is taking a lot of damage. We have an interrupt onto Sea-Doo. Trill with really not many cooldowns left. The Cloak of Shadow's not available. The Vanish not available. A full polymorph here on the Sea-Doo. This is where Trill has to run, play really, really defensive, and eventually is taken down. But yeah, that was just a great... I think SK Gaming handled that situation really well. They did a great job switching from like a pure defensive mindset to offensive, really trying to take advantage of the fact that Trill didn't have any cooldowns left.
Absolutely, and you got to give some credit as well to Asgrath, because we saw Lontar earlier really struggle in healing against that double outlaw, and we saw it a little bit there on the replay. He had to bark scene kind of early, pop his foreset, make sure that he's healing Maro, make sure that he's not falling too far behind, because once you fall behind, it can be really hard to kind of come back to full HP again, unless you have a big cooldown to trade. So I think Asgrath did a really good job kind of navigating the sea of pirates, and we saw in the CGN games where Lontar had a really hard time actually keeping up with the pressure, and Team Liquid definitely testing Asgrath in that first game, but SK with great offense, great turnaround, are able to claim it. And I do believe Sea-Doo had an IQD that he maybe could have sent while he was in that sheep, because at the start of that replay, he humans a kidney and gets instantly blinded on his trinket or on his human, and then he gets polyed, and then a little bit of time goes by. Maybe he used it in between in another way, but he might have had it while he was in that poly. But Also, Trill died because you can only use it when somebody's under 20%, I believe, to heal them. So maybe Trill just went from like 20% to 0 in a really, really short time where he actually couldn't activate it in between. So we'll see. Team Liquid going to be playing on home field advantage now, at least. That was on EU that last game. And we'll see. They got Hook Point, which is another home field advantage when you're playing double outlaw. So they got the double home field advantage right now.
Yeah, the SK locked in. They had 40 seconds left, locked in the Rogue Mage Druid again. And the last time we saw these teams, it was kind of the same matchup the whole way through. So I'm curious to see if Team Liquid tries it again. I feel like the game ended a bit abruptly. They got kind of out of position. They tried to cross the map. Teeter got caught up in a polymorph, and also the clone to follow up. And like you said, Trill died pretty quickly with Combust coming up. So small map. Last time we saw double outlaw the whole time. I feel like it might be the same situation here. It seemed like just a bit of a positioning error at the end. You know, you try to cross the map. Sometimes you get stuck in a sheep, because I believe he holy ward before that as well. But if you're still, 20 yards, 30 yards from the pillar, you're still going to eventually get CC'd anyways. And I think the small map will definitely help them. He can cut corners a bit easier. And I'm just going to assume it's another double outlaw pick. But Team Liquid does like to take their time. So maybe we'll see a swap here.
Yeah, I definitely like to talk through all the details. Even if they know their composition pick, a lot of time those wait so they can just talk strategy. What went wrong? What could go better? I mean, they are tournament veterans at this point. Been around for a long time. This roster, obviously, BlizzCon champions together. But for Team Liquid, I wouldn't even mind if they mix it up. I do want to see Mez. I mean, CPT's mentioned it earlier. Mez is just such a playmaker for this roster. I feel like it's almost a shame when he's not in the games on that Death Knight with how strong Death Knights are right now. So maybe they tag him in on Hook Point, maybe setting up Hook Point for the double Outlaw Rogue. We talked about it a lot. Outlaw Rogues, they kind of thrive when they can be near multiple targets. They just have so many different crowd controls that they can use. They can be on Morrow and then instantly get a kidney shot on Asgrath, into a full blind, into a sap, into a gouge, and just being close to multiple targets just gives you so many different opportunities on that Outlaw Rogue. So playing double Outlaw still would make a lot of sense, and that is what they're going to be going with. It's kind of their comfort pick here, but it's kind of what we saw in North America as well, right? During the circuit, seeing Team Liquid with this composition, they caught a lot of teams by surprise, but it seems like as the circuit went on, teams are getting more comfortable with the pick. They had more practice into it, and then all of a sudden, the Rogue Mage teams were actually looking like they, did well into it. So it could be a similar story here for SK Gaming. Let's see if Team Liquid is going to be able to adapt. This is their home field advantage. This is their map. This is their ping advantage. This is their compositional advantage. But I think going into the series, both teams kind of knew what the other team was going to run. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see the same comps the entire way through, and we'll have to see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And we are going to get this game started here. It will be on the North American side. SK Gaming leading with 1-0 right now. Mario with a big grin on his face, not looking phased whatsoever, despite the fact that there's a lot on the line for this match. This is number one, this is an elimination match. And number two, let me double check the bracket, but I do believe the winner of this one will qualify. No, the winner of this match will not be a guaranteed third place, right?
I think it is.
I think they're against KAWHI in the lower final.
Right? Yeah. So I think the winner of this game will guarantee themselves a top 3 finish. And if you get that top 3 finish, well, that's where the medals are. First place, get that gold medal. Second place, silver medal. And I believe third, yeah, there it is. You can see those beautiful medals. And, this is really the prestige. This is what you want as a player. You want to have a trophy, of course, for what you've been able to accomplish. So both of these teams definitely want it. They're one game away from from being eligible for one of those 3 trophies. SK Gaming right now looking hungry, and it wouldn't be their first trophy. Well, on either side, really. Team Liquid, they got BlizzCon champions, and so does SK Gaming. Let's see who can take this one. We're about to get started here on Hook Point. Double Outlaw Rogue going up against the RMD. The last time these two teams faced, it was a 3-2 victory in the upper bracket for Team Liquid. They're the team that sent SK down here, and SK right now looking hungry for that revenge. The gates are open.
Here we go. Samurai and Trill, what are they going to be able to get done on these Outlaw Rogues? You see them pull off work, lots of crowd control, lots of damage, but Maro's been doing a good job kind of dismantling that. Zipa and Maro really setting up aggressively. Hasgrath doing a great job as well, switching from defense to offense when he needs to. Let's see what he's going to be able to get done. It looks like they will start off on Zipa. Big damage early on. Nice off interrupt there by Samayam as well. Getting a kidney shot on Maro out of the interrupt. He's going to blink out of that one, but really just slowing down Maro in the early stages of this match. Both Asgrath and Maro haven't really been able to do anything. Asgrath into a full blind, into a sap. Maro went from a kick to a kidney to a gouge to a fear, and now taking quite a bit of damage, but he does manage to hold on. A beautifully timed alter time. Asgrath now out of the sap goes into the kidney shot. I'd say in terms of crowd control, Team Liquid, they're looking great. Nobody can move their character, but at the same time, the damage is kind of lacking. And now the crowd control is gone, so I feel like this is a great opportunity for Asgrath to actually top everybody off, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We have a polymorph now on to Sea-Doo. Trill going to be taking a huge amount of damage as well, having to trade out in a big way with his defensive cooldowns. A good start here for SK Gaming, playing defensive, like I said, but they switch on a dime to offense, and now Trill finds himself in a situation where he really has no defensive cooldowns whatsoever, so we'll have to see how long he can survive. Maro right now taking a huge hit of damage. Kitty shot onto Asgrath. Can Maro survive? He trades out the emblem. Might be enough. Sea-Doo pushes in to help out his team with a nice fear and getting the crowd control out onto Asgrath. Maro getting interrupted, still incredibly low, down to 10% health. Same thing going on here with Zeepai. Trill down to 20% health. They might be able to make a switch onto him. Still doesn't have cooldowns. His kidney shot could be huge, but with no crowd control on Sea-Doo, it looks like he is going to be able to survive. And so great job in terms of positioning by Team Liquid. Both of these teams able to hold on at this point. There's a full blind now going out onto Asgrath. This is an opportunity for Trill and Samayam to get aggressive, but no, a counter blind coming in from Zeepai onto Sam to slow him down. A polymorph follows that up. Great defense once again by SK Gaming. We're about 2 minutes elapsed in this game. We have an interrupt now onto Maro. But there's just no damage to follow it up. Asgrath positioned very far away. You can see him just channeling out the Fleshcraft, doing what he can to just stay stable, avoid the crowd control, sitting down for potential drink. And even on this small map, they haven't been able to shut down the drinks coming in from Asgrath. He's topped himself on mana completely. A full fear comes in, though. This is an opportunity for Team Liquid. Maro down to 40% health. But looks like he will be able to stay alive using the Soul Shape for that added mobility. He does, in fact, have the Iron Bark available as well. So we'll have to see if they can actually get it done here. Zeepai right now trading out the Feint. They're actually making a big swap on Zeepai. I'm a big fan of this. Trill and Sam, I think they should go after multiple targets. But in this situation, it's looking good. And SK Gaming is able to recover.
Oh, close call there onto Trill, using the Cloak of Shadows as well as his Guardian Spirit there from Sea-Doo. Asgrath sitting through a full blind right now. Samayam going for the Vanish, gets the sap there. Sea-Doo's ready to follow it up as well. Samayam getting blinded here, and Maro just on the run. Full kidney shot into Asgrath. The CC chain is endless, and they will be rewarded with that Ice Block. Sea-Doo fakes out the kick of Zeepai, gets the Master Spell. Can he continue for the Cauterize? They're trying to push for it, but it looks like Maro will recover after that amazing big heal right there. Asgrath now dropping that Ursul's Vortex on the ground, trying to help Maro get away from the sea of rogues right now here on Hook Point. Another blind. It just felt like Asgrath just sat through that CC chain into a sap. Full kidney on the Maro. Ooh. How is he going to stay alive? This is a dangerous situation. Double Dragon Spirit comes out. Sea-Doo trades out his human racial right there. They get a kidney onto Asgrath. Potential for a DR Fear here as well. They do get the DR Fear. Maro on 1% HP, and they will proc his Cauterize here. Team Liquid looking absolutely bulletproof in game number 2. Trill though needs to be careful so he doesn't get taken out like in that previous game. He's gonna have that Cloak of Shadows coming up in about 5 seconds. He has a blind, and that next blind Venruki could be absolutely devastating. It could just be checkmate here.
There's so many blinds available. I mean, there's 3 blinds in this matchup. Zeepai has his rotating back up. There's a full blind onto Asgrath, and this is exactly what you were talking about. Beautiful alter time. Sea-Doo not in a position to actually dispel it. Can they race it? They're trying to race the alter time, but it will ultimately proc unless a tremendous amount of damage comes in. And Sea-Doo actually going to take an opportunity to sit down for a drink. Maro, unfortunately, not able to land that Flame Strike. Sea-Doo recovers about 15% of his mana in that short drink, and that puts Team Liquid back in the long game. Symbols of Hope also going to be channeled out. resetting the cooldowns, as well as recovering some of Sea-Doo's mana. So mana totally even for these two teams. We'll have to see if either one of them are going to be able to sneak away for a drink. Full blind now onto Sea-Doo. Trill trades up the Cloak of Shadows early. He is on the run. He's actually just trying to get aggressive, hooking away, but Zeepai is there in hot pursuit. Unfortunately, a diminishing return kidney shot really not going to be effective on Trill. He's going to be A-okay as he continues his push here on tomorrow.
Yep, you see Maro here popping up the shifting power, looking for a little bit of a reset right now, trying to build some distance. Sheep's coming out onto Sam I Am, but now they will connect here onto Maro. What do they have here? Doesn't look like they have too much. They have that alter time, maybe a soul shape or a human ratio, but that's about it. They need offense. Dragon's Breath coming out from Maro, but he's not going to be able to follow it up with a sheep. He gets feared actually, as Trill is taking quite deadly damage right now. Sea-Doo though countering with some beautiful heals, and that's going to be the Guardian Spirit here onto Trill, so they do get that at least. Combustion from Maro in 45 seconds. Ascraft sat down, I think, somewhere for a drink. He's going to come back, but now he actually he didn't pre-Iron Bark anything. He gets full blinded. Maro in a lot of trouble here. He's getting spammed dispelled here on the heels, and he's dropping dangerously low. Chastise onto Ascraft. Do they have anything to follow it up? DR blind. They're really going for the kill here on the side of Team Liquid, but look at Trill. He's taking huge damage. There's no Guardian Spirit. Full counterspell onto Sea-Doo. Trill might actually go down here. 10 seconds away on that combustion for Maro. Trill, Zeepai actually cloaking offensively. Trill still has it in his back pocket. It's a race. Maro is dropping very, very low right now. 5 seconds away for that Iron Bark. Full blind onto Sea-Doo. This could be Sam I Am. He's got nothing. He has a cloak out of this. Can he survive the stun? He gets the cloak, and he gets his Eternal Aegis trinket. Another close call here for Team Liquid. And now look at Maro. He's got his ice block coming back up. Mana somewhat tied between these two healers, and the next setup could be actually a win for SK Gaming.
Yeah, it definitely could. Let's see if they're able to pull it off, and that would be massive too, because it's the home field advantage for Team Liquid. This would put SK Gaming in a commanding lead in this series. Sam is incredibly low. He's going to have to do a good job kiting. They have to really pick their moment, because with no cloak and no vanish, Sam is very susceptible to the damage of Maro. Interrupt now onto Maro. He's going to be running away. We have a big Cenarian War. That should be more than enough for him to survive. Now they actually make a swap onto Zeepai at the same time. We have Trill in trouble. A full blind out onto Sea-Doo. Is there any follow-up? Look at Asgrath. He's moving into position. Can they get it? They get a bash into a potential Cyclone. No, Sam I Am shuts it down with the gouge. Great defense there by Sam I Am. And Asgrath actually going to trade out his Tranquility to avoid the incoming crowd control, but he's caught into a full blind. Has to break out of that with the IQD. Maro overlaps, an absolutely devastating overlap here for SK Gaming. No ice block. I think Maro is completely fine, but Asgrath going into that full blind is able to actually break it, and that is super unfortunate. Now we have a full polymorph on Sea-Doo. SK Gaming trying to get back into this game offensively, but Sam I Am has his Cloak of Shadows. I think Trill is probably going to be the best target that they can go after. This combustion from Maro could be lethal here, Z.
Yeah, and it has to be, because they don't have many opportunities left. Look at Ascraft. He's completely tapped on mana, healing with the Innervate right there, actually looking for a drink. Maro trying to buy him some time, but can he do it? He blinks out of the kidney, and Ascraft is being kept in combat by Sea-Doo. He's got Iron Bark. He's going to immediately pop it there. He needs to try to drink with this. They're trying to get aggressive, but there's no counterspell. There's no CC onto Sea-Doo. They just shove the combustion here, and they swap on that Guardian Spirit. They're trying to tax Sea-Doo's mana. Ascraft with nothing left, sitting down for a drink. If a Team Liquid can stop that drink, it might be lights out here for Maro. They do stop it there with an excellent distract, I believe, from Trill. Kidney shot onto Trill. Full blind onto Sea-Doo. He's got no way out. Trill trading out the Cloak of Shadows. They get the bash. Can Maro get the Ring of Frost? He gets it. Full Ring of Frost. But Sea-Doo with the IQD does break out. But Trill still in a lot of trouble here. It's a race though. Zeepai in a full kidney. They got the full blind. They got the full sap. They get the full fear. And Zeepai, he is out of here. Beautiful game coming out from Team Liquid, but that was a close one, and that was with Team Liquid's map and ping advantage. SK Gaming and Team Liquid are just getting started here.
Yeah, Team Liquid tying up the series 1-1, and they came out to play this game. They had a few close calls. There was one on Sam I Am. He came out Cloak of Shadows at 10% health, but they just really stuck it in there. And it's so hard on this small map, it seems like, for Azrath to get mana, because the Grand, he was getting drinks early on. He was max distance, 60 yards away. They can't stop him. But on these close quarters and hook point, they could just stop his drink. Sea-Doo runs in to harass him as well. And Team Liquid just played a really solid game. They just made sure to stay steady defensively, sit on the mage. And once Asgrath zoomed, they just held the gas pedal and did not let up whatsoever.
That's exactly what you want to be doing, especially on the small map. So I think we can all guess where we're going. Well, don't know exactly where, but we're going to be going to a large map, that's for sure. Asgrath wants a little bit more distance from these rogues, especially when you come out of, like, when you get out of combat. You just want distance from your team, right? Like on this map, Sam I Am, when he goes over and he finds that crowd control on Asgrath, he can get back to his target immediately, and that is not what you want. You want to be 40 yards away as the healer, so at least if one of the rogues is going to crowd control you, he can't actually do damage at the same time. There's just too much distance in between, and that's just going to buy you a lot more time in the match. But we can see the overall damage in this match. It's going to be a bit of a lead here for Team Liquid, as you really would expect with the double Outlaw Rogue. There's just a lot of constant pressure in the match, and obviously a lot of healing that Asgrath's going to have to deal with. So that's kind of the main difference in this match. But super close. Even at the end, we saw a really close call on Zeepai. Trill just kind of going for it, willing to make the trades. And ultimately, it is going to be Team Liquid that does come out ahead. And we're all tied up in this series.
Yeah, just crazy series. But I have a feeling this one is going to go all the way. I think this is going to be a game 5. And wait, is it the first game 5 actually we have today? Have we had a game 5 series yet?
I don't think
we have.
Yeah, so I think my prediction is this will be our first game 5 because these two teams are definitely evenly matched. Sorry, man.
No, I was going to say, when you're like, yeah, is this our first game 5 of the day? It's like, well, it's not a game 5 yet. It could be, definitely. But yeah, we could see the crowd control that goes on. And just look at Asgrath in a kidney shot, and immediately the rogues are just all over Morrow. And there was kind of a big overlap. It didn't end up mattering that much. I think it was Morrow and Asgrath that did overlap later on in the game. But yeah, just constant pressure on this mage, constant pressure onto Asgrath. You can see right now Asgrath completely tapped on mana with 20% dampening. Zeepai, he doesn't have that major cooldown that's going to keep him alive, that evasion. So he actually uses his trinket, he breaks out of the stun, he has no evasion, and Sam I Am and Trill, basically, that was really interesting, synergized completely with their hook. And this is where Trill actually is in a little bit of trouble. He decides to actually trade out his trinket, his will to survive, and gets off some of his healing, his Cloak of Shadows. Sidu's still in crowd control, but ultimately that breaks, and this is where they get the full blind on Asgrath. Zeepai in the kidney shot, and Sam and Trill just able to really kind of rip in. The Dragon's Breath so nicely timed there by Morrow to try to gap the crowd control. It was very close. Like Morrow, that Dragon's Breath, it was excellently done. He waited till like the last second when he knew everyone was going to try to re-crowd control his Druid, and he was able to almost disrupt it. He didn't get everybody. The Vanish ended up kind of immuning that, I do believe, and he got the sap. So really good plays from both these teams. Super close game, because I do feel like if Zeepai somehow lived there, if there was a gap in that CC chain, Zeepai would have lived, and it would have been Trill that would have likely went down.
Absolutely. I think mana was a big factor as well in that one. And as a druid, it's really hard to get those drinks there on hook point. But now we're going to the bright and shiny Empyrean domain. There's going to be plenty of space for Asgrath to run around and get drinks and try to kind of stall out the game here. So you look like you got something to say there upstairs.
I just thought it was funny. I think right when the game ended, we're like, yep, we know where we're going. Well, we can't be too certain, but we know where we're going. We're going to Empyrean. He's going to run across the map, leap across the map, get a re-stealth and drink. And I really want to see SK just thinking towards the future if they play this more. If they play small maps, I wonder if they could actually try to play a bit more defensive when he does need to get those drinks and dampening, maybe a defensive blind instead, because it seems like mana is the biggest factor in this matchup. Because if SK can get to that point in, 15, 20, 25% dampening, and Asgrath has like half a mana pool, and they're just going to eventually clean him out. They're going to keep Morrow really steady, keep him full HP, and eventually you land a combust on one of these rogues and it's lights out. So I think this big map is going to be really good for them. I think it's going to be a huge mana battle, and hopefully Team Liquid, if they want to win this match, especially on the swing game here in game 3, they definitely need to make sure they're trying their best to stop Asgrath, because if he gets away, if he gets even 20% mana on a drink early on, or even in dampening, I think it's going to be really bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can actually get off those drinks in this match. I think it's something that Sidu is going to have to look for as well if he wants to actually maintain into the late game. But I mean, at the end of it all, it's so difficult for both of these teams. All four of these EPS are just incredibly durable. Both Outlaw Rogues, or all three Outlaw Rogues, as well as the Fire Mage, super difficult targets to take down. So it is going to come down to, you know, mana, well-executed crowd control chains, and likely the late game. A little bit of dampening might be required in order for this one to close out. But a kidney shot on Trill. They're looking for first blood early on. Trill's going to trade out his will to survive, Cloak of Shadows, evasion, every single thing basically except his vanish in order to survive, but that's going to allow C2 to sit that initial crowd control, and now they're actually trying to make a turnaround onto Zeepai, but Zeepai strikes back with some damage here, and now onto Samayam. A great start for SK.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here for SK, and they didn't actually get the sap there onto C2 out of the blind. It looked like Zeepai was going for it, but not sure if C2 had something that was keeping him in combat or what, but either way, still pretty decent opener here for SK. Bash into Polymorph, but it gets kicked. That could have been very deadly. Nice kick there by Sam, breaking up that chain, and now pressure onto Morrow. Full blind onto Asgrath. Trill going for the sap, gets it, and Morrow here, what is he going to do? He pre-alters the kidney, he trinkets out and line of sight because he was barely in C2's line there. He could have gotten dispelled, and now Zeepai forced to trade out his trinket as well as they swap to him. So good push here from Team Liquid. Can they get Asgrath as well to use something? C2 with the early symbols of hope. Asgrath going to be trading out his bark skin as well as that nature swiftness. So actually a lot of cooldowns being exchanged there on those two blind, or on that blind sap chain. They get 2 trinkets for it, and they force out the nature swiftness as well. And of course Samayam going to have now his blind. Trill has a vanish, so Samayam going to be sending that blind as soon as possible. Trill going to be vanishing. Morrow actually tries to Nova the vanish, but Trill is too slow on the re-CC. He's not able to get it, and look at C2. Can Zeepai find something? Can Morrow find something? No, neither team gets the follow-up there on that push. Could have been deadly otherwise, and Asgrath actually sitting down to heal. He's got a efflorescence there on the ground, trying to keep his team in the fight with that, and Asgrath will return here with full mana. The big map already paying a little bit of dividends here for the team of SK. Morrow getting interrupted there on that cheap shot, cheap attempt. Zeepai going for the gouge, realizing his mage is not going to get any CC anyway. Double Dragon's Breath coming out here from Morrow, and now Team Liquid looking to get aggressive onto Zeepai. They get a full blind sap onto Asgrath. Zeepai with no trinket here for another minute. He's going to have to survive yet another blind after this one, and this was his evasion. So on that next blind sap, Samayam is going to have his blind up very, very shortly. Trill is going to be able to sap. Oh, never mind. Trill just popped his vanish, so he's not going to be able to sap it. But still, it could be a dangerous situation coming up here for Zeepai.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. Let's see if they can do it. CD's actually tried to go down for a bunch of drinks here, but Morrow shut it down with a bunch of flame strikes as well. So great job so far by SK Gaming, realizing that's probably a big mana advantage that they do have. But CD right now sitting down for a drink once again. Flame Strike shuts it down once again, and now Samayam and a kidney shot as he's taking quite a bit of pressure. Cloak of Shadow is going to be available, so this upcoming combustion not going to be too devastating. We have a full blind onto Asgrath, as it looks like Team Liquid is looking to get aggressive. Do they have a follow-up sap? It looks like Trill will be able to find it. Big kidney shot here onto Zeepai. Huge opportunity, and C2 once again sitting down for a drink. So I like this offensive push by Team Liquid, but they realize, you know what? Probably not going to win here, but it does buy C2 a little bit of time to actually recover his mana. So I think both these teams are realizing how much mana really is going to matter in a matchup like this. And you could tell that the matchup has kind of evolved into these healers drinking early and often.
Yeah, these are some thirsty healers right now. Asgrath actually might have been drinking too long. Sidu's in great position here. Maybe go for a Chastised into a Fear or something. They go for a blind. Sidu's in position. He's throwing out offensive dispels here on Tomorrow. And they follow it up with a sap is the question. They don't have any vanishes by the looks of it, but they do have a kidney shot. Sidu, though, gets put up in the full Ring of Frost. How can the RMD get some advantage with that? It doesn't look like it. Sidu will just sit through it. No, they follow it up with a blind. Trill forced to trade out his Vanish with the Crimson Vial. Defensively there, Trill with that nice heads-up play. Kidney shotting Zeepai, continuing the pressure on Tomorrow. This is the combustion. Trill actually using the Cloak of Shadows here as well to stay aggressive on target. Full Fear onto Asgrath. Fey Guardians onto Trill to allow him to continue to press that W key. And Sidu trying to fake cast Morrow. He actually does fake cast his counterspell there. Morrow, how is he going to survive this one? Not able to get a polymorph out of that bash, and also not getting that counterspell. Excellent place there from Sidu to fake cast that one, because that could have been a kind of a momentum swing otherwise in favor of SK. But now, as a result, Sidu's going to be out of crowd control, and he can continue to keep Trill and Sam at full HP, which is going to allow them to continue to pressure Morrow, Ascraft sitting down for a drink once again. Morrow left on his own, trying to kite here. Sidu's mana and looking a little bit worse here than the mana of Asgrath. Asgrath, though, has to pick somebody up here. He has to get some heals onto Morrow. Full blind coming out, and they do have a sap. I believe they're actually thinking IQD'd out of that sap. It looked like it at least. And we're going to see a full kidney onto Asgrath. A little bit of split pressure. No, they're not going to continue onto Asgrath. They're just going to continue the pain train onto Morrow. But with that IQD, I think that's the best that they could hope for here in that situation. Sidu getting cycloned out of that blind, and now a low-ish cyclone here onto Trill as SK Gaming look to plan their next move.
Yeah, but we'll have to see who they decide to go after. 4% dampening at this point of the game. Sam I Am getting cleaved down. Nice double Dragon's Breath coming in from Morrow. You can see Asgrath still just positioned so far away, and that is the help of this map. Sam I Am hooking over, getting the kidney shot. Is he going to be able to follow it up? That is the question. Is full blind's going to land? Morrow actually, I think, making a bit of a mistake, getting too close to Asgrath. It's going to make it really easy for Sam and Trill to follow up that crowd control. So maybe a little bit of a positional error there, but I think ultimately SK will survive. Mana once again in favor of SK though, and these drinks need to start happening from the side of Team Liquid if they want to be able to sustain into the long game, or they need to find a kill sooner rather than later. Morrow once again playing on top of Asgrath, full kidney shot into a blind, and I really feel like them stacking up is a huge error against Team Liquid. Can be very comfortable to kite back to your healer, but with Outlaw Rogues, it is almost never ideal. You're just going to eat so much crowd control, especially when there's two of them. A full blind going out onto Sidu right now, as it looks like SK is trying to set up kind of a counter attack here on Morrow. He's got no ice block. The Cauterize is available, but the question is, can they get through the Cauterize? Trill right now taking a huge hit of damage. We've got a Cyclone onto Sidu. Trill around the corner, but Morrow also just getting cleaved down by Sam, who's on a solo mission. Great pressure coming in from Sam I Am on that rogue. You can tell Trill's been helping him out with his damage rotation. He's putting out a ton of pressure.
Yeah, but Morrow catches the Iron Bark. Alter time. Is it going to be enough here? Asgraf sitting through a CC chain. They do get a full sap as well. They purge the Alter time. Morrow on the run here. He's got the Cauterize to rely on, but that is it. He really doesn't want to use it, and it looks like Morrow will survive. Another chain overgrowth does connect, and it doesn't look like Sidu is spamming out those dispels, and I think Morrow should survive here. He's got the Gladiator's emblem popped as well. Catches a massive Nature Swiftness here. Connects with the sheep onto Sidu's Trill. How is he going to survive? He's got no human racial, and they're going to go after Sam I Am. Trill realizing ahead of time that what kind of danger he's in. Now, if they can get Sam I Am to low HP here, this could be the ticket forward for SK Gaming. They're looking to push for the win here, but still a dicey situation for Morrow. Stuck in a kidney shot with no ice block. Could be scary. Full blind onto Asgrath. Morrow, how he's going to stay alive here. Goes for the sheeps onto Trill. Zepai is in a fear. He actually swaps the sheep over onto Sidu, and this is great kind of offensive defense by Morrow. They get a full blind onto Sidu as well. Sap onto Zepai though. Beautiful play there by Sam I Am, and they're pushing for the win. It's 3v1. Morrow procs the Cauterize. He's on the run. He's on fire, but he does catch a big heal once again from Asgrath, but still, that was the last line of defense here for SK Gaming. They only have that combustion. Trill has no human racial for about another minute maybe, and Morrow is going to have to just 100-0 him with that in a stun potentially if they want to win this, or just try to stay alive as much as possible. But the mana between Sidu and Asgrath is starting to equalize. Asgrath is going to need to find a drink, and here we go. They're going to pop it off onto Sam I Am. Trill pre-cloaks the kidney. Beautiful play there by Trill, realizing he could be in a lot of danger there, and as a result, Trill will be able to stay aggressive here and turn the pressure back onto Morrow. They do have a blind coming up here as well for Sam I Am with a sap. They get a full fear onto Asgrath actually, so that blind will be on diminishing returns. Not sure if I would have rather seen the blind, but they just continue the chain there with a kidney shot. If they could sap out of it, they might be able to blind out of the sap actually, but doesn't look like they will be able to find it. Morrow looks like he will stay alive for another go.
Yeah, really excellently done, but at the same time, Trill may have overstayed his welcome in the middle of the map. There's no cooldowns left. Any crowd control on Sidu. Trill could ultimately fall. He does have the Vanish as well as the Fey Guardians, so gets the Fey Guardians, trades out the Vanish, goes for the sap, going for the aggressive plays, They have SK Gaming on the back foot, but at the same time, Trill may have overstayed his welcome. He's taking so much damage, and Sidu, there's really not that many tools left to work with. The Fey Guardian's paying work right now for Trill. He's got the evasion, might have to trade that out, as well as the feint. Feint will reduce some of this incoming damage. He's going for Morrow, but the beautiful Vortex by Asgrath will slow down Trill and Samayam in their push on this mage. Asgrath going to be channeling out a Fleshcraft, looking to immune some crowd control out of line of sight, catch up some heals onto Zeepai and Morrow, and it looks like they will be able to stabilize. At the same time, though, Team Liquid is taking quite a bit of cleave damage here. Trill, a good target, as well as Sam. Sidu actually getting interrupted. Morrow has the combustion. Is he just going to rip it out? It seems like when Morrow uses that combust, he's willing to just throw damage on both rows, just get the cleave pressure out, force Sidu to heal through multiple targets, and Morrow has actually weathered the storm, Zico, where he's at the point where his Ice Block is now off cooldown.
Yeah, still a long way to go, though, for that Cauterize, but at least he's going to have that in his back pocket. Full blind onto Sidu. He's home. This is it, potentially. He gets a Ring of Frost around himself into a full sheep onto Sidu. Sidu breaks out with the IQD, gets a Guardian Spirit onto Samayam. That combustion getting massive value here for Morrow. And Asgrath is sitting down for a drink. He's getting massive mana here. And now, all of a sudden, SK Gaming are looking to take this game number 3. Can they do it? Samayam on 50% HP. Asgrath's in a full blind. Morrow has the Ice Block. Really isn't any opening. Zeepai has every cooldown, and Samayam stuck in a kidney shot. Sidu trying to heal. What a beautiful charge on the grip of Sidu right there, and that will secure SK getting the kill. MVP play coming out from Asgarath with that charge root, because when you charge someone on Druid, it roots you for just a split second, and he times it perfectly with the life grip of Sidu, and we've seen Asgarath do this time and time again. What an insane Druid.
He's so
honestly
good.
That was just the drink too. Like, drink to half mana, used about 20, like used almost half the mana that he got just to pre-hot and to get everyone to full health. Bear charged the grip. I mean, that was just phenomenal by Asgrath at the end. And SK Gaming 2-1, and this is looking kind of like a repeat of the first time we saw them. And just like Ben said, it's so funny to see series like this, and this is what I love, when we have a series like this where people are playing the same comp through the whole way, and every team is trying their best to adapt, and they know their win conditions. And just like Ben said, they're just adapting to and understanding their win conditions with especially just mana. And Asgrath knows everyone's full health, go for the drink there. And they did the reverse of Team Liquid last game. Team Liquid had a lead, pressed the gas pedal, and SK Gaming had the lead, pressed the gas pedal at the end. And wow. Honestly, that bear root at the end is just still amazing to see. That was great.
Yeah, we're going to get to see it in the replay. And honestly, I was just watching Sam. We're going to see it. I mean, this is a little bit earlier on in the match, but I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about later on with Sam. He said, like, the worst, most unfortunate series of events. This is where Asgrath, I think, was able to recover some mana a little bit later on. So Trill right now and Sam taking a bunch of damage. Asgrath gets caught into a fear, and I think he might actually sneak away and try to go for a drink right now. So throws out his mana. Here it is. He goes for the drink, and they just have a lot of pressure on Sam, and Asgrath just healing up. Sam, I am barely holding on during that moment, but you can see Sam just, I don't know how much longer he's really going to be able to live. Asgrath eventually does get out of crowd control, and I think Sam lives here, but Sam actually trades out his Vanish, so he goes for an aggressive play with his Vanish, and unfortunately he's just too slow to actually be able to get there. So look at this, the full blind goes out on Asgrath, and Samayam vanishes, and this is one of the first time you see the rogue actually not fast enough to get there. He gets knocked out of his stealth, immediately met with a kidney shot and the bear grip on that charge. Sam goes from basically trying to set his team up for a win to completely shut down and destroyed by SK. So unfortunate for him, but they can bounce back. But SK Gaming definitely looking much more comfortable in the matchups today than what we saw yesterday.
And I just realized when he died there, it shows their real name. Was his rogue's name Was R? Like his EU rogue? Is that what that's called? Yeah, so, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
The illusion has been broken.
I gotta say, on the side of Liquid, Sam's got some great names. He got Wazar, and he's got Chanayam as well on his Warlock. So he's definitely winning on the names, I would say.
Waz aren't really that good of a name. Like, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Like, I don't think it's that good of a name.
Well, I just think it's funny to walk around on that.
Yeah, fair enough. But we are going to be flushed down to the sewers, and SK Gaming going to be looking to take down Team Liquid here. But yeah, Team Liquid choosing the sewers. kind of fitting, honestly. Let's see if they can actually close it out with this double Outlaw Rogue. They need to tie up this series. But this is a lower bracket series, so keep in mind, I mean, this is one thing that we did mention today. The team that wins this will be guaranteed a top 3. So you're already in a kind of a position where you get a medal and you get to play against KAWHI. The team that loses this, obviously going to be eliminated. So very stressful game here for Team Liquid, but they have the map advantage, they have the ping advantage. Definitely an opportunity for them here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Both of these teams, they want it, and I think Team Liquid, man, they want that shot at getting a game or a series into KUNGARNA and also getting that rematch against KAWHI. It was a good series last time they fought each other. So yeah, Team Liquid, you're going to need to bounce up here in a big way. I don't know about you guys, but that last game on Hook Point that they played was a different story, right? SK Gaming, not able to get those same type of drinks all the time, and was very close in terms of mana as well, up until the point where Asgrath just got a massive drink, which was, I think, a key reason to why SK Gaming are able to win. The other thing is, of course, just being stacked up against the Outlaw Rogue is just not a good time in general. You're just getting instantly blinded and kidneyed and off CC'd and sometimes even cleaved as well as the rest of Druids. So I think Team Liquid, I'm kind of expecting them to bring us to a game 5 after this one, and that's really where SK Gaming, they're going to need to bring it. They're going to have that double advantage potentially if we get to a game 5, but if it's up to SK, they want to close it out right now. And Dalaran Sewers here, it's not too bad of a map actually as a mage, because you can use the small portion there or the outskirts portion and just do big laps kind of around it. However, it is not too good for Asgrath. Of course, he's not going to have a lot of places to drink in. And in general, it is a map that will favor Team Liquid. Let's see if they can do it here, or if they will just be going home in 4th. SK versus Liquid 2-1. And it's going to be Team Liquid going for I believe, a remake there. And the gates were not open when the first person left. So I'm pretty sure that's an easy remake. And we'll get that game started. But now we've kind of seen what to expect. We've seen the comps, we've seen the cams, we've seen the mindset that the players are in. What do you guys think? Who wins this one?
I don't know how much information that really revealed. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know if I could give you an honest answer.
I'm thinking Liquid, small map. I think we're kind of seeing the same story that we saw in the first series with them yesterday, and I'm thinking small map. Liquid can win this game, like you said. Asgrath, I mean, I do not want to be being a healer against double Outlaw Rogue, and you just can't avoid any blinds. You're getting blinded on diminishing return. You're getting kidneyed. You're getting gouged off. You're getting sapped. So I think it's going to be really hard for him to get drinks. But like you said, he's also a target in this game too. He can get cleaved down a bit if he doesn't have HOTS. He can get CC'd pretty much on cooldown by Team Liquid. So I'm thinking the map advantage is definitely for Team Liquid. And as long as they kind of avoid subtle positional mistakes that they had in the first game, I think they can take this game.
Well, let's see if they can do it. SK Gaming versus Team Liquid, game number 4 between these two teams. This is an elimination series. The loser of this will be going out in 4th place and missing out on the medals, which is not what you want. A lot of bragging rights on the line as well. My prediction was Team Liquid is going to be able to come ahead, but SK Gaming, they've just been looking so good with their Rogue Mage Druid. It's just a joy to see a player like Asgrath actually get to play on his Druid. He's just such a playmaker. That fine balance between offense and defense can be one of the hardest things to do on a Restoration Druid, but he's able to just pull it off so consistently, and he's a huge factor as to why SK Gaming has been so successful. But on the small map, it can be really, really difficult. There was a few times in the last game I threw a little bit of criticism on tomorrow, because I feel like as a DPS, your comfort a lot of the time can be kiting back to your healer, but it's often not the right choice against a double Outlaw Rogue. It's just, as soon as you get back to your healer, that means Sam I Am and Trill can go for those off kidneys, go for the off gouges, go for the vanish saps without really missing a beat on damage, and that is not what you want. So we'll see if SK Gaming makes any adaptations. It's going to be a little bit harder on this small map, but the gates are open, and we are underway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, will SK Gaming close it out here 3-1, or will Team Liquid bring us to the first game 5 of today? If it's up to Team Liquid, they want this. They want to go all the way to the finals. They want to take down KUNGARNA. They want to take down KAWHI. They want to take down everybody. Can they do it, though, is the question. Right now, SK Gaming, a big obstacle in their way. Full sheep onto Sam gets dispelled by Sidu. Some damage coming in here onto Maro as those echoing reprimands. He gets popped, as well as that adrenaline rush. Maro taking huge damage, full blind onto Askarov. This is a great start for Team Liquid. I think they can get a cauterized or a block at least here. All the time back from Maro. Full sap onto Askarov. Trill gets defensively blinded, but is that going to be enough? They have a kidney shot out of this, but look at that Dragon's Breath. No, it almost times it perfectly there to leave a gap for Askarov to just get an overgrowth or something. The CC chain continues, but finally Askarov is out of the CC, but Maro's on 1 HP. He can get a big heal there. The Niche Swift is finally coming through, and that was an extremely close call, and I feel like for all the criticism that we could throw on Maro, that was an absolutely beastly kind of sequence of plays there to stay alive without having any of those kind of major defensives proc there. So Maro doing a great job just kiting, staying alive, using his ult time, and also Zipai doing a great job there, peeling with the defensive blinds, slowing down the rogues. And now SK Gaming, they're having a little bit of a better start here, but they need to get some offense as well. They pop the combustion. They do get a Guardian Spirit of Sidu, but can they get more? Full blind onto Askarov. Here's the next CC chain. They get a full sap out of it as well. Sidu's in position, spamming out the dispels. Can he get the ult of time? Can he get the damage? They get a sap, and Zipai gets kidneyed. Askarov channels out the Fleshcraft to avoid a kidney there. I think he might have avoided Samayam's kidney. They're going after Sidu. There's no Guardian here, and Samayam actually getting bashed. They have more CC for Sidu. Dragon's Breath! That is it! Unbelievable swap coming out here. Mar didn't even have combustion. That was crazy. Look at Mar. Look at that grin on his face. Yeah, I did.
He's like that Dragon's Breath. He's probably telling us, you like that Dragon's Breath, right? Kidney into Dragon's Breath. And Dragon's Breath has a bit of a damage threshold on it, so it doesn't break right away, even to instant damage.
Yeah, it's like a half-second stun almost when they do it.
Yeah.
Yep. It can act as like a little mini stun, and that's exactly what Maro did. It was a kidney shot into the kidney shot. There was no IQD available. SK Gaming with a beautiful kind of surprise swap, turning the map on its head with easy access to Sidu. They will be eliminating Team Liquid, and now they get to play against KAWHI in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting lower bracket. I mean, it's definitely heartbreaking to see them go down like that. That fourth game, you were thinking, oh, maybe we'll get a nice repeat of yesterday, back and forth series. But SK Gaming, like you said, they've just seemed a lot more stable today. And those Dragon's Breath by Maro, I mean, you see at the end the clear win by just Dragon's Breathing off the kidney. And every time that happens as a healer, you're thinking, okay, I'm fine. I can just fade out of this. I can fade out of this. I can fade out of this. And yeah, Sidu just goes down, unfortunately. No Guardian. He had fade out of that, but the Dragon's Breath pretty much quarter stun. Just wow. All these games are intense. I'm getting out of breath again. The casts are out of breath. I'm a rookie.
You're doing great, Upsurge.
Doing fantastic. Always nice to have your insights here. But we can see this final setup. Maro did such a good job. I wanted to call out, that initial push on Maro that he survived. He actually started with his emblem, and it ended up fading during the crowd control chain. So it's very rare, though, that actually happens. Askarov CC'd for over 15 seconds in the beginning, and Maro didn't have to trade out the cauterizer ice block. So I can't see it, but I'm suspecting that Sidu has already traded out his will to survive or his IQD, so he really had no stun break and no Guardian Spirit. So that's what we're really looking for, the swap. SK Gaming not really revealing their master plan, or maybe they didn't even know exactly what they wanted to do at this point of the game. Maro's going to be moving away. Sidu, look at this. Look at the position that he's going to be in here, and Zipai able to trade out that super nasty, double, super lethal, double kidney shot combo. Don't know what else to call it, but it's nasty. Double kidney shot coming in here. Sidu, you can see, just taking tons and tons of damage. The Ring of Fire drops down, vanish into another kidney shot, and at the last second, the Dragon's Breath before Sidu can do anything. It's obviously, it's a frustrating thing to go through against the Outlaw Rogue Fire Mage. You think, I'm barely going to be able to survive. I'm going to be able to get off the fade and ultimately live, but that Dragon Breath comes in and shuts it down.
I think Maro actually used shifting power to reset that Dragon's Breath too. I'm not sure if he did a Dragon's Breath like ring sheep.
He did. He did. He double DB'd the rogues. So he actually barely got her off, I think. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so he actually DBs the rogues, then he gets the Ring of Fire off because in the middle of his cast, Askrath goes for an MVP bash on the rogue that was still stopping him. And during that time, while he's walking across the pillar, he's channeling that shifting power, gets a couple of extra fire blasts from it, a pyro, and that Dragon's Breath back off cooldown. So Maro, that's some beautiful stuff right there. That's what we like to see as a mage.
So it sounds like you guys think that SK Gaming like tremendously stepped it up from the last time that we saw these two teams play against each other. Team Liquid then, in this situation, was there really much more they could have done? Was SK Gaming just on it today?
Wait, was that question for me? I think it was, right? Well,
I think it was for Zico, but you know what? Go ahead, Ben.
I thought it was for Zico too, but
You're
then I was like, wait,
confusing me.
did you say Ben?
Stealing my questions?
Go ahead, Zico.
Hey, whoever
Nah,
wants
it's
to-
all right.
whoever
You
wants
sounded
to
like you had a
tackle
good
it.
answer. Send it.
I didn't have a good answer, but yeah, I feel like this is one thing that I mentioned yesterday, right? Where what happens for a lot of these teams, especially against kind of a unique composition like Double Outlaw Rogue, is you might not have the most experience. Team Liquid, going into yesterday's games, probably had hundreds, literally hundreds of games as Double Outlaw versus Rogue Mage. SK Gaming maybe had none, right? Like maybe they never played against Double Outlaw Rogue. So they're definitely going to have to catch up in terms of strategies. And I think today it just seemed like SK Gaming was a lot more prepared for the composition. I think they had a good comp for it too. The Rogue Mage Druid seems solid in the late game. Restorer Druid seems like one of the better healers into the Outlaw Rogue. So I think they had a smart pick. They made some good plays and were able to just best Team Liquid today.
Yeah, well, and well done to them. Now they're going to be moving on in the bracket here, and now they have to face KAWHI, who's going to be another very difficult challenge. Absurge, do you think they're up to it?
I think so. I think if they keep playing like they are now with that series against Team Liquid, that it'll be a really close and intense game. So I think this is the first time we've seen SK against KAWHI as well, right? Since KAWHI's been in the upper bracket. So another NA versus EU matchup, and I'm definitely excited for this.
Yeah, me too. As a player, Absurge, like, did you prefer being able to kind of go directly from one win into another series that you knew was going to be difficult, or would you rather have a kind of a series in between to sort of take a break?
I think as long as there's a small break in between, for me, I think most people kind of feel that way, where if you have like a 5 to 10 minute break, it's okay. I think having to play each thing back to back to back without much of a break, or even honestly, if you're riding a lot of momentum, like SK will probably be off this win against Team Liquid, you don't want to have that hour-long break, because as we've seen, these series can last a long time. So you don't want to beat Team Liquid 3-1 and then, all right, I'm going to sit on my couch for like an hour, hour and a half, take a breather. You want to, take 5 to 10 minutes, kind of reset, decompress, and go back in. Yeah, nap time if you sit on the couch for too long. So I think the 5 to 10 minute break and get back into the game, because if SK keeps it up like they are right now and they're on fire, I think they're going to have they're going to be a good challenge for KAWHI, I think.
All right, well, let's see what they can do against KAWHI up next for the lower finals. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals to face off against KUNGARNA. We're going to head to a break and we'll be right back. back. We are now in the lower finals. Only one match before we head over to the grand finals. We're going to eliminate a third and final team before we see KUNGARNA face off against either KAWHI versus SK Gaming. Zaryu, you were watching, right? I heard you were really excited.
Yeah, I'm still wiping over my salty NA tears off my face. I don't know if you can see them. I was in the kitchen just screaming over those KAWHI KUNGARNA games. But and the Team Liquid versus SK. I don't know what's going on, NA. What's happening? Hopefully,
we started off so strong.
Yeah, jeez Louise. Here we have KUNGARNA securing themselves a spot in the grand finals, and I can't wait. I mean, whether it's SK or KAWHI that move forward, it is going to be a great show. But up next, we have the lower bracket finals. We have KAWHI versus SK Gaming. And I'm excited for this, right? So another Rogue Mage from Europe. I mean, SK has a lot of compositions, but potentially that Rogue Mage coming out from SK against KAWHI. And man, those games against KUNGARNA were so good. It was a 3-0, but darn, that second game just had me up and down, running around my house, screaming. So I can't wait for this this next series. I want to give it to KAWHI. My heart wants to give it to KAWHI for NA, but man, did SK look good against Team Liquid in that last series.
Yeah, I'm with you. And we talked a little bit about it before as well when we went to a break. SK Gaming, you know that they're going to be riding that high from that last series into this one against KAWHI. So I don't know. For me, my money's a little bit on SK Gaming, but obviously, personally, I don't really want to see a double EU finals, but I think KAWHI... You know, KAWHI still has it in him, but what do you think, Super Tees?
I'm curious to see what compositions SK Gaming's bringing to this. I'm imagining the Rogue Mage Druid, but Rogue Mage Druid plays a little bit differently than the Priest. I'm worried that the Druid will actually run out of mana if Prev is able to stay alive as long as he was in some of the games against KUNGARNA's team, where Meh just kept healing and healing. I think it's not going to be that easy for a Druid to make it that deep into dampening. So that's kind of the win condition I'm seeing for KAWHI. Also, the swaps are going to be a lot more lethal. So it really just depends on what healer SK Gaming are intending to lead. And with the way that Asgrath has been playing, like that Feral Charge on the Life Grip Sea-Doo, on that Empyrean Domain game, I'm imagining he's going to want to stay on that Druid, which could be something for KAWHI to take advantage of.
Also, real quick, before we get this match started, I just want to remind people you are running out of time to get your Fearless Spectator title, so make sure you are connecting your YouTube account. There's a little button down there, down next to the channel title that says rewards, and you click it, connect your channel, and then it'll change from rewards to connected, and you watch just for a couple hours, which is probably about how much we have left in this tournament, and then you'll get that in-game title. It takes about 48 hours to update, so make sure you're tuning into that so that you can get your Fearless Spectator title. That being said, why SK Gaming, high stakes right now. Either of these teams, though, they are guaranteed to get third, so that's certainly something to brag about. But did you change your shirt, Sid? When did you do that?
Yeah. We came back. It's two finals.
Looking nice.
We leveled up the transmog for the last two series. Okay.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, you gotta dress for the occasion. Okay, cool. So, Absurge, we haven't heard what you think though about this series.
I think Super T has kind of hit it on the head. I think SK is most likely going to pick Rogue Mage, but I don't know if Azeroth, maybe if he's feeling a little confident on his Druid today, that maybe he'll stick with the Druid. I'm not sure how it would fare into the Rogue Shadow Priest. I feel like with the Shadow Priest spam purging and the ability to, as no matter what you play against Druid, you're able to kind of swap targets. So, oh, there we go. The Priest Warrior Mage, though. So I think this could be pretty decent. I think it's not going to be as scary in terms of CC, but a Fury Warrior on your Shadow Priest is definitely going to be brutal. So we're heading into game one. KAWHI SK Gaming, Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin against Warrior Mage Holy Priest.
Wow, and Drake leaps in and opens on Morrow instantly, just grips across the entire map, is eager to get into this game, wasting no time here against SK Gaming, and Asgaroth uses that Fey Guardians, that 40% wall there to keep him aggressive. Morrow into the full kidney shot, no blink available to get out unless he's playing Shimmer for whatever reason. Does get locked out, unfortunately, on that Polymorph, but the Ring of Frost lands. Beautiful play there, Brain and some big CC, but Previ popping his heal from the Shadow Priest, about 50% life, has plenty of defensive options available. Line of sighting perfectly here while Brains and CC coming back into line of sight right when that CC fades, man, Previ is so incredible on that. Shadow Priest does have Stormbolt connecting though from Mercy, and here's the Ring of Fire from Morrow. Combustion still available. He does not decide to use the Combustion here on this go with no CC on the Brain. Surrender to Madness from Prev. So much damage connecting onto Morrow. That's the Siphene as well. Huge damage. Full kidney shot on the Asgroth. Morrow is going low here. Still has the Cauterize available. Full blind from Brain. Nice CC chain here from KAWHI. Morrow in the open. Full Hammer of Justice. Sap onto Asgaroth as well. How is Morrow going to survive this? Silence. Beautiful chain here from KAWHI. And that's the Ice Block, saving the Cauterize for another day.
That was an insane push. If KAWHI gets a CC chain like that again, it's over. But Prev is interrupted. Big turn of events here. And they managed to blast him through. Now he can disperse. They don't want to trade it. Brain's not crowd controlled. Prev's trying to reposition. Maybe pull Mercy out of line of sight and bait Morrow into the middle of the map so Morrow can't run away when they do their push. So this is a good pull by Prev, baiting Morrow into open field. But Drake actually gets punished and feared really far away. Now it's all three players of SK pushing on top of Brain. Prev isolated. Now Brain in a Dragon's Breath. Drake rolls over to try and stop, but he's caught in a Frost Nova. Sprints out to reconnect. Polymorph, who's going to stop it? Doesn't look like anyone can. Prev disperses, trying to line of sight, but that disperse is now faded. He's at half health. The kidney shot Mercy. Evacuation is going to be called here as Prev goes for a Mass Dispel with the Fey Guardians. Dismantle onto Mercy, slowing down his assault. Disarm onto Drake as well, trying to just slow down each melee attacker, but that was the dispersion outside the combustion window. Morrow has a big opening moving forward. They're standing on top of Brain. I'm not sure if they can reposition here. I feel like this is going to put a real brick in the wall for Prev, or for Brain in a moment, because he's not going to be able to avoid crowd control too easily. They're going to get triple feared. They're going to get triple DB'd here in a moment. Asgrath gets stunned. They're setting up and actually swapping targets, going after Mercy and cleaving Morrow at the same time, trying to get 2-target cleave, maybe to even out the mana, because right now Brain is falling behind in that regard.
Morrow and Mercy about 50% life. Asgaroth struggling to keep him topped. I am happy with that Priest choice, though, over the Restoration Druid. It's going to give him some more defensive options, maybe even a longer mana pool. He won't be able to get drinks off against KAWHI most likely, so I do like that pick. Hammer of Justice on the Asgaroth. Mercy about 50% life here in the blind onto Morrow on the Combustion. Man, there's nothing more annoying on the Mage when you pop Combust and you just get blinded. No Trinket, right? Because Morrow's playing Relentless, so forced to sit that blind. Offensive pressure from SK shut down beautifully by Drake. Now Prev, he's like a little panther or something, running around the pillar, line of sighting. Mercy popping Recklessness, connecting onto Prev. A lot of defensive options. Which one are you going to use? Nothing. Man, Previ so greedy, and most of the time it's paying off for him. You absolutely love to see it. Mercy there gets disarmed on the remainder of his Recklessness. Mercy though charging and connecting more damage onto Prev. No CC onto Brain quite yet though. Morrow building up that next combustion, using Ring of Fire for a lot of damage. But Previ getting low once again, not using the Fade, not using the Dispersion. Nice holds here defensively. I mean, I cannot believe it. How many close calls Prev is having and not using those defensive cooldowns. Full kidney shot though on tomorrow. Mana is looking bad here for KAWHI. Brain down to 20-30% mana. As I say that, it looks like he may be opting to find himself a drink. He's sitting down right now, but the beautiful awareness from Morrow to see that, cast the Flame Strike with that instant double Fire Blast charge there to cast an instant Flame Strike to stand Brain up from those drinks. Asgaroth has the mana advantage. Drake sitting that full polymorph, and Previ now taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, how's he going to make it out here? Brain Flesh crafts the crowd control, but Asgaroth is such a mana advantage at this point. Prev is stunned up. They're pushing in. Combustion gets popped. They're trying to force Brain's hand. He trades Divine Favor and Dispersion for that assault. They're not even bothering to control Brain. They know they can just out-pressure him and run him out of mana. Now, Asgaroth and a Hammer of Justice, a good opportunity for KAWHI to turn things around. They got that Ice Block earlier on with a long crowd control chain. Let's see what they can get done with this one. But Morrow alter times during that crowd control chain, regaining his entire health bar. And now the crowd control has been dropped. Brain is trying to drink. He got a tick of mana at least. But now he goes into the fear. Prev is on the run, trying to avoid Mercy. Nice kidney shot onto Mercy, pausing his assault while Brain was sitting to that crowd control, but he has now ultimately connected. Recklessness pop. Drake grappling hooks over for a dismantle onto the Warriors. Cooldowns, really good awareness and peels there, but now the grappling hook not going to be able to reconnect to Morrow if Morrow slips away and gets out of range for a polymorph. See if he can get in position for it, or if he's just going to keep sending damage. Mercy and a kidney shot. Asgaroth in a silence. Once again doing a setup onto the Warrior, getting enraged regen, and then likely switching back to the Mage. Morrow going to pop near images to reduce the damage on the swap. Try and get a shifting power off with crowd control on Drake to reset cooldowns. That combustion is now available. There's no disperse. Big Stormbolt push here, but Mercy gets dismantled. Going to min-max his time here during that dismantle with Fleshcraft. and then immediately finish off that Psy Fiend. But Maro's already down to half health through the burst damage. Brain participating in some damage as well here off to the side. Maro blinks away from it, back into midfield. Asgrath pushing forward as if he wants to get in for crowd control here in the near future towards Brain. Trev pulls away. Mercy is chasing him. Mercy's got that enraged regen already reset off cooldown, 3 seconds away. Mana surprisingly evening out here a minute into dampening. Pressure in favor of KAWHI, though. They intercept with a Fear on Brain, a stun on Prev, trying to slow down the attack and give time for Asgrath to recover throughout this dot damage from Prev. But he's CC'd for quite a long time, decides to dispel off some dots, go for the Apotheosis. Big Blade Storm from Mercy. Brain responds, though, with a huge Word of Glory, stabilizing throughout Mercy's attacks here. Looking to try and reset that Slaughterhouse with the Shadow Priest stun. He's got to make sure he line of sight so that he doesn't get a Rampage off, and Prev has line of sighted. Reset the Slaughterhouse stacks, allowing Brain to heal for more. But Prev now has to blink again, just constantly having to kite. A full polymorph onto Brain, but look at the damage. Control in favor of SK, but damage is in favor of KAWHI.
Yeah, Prev's still dipping low throughout this entire game, and a Surrendered Madness falls, so he's going to 30% life. What defensive cooldown is KAWHI going to trade out here? Looks like Vampiric Embrace, maybe going to need more here. No combustion for Maro for a few more seconds, and no CC on the Brain, so it looks like Prev will even out. And man, one of the reasons KAWHI's defense is so impenetrable is because there's so many defensive cooldowns on such short cooldowns, like Bop and Sacrifice and Dispersion and Fade for KAWHI to continue to trade. But as I say that, Maro is getting low on the side of SK Gaming. Ice Block is back up, though. So that second Ice Block of the game, Maro has that in his back pocket for whenever he needs it to be available. Kidney Shot, though, onto Maro. No blink to reply here. I'm not sure if he's playing Shimmer, but it seems like every time those kidneys are landing, Maro's getting very low here, but so is Prev. Mercy found his target. Disarm, though, from Drake. Beautiful defensive play there. Previ getting Mercy out in the open so he can get big dots, get him in the position where he wants, but Maro casting Frost gets kicked very low. Asgroth saves him with that Guardian Spirit, though. Another DR kidney shot from Drake, and Drake coming back to peel Prev here. Lots of defensive cooldowns from KAWHI, and mana is now somehow, some way in favor of KAWHI. I'm not sure if Brain is just flipped a switch here, got another drink, but geez, Asgaroth all of a sudden falling behind in mana about 8 minutes in here, 19% dampening. Now Prev popping Surrender to Madness. This is the aggression from KAWHI. This is what they need. Maro gets interrupted full blind into Asgaroth, and let's see there's another Ice Block. I love how Maro saves the Cauterize by Ice Blocking before that proc to save Cauterize as a second defensive cooldown. SK Gaming does have Combustion available. Maro looking to connect CC onto Brain to slowly force out the defensive cooldowns of KAWHI. We need that Disperse. We need that Fade. Maybe they opt to swap Drake or to Brain because it looks like Prev has almost every defensive option available. Surrender to Madness falls, but Prev doesn't have to use anything. Mercy going to the kidney shot and goes down and through the Fate Guardians. Looks like Asgaroth wasn't even in a super long chain, but when it gets to 23% dampening and Prev starts spreading those dots, I mean, anything is a kill option. And as you see there, Mercy does fall.
All right,
yeah, KAWHI. Oh, you can go, Sid.
This is just EU versus NA. This is the last chance for NA. There's 2 EU teams remaining. KAWHI take game 1. I think they won the coin flip, though. I think maybe we'll see it in the replay if it says home on their side. I'm pretty sure they did, and that's really important, I think, for KAWHI with Prev on the team.
Yeah, I think so. I think KAWHI definitely got the... Yeah, and he was home, so KAWHI had home advantage with the ping there, and KAWHI looking pretty sharp in this matchup. I think the Warrior maybe was a bit scary at first because SK Gaming just had a ton of pressure with Mercy just having full uptime, but once Drake started to come back off kidney, they would get in rage regen. He'd go back to Maro. He'd come back, disarm, kidney once again. So once they really shut down Mercy's pressure by controlling it with the kidneys and the dismantles, it seems like SK slowly fell behind on pressure. And KAWHI, you keep doing those swaps, and eventually you'll land a kill like we saw at the end there, where we're at 25% dampening, and one more swap to the Warrior with no regen, and he's just going to fall.
Yes, this is about 18% dampening here, so maybe a minute or so before the game is about to close out, and Maro just takes so much damage. I actually like defensively how Maro's saving that Cauterize. It was a beautiful Ice Block here with a long CC chain onto Asgaroth. It was the Blind and then the Hammer of Justice, I believe followed with a Blind as well. It does, we do skip forward here a little bit, and man, the advantage of a Shadow Priest and dampening. You have Prev here just dotting up everyone, and here's another full Blind onto Maro, or onto Asgaroth, and that Ice Block coming out from Maro, and the Hammer Justice. Yeah, it's that same replay we just saw. So just beautiful CC from KAWHI all around into that blind. So we do get a nice long chain there from Brain. Prev does fall with his Surrender to Madness falling, and that's scary, right? You pop Surrender to Madness, you have a lot of offensive pressure immediately, but the Surrender to Madness falls, and it's like, oh, okay, we don't want to die, but right here, the ending moments, it was just a silence, right? It was 30%, like almost 30% damage with a silence and a kidney, and that's it with Surrender to Madness damage, and that's going to be a dead warrior. It's just, it's insane. Like, with the spread pressure, you get your target load to about 50% life. When the target's 50% life, like, you don't need that much more damage. It's already, halfway killed. You throw out the kidney shot, you throw out the silence, couple, attacks from the Shadow Priest and the Rogue, and boom, that's a dead warrior, right? My mind goes to, is SK Gaming choosing the right composition here with the Mage Warrior? Maybe they haven't fought a Shadow Priest, Rogue, Pally like KAWHI, and they're like, I wonder how Mage Warrior would fare. Okay, failed experiment. Let's try Rogue Mage now, or let's try this now. Like, they have a lot of other competitions they can run. Absearch, what do you think SK Gaming is going to lock in here? Is it going to be the Warrior Mage again, or do you think they should swap it up?
I think even if they don't feel as confident with the Rogue Mage Priest, because, KUNGARNA, like we said, is one of one, I mean, there are downsides to playing with the Fury Warrior, right? There are some pros there. You have the 40% Mortal Strike when you stack up your Slaughterhouse buff or debuff, and you have a lot of single target pressure, but you have way less CC, and all your defensives are based around self-healing. So as we saw there, dampening kicked in. Mercy, maybe his battle trance wasn't healing as much because of dampening. He didn't have enrage regen. So you just kidney him in dampening, he kind of falls over. If you're an outlaw rogue, however, you can kind of grapple away. You can evasion because it's just short cooldown. You probably have vanish back. You can maybe have cloak back. So I think the warrior brings a lot of pressure, but defensively kind of lacks compared to the outlaw rogue. So I feel like if you're confident enough on Fire Mage Holy Priest with a melee, where SK Gaming is that first game, why not just bring out the outlaw rogue? I mean, Zeepai we saw has done phenomenally. So I feel like,
ooh,
okay.
Oh. Wow.
Time for some wizards here from
Some
SK
wizards.
Gaming. Zeepai
Ellie
Elemental
Demo.
Shaman. You love seeing Zeepai and Ellie. I feel like when you get to see Mez on Death Knight, that's a big treat. You get to see Zeepai and Elemental, that's another one. Empyrean Domain, really big map. Can have a lot of open field to navigate around and blast down KAWHI from multiple angles. So it makes sense strategically, but at the same time, Outlaw Rogues are really good in the casters. They're hard to kill. Lots of ways to avoid burst damage. Prev also on Shadow Priest, lots of ways to avoid burst damage. So really the only major weakness for KAWHI could be Brain's mana. But Zeepai is going to do a lot of damage. So it's going to be all about Brain. Like, how can he maintain his mana long enough for Drake and Prev to get on their target? This is a matchup we almost never get to see also. So I'm not 100% certain on how this is going to play out. Like, is it just train the Ellie or is it train the Lock? What's this going to look like in terms of targeting between KAWHI? So this is going to be a treat. SK Gaming bringing out some bread and butter for us here in game 2.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that same thing as Sid just mentioned. Like, I haven't actually seen this matchup, right? I know KAWHI, they're just incredible, SK Gaming, incredible players, but I haven't seen this exact matchup and just be like, oh, it's going to be a race between this and this, or like, oh, it's going to be, of course, this. If I were to guess, I would say KAWHI would probably kill Zeepai. Ellie Shamans are generally the target of choice over the Demonology Warlock. And then SK Gaming is kind of a composition where they're going to play out in the open, try to pull them off the pillar, play triangle formation, and overall trade better with high DPS. And that could result in a kill on any 3 of KAWHI's members, or ooming Brain and then getting the kill deeper and dampening. But like I said, I haven't actually seen that. That's just theory. We'll see what happens in practice here in a minute.
Yeah, I definitely think the mana is going to be a huge issue. I think KAWHI ended up setting... So what KAWHI likes to do, if we've noticed in a lot of these games, especially the huge dampening games, they always set up drinks. They set up drinks with Prev's Fear, with Drake's Blind. They kidney someone, blind someone. They set up Fear with Brain's Blind, and he runs away. So Brain had pretty good mana that last game. He was struggling at first, came back, and I don't really think he's going to be able to do that against this comp on this map because, the Elemental Sham can put Earthquakes behind the pillar. The pillars are kind of small as well, so it's hard to kind of hide and kind of give a distance from those AoE spells. And Mercy, obviously, on the Demo Lock with a lot of pets. So mana will be a huge factor here. I think from experience of playing this comp and this matchup, I think it honestly depends on who is pushing in more. If Zeepai's push in, you can hit the Ellie Shaman. He takes a lot of damage. He also can't Astral Sift while stunned, unlike other classes that have cooldowns that you can use while stunned. Mercy, if he pushes in, they can go him as well, kind of hit closest wizard. But a huge factor as well is every time that KAWHI has played against the Demo log so far, they've always made sure that Prev is constantly dotting the pet. So I think that's going to be another opening for them offensively. But this game, I'm just worried about mana. I think if KAWHI wants to take this, they need to worry about their mana and try to make sure that if they are trying to set up drinks, that whoever is pushing in on the side of SK Gaming, hit the closest wizard, make them run away. And for SK Gaming, I think it's like you said, Zarya, I think triangle formation, you got to kind of stay 40 yards apart. Make sure that you're constantly hitting whoever's out in the open. So if Drake's out in the open, you can double stun him, make him kind of go back to the pillar and try to keep him off your casters.
Yeah, and another important thing to note here is SK Gaming is on their home turf, meaning they are playing with, lower ping, lower latency. So they actually, with Preview with like 300 MS, might get kicked a couple more times than normal, or might have just a little bit slower reaction when it comes to a fade or a dispersion. So, going into game number 2 here, we'll see how that changes, because last time we were on the North American realms for game number 1. Game is starting here. Demonic Tyrant out. Zeepai using Lightning Lasso, wasting no time, trying to get super aggressive here. Asgroth defensively positioned, and that full kidney shot lands on the Zeepai. No surprise here. Prev and Drake trying to connect damage onto the Elemental Shaman of SK Gaming. Zeepai positioning well, line of sighting Prev during that Surrender to Madness, healing himself up with Healing Surge, and Drake opting to hit Mercy instead of Zeepai. Mercy ports back, and Drake going back onto the Elemental Shaman. Elemental Shaman, Zeepai here popping the Elemental Wall here in line of sighting. So that's one defensive cooldown from SK Gaming forced here by KAWHI.
A major one. Asgrath likely going to want to use that Symbols of Hope to reset the Astral Shift for the next incoming stun. Prev's Megalomania going to follow there, taking a big Surrender to Madness hit of damage, but Brain is ready. Tops Prev off. We see a gouge into Asgrath. The Elemental Shaman seems to be the focus at the moment, although Mercy is very aggressive. I would say they're just aggressive in general, standing on top of Brain here. Oh, a double Dreadstalker. That's going to be some big cleave. The Felguard also cleaves its Mortal Strike to nearby targets. So if Brain and Prev are standing on top of each other, they're both going to have mortal wounds. They're both going to get cleave damage from the Demonology Warlock. But Mercy getting swapped to Kidney Shot. Big damage onto him. Drake all over the map, just min-maxing his Kidney Shot. Another Kidney Shot out onto Zeepai immediately afterwards. Silence onto the Warlock. Blind onto the Priest. These swaps are running circles around SK Gaming. Zeepai gates away, but a Psyfiend is on him. It's out of range, reducing all the heals on Zeepai by 50%. But he manages to sneak a Hex onto Brain, maybe turning things around onto Drake with a Lightning Lasso. Do they have a Life Grip potentially to pull Drake back to the pillar? They're going to use the Eternal Aegis and absorb the magic attack. Super effective trinket in this matchup, as we see Prev activating his as well, I believe. Zeepai, though, getting a Lava Burst Ascendance proc. He's likely going to be doing a lot of damage in the near future. Drake sees that. He's going to switch to Zeepai and stun him, stopping him from doing damage. Asgrath can use Fey Guardians. Brain is charging forward, looking for Hammer of Justice. Going to time Blinding Light out of that Vampiric Touch Dispel, min-maxing the CC. Zeepai immediately trading Astral Shift, trying to go for a Hex and turn it around onto Prev, and he immediately disperses. This is likely the Demonic Tyrant from Mercy in the backline, blasting Prev. He's in a line of sight, but now they're swapping back to Drake. Tyrant has swapped targets. This could be a Cloak of Shadows. Drake dips low, 30%. Brain's trying to hold him and not use that Cloak of Shadows, timing that big heal once again on the Surrender Madness fall on Prev, recovering him immediately. And although we were talking about Brain's mana being a problem, it seems like Asgareth's the one who's running out faster.
Yeah, a nice mention. I was just about to mention that same thing. Brain about 80%, Asgarth 50. So it's like the one saving grace we were thinking for SK Gaming was that mana pool. Whoop. But it seems like a lot of burst is coming over to Drake. Cloak of Shadows available, decides to hold onto it, opting to use that Vanish instead. Drake opening back up onto Mercy. Mercy in the full Kidney Shot, has the Unending Resolve if he needs. Full Blind and Asgroth, yes, I think you might need. He grips in. Drake, Unrelenting Pursuit here onto Mercy. No sap off of that blind, but the Hammer of Justice lands instead. Zeepai taking a lot of damage. No wall available to use, though. SK Gaming low across the board, but Previ into the stun. No dispersion. Is this going to be the sacrifice from Brain? No. Just huge heals all around. And KAWHI, what they're trying to do here is set up a Surrender to Madness with a blind on the Asgroth and a Siphon onto Mercy or to Zeepai, but probably Zeepai. And SK Gaming trying to get that Demonic Tyrant and just go for a crazy amount of Ellie Shaman burst with that Tyrant out, but Drake connecting out over to Mercy, landing the kick, and a huge Kidney Shot here about to follow pretty soon. Mercy, no trinket available, does have the port, does have the wall. Mercy getting low before any of the CC lands, but Asgroth replying with that Night Fae wall. Kidney Shot on the Zeepai instead. I love how Drake and KAWHI are swapping between both targets, not tunnel visioning too hard onto one guy, but both Mercy and Zeepai at 50%. Prev getting low here, 50% life, has dispersion available and does decide to use it. Not getting greedy with his defensive cooldowns this time. Mercy trying to push in here and get aggressive with that Demonic Tyrant. Drake now taking damage, but has the cloak available and hooks out of harm's way.
Yeah, Drake pushing forward, stun on Zeepai. Asgarath grips him back to the pillar. They're going to have to actually stop Asgarath from drinking. He's the one who's out of mana. Mercy getting blasted away as well, trying to call in more pets. Drake, Cloak of Shadows offensive here. Blind, he's going for the win. Stun onto Asgarath. They're racing Mercy through his unending resolve. Can Drake reconnect? Double blinding light. Mercy gates so far away from his opponents. Amazing kiting, but his healer is still CC'd. His unending resolve fades. He fears Drake away with a Howl of Terror, buying even more time on the clock. Now summoning in the Dreadstalkers, going for the kill onto Prev. Can he get enough pets out here to finish the game? Drake's right back on him. Kidney shot, stopping him from following up. Zeepai's Hex lands onto Brain. Lava Burst now over onto Drake, just trying to max out their damage. Asgarath needs to get a drink. KAWHI need to stay on top of it and deny it. They get the Guardian Spirit onto Mercy. They could switch targets, but the Psyfiend is on him. He's going to try and line aside at the pillar, but he's taking massive damage. Where is this damage coming from at the moment? He has to port back behind the pillar, but he's really far away from Asgarath. Asgarath's trying to reposition. Zeepai gates away. He knows he's on top of the whole enemy team. They stun Drake. They're trying to retreat. They're trying to find an opportunity to drink. So what is KAWHI going to do? The Rogue doesn't have Cloak. Their Priest doesn't have Disperse. If they push too far forward, it could cost them the game. Symbols of Hope from Asgarath. Going to reset defensives, get some mana back. Big value there. Trading out the Fey Guardians onto Zeepai, but now they're swapping onto Mercy. He's going to blink away. Fey Guardians not on Mercy. Mercy's in trouble. No any resolve for 28, but he's just kiting Drake. Amazing kiting from Mercy in these past two assaults. Now the pressure starting to mount for SK Gaming. This is the Lock Shaman damage that we are used to seeing, but Brain procs an Avenging Wrath. He can get some big heals out, but no, he gets feared. He has to trinket to get those big heals, and that's going to leave him open to crowd control in the future.
Man, those Psyfiends from Prev are just so scary. Oftentimes, he uses those Psyfiend with a Disarm and a Silence and a Fear and a Blind, and it's like, oh, just kill the Psyfiend. It reduces damage. But easier said than done when you're 40% life and, in a kidney shot, those Psyfiends just go to town with that healing reduction, that Mortal Strike reduction. But Previ forced into a dispersion with a beautiful Fear from Mercy on over to Brain, into that half Fear, Howl of Terror, into the half Fear, into a quarter Fear. Huge chain here from Mercy out of nowhere, and Prev forced to play defensive on the
getting a drink.
Yeah, on that blind. But yeah, Asgarath sits down for a drink. That's very important, Sturge, because the mana from Brain is slightly in the lead here. So any mana Asgarath can get, and woo, that's a big drink. About 10-20k there. We love to see that. And Brain sipping down for a drink, copying those strategies. Prev tanking some damage, some AoE from Zeepai. Beautiful awareness from Zeepai, seeing that drink from Brain. Mana's equalized, from both sides here, from KAWHI and SK Gaming. About 12% dampening with that Psyfiend from Prev is available. The Surrender to Madness is available. The Blind's available. A lot of offensive cooldowns from KAWHI here. It's just when are they going to pull the trigger? Mercy's getting low. There's the Blind. Hammer of Justice. Psyfiend. All the cooldowns we were just talking about. Hammer of Justice on the Mercy, though. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Guardian Spear from Asgarath and the Fey Guardians keeping SK Gaming topped.
Yep. Let's see who can take it here now in dampening. Both healers getting a drink, knowing that this matchup can go deep into dampening. Mercy, Zeepai trying to figure out how they want to push on top of KAWHI without overextending. Zeepai's going to meet a kidney shot. Drake grapples over and kidney shots Mercy on his Demonic Tyrant cast, slowing down the attacks, just using every stun, min-maxing their crowd control into the DPS has been allowing them to just stop so much damage. And look at the pressure. The Shadow Priest dots are tearing apart Zeepai and Mercy. Asgarath has to respond with Apotheosis, recovering his team efficiently with that cooldown. Drake gets blasted. Brain gets hexed. Prev is stunned. Swap to Prev likely here, trying to force the dispersion, but he's at the pillar. He gets Shadow Fury. Maybe it's enough. He's in a line of sight. Zeepai can't get there. Shadow Men's coming in from Prev, trying to assist. Zeepai has to get silenced, actually, just to stop some damage. Asgarath dispels that. Now Zeepai gets feared on the Dispel. And it seems like KAWHI's main strategy is just put all the crowd control on Mercy and Zeepai, and then occasionally blind Asgarath for the win, but just stop damage at all costs, win on mana, which is not what we expected. We thought the Paladin would faster, but it's not. It's just not the case. Asgarath is almost out of mana once again in this position, but now it's 21% dampening. They need a big momentum shift. That's what happens in dampening. You need to just ride momentum off a Tyrant, ride momentum off an Ascendance proc. Here come the Lava Bursts from Zeepai. Drake trades Cloak of Shadows right away on that, but it actually wasn't even an Ascendance. I think it was just a Primordial Wave Lava Burst duplication. So at any moment, Zeepai, he's got Fire Elemental coming up in 14 seconds. That's going to amplify his damage. If he gets an Ascendance proc on top of that with a Tyrant in 30 seconds, this could be the end of the game for Drake. No Cloak of Shadows. He's got to be really careful, but at the same time, wants to stop Asgarath from drinking, so Drake's going to have to take a risky gamble. He's staying next to Asgarath for now. I want to see them swap back to Drake. He's just on their healer at the moment out in the open. Instead, they're chasing Prev, trying to get some procs going. The Fire Elemental called into combat. Going to be boosting Zeepai's damage, but Brain has wings up. They need to crowd control him. They get a double Howl of Terror. Nice punish. Mercy with an insane punish. Ports on the team and gets a double Howl of Terror while hexing the rogue. Prev has to disperse as a result of that. And Prev and Brain need to change their positioning. Askarat drinks to full mana. They should not play on the Warlock's portal. They're playing on their gate. They're playing on their portal. It's going to come back to bite them.
This last minute has been absolutely crushing for KAWHI. That was the aggression from Prev. That was surrender to madness and PI. And what do you get for it? You have to trade your own disperse. This is not the gameplay we're looking for from KAWHI. I'm not sure what's happening. Full kidney shot, though, onto Mercy. Plenty of defensive cooldowns from SK Gaming, and now the dampening's up at 30%. That's exactly what this Elemental Shaman Demonology Warlock composition is looking for. Under dampening, KAWHI is going to be crushed. But KAWHI, with the Shadow Priest, can offer the some of that same aggression there with dampening. Zeepai pushing in, maybe overstaying his welcome, getting a little too aggressive as he gets to about 50% life. Fake Guardians to reply from Asgroth. We absolutely love to see it. Silence on the Zeepai. Mercy into the kidney shot. Nice cross you see here from KAWHI. KAWHI, though, doesn't have the blind. They don't have the surrender to madness. They don't have that Siphon quite yet. So going to play a little bit defensively until those offensives come back up. Previ, though, eating the stun. Looks like he immediately humans out of it. Here's the blind on over to Asgroth from Drake. Drake trying to follow it up. A nice triple Howl of Terror to peel the entire offensive go from KAWHI. Nice play there from Mercy. Beautiful awareness. Now KAWHI, all members of their team sitting at about 50% live. How is Brain going to top him back up? They need to figure a way out of this situation. Prev still dancing on the pillar, getting a lot of Vampiro touches out now with the surrender to madness. This is the pressure that we need. This is the type of aggression that we're looking for here from Prev, Mercy, and Zeepai. Both kind of on the back foot here. 40% dampening as Drake goes dangerously low. The stun on over to Brain. No Cloak of Shadows for Drake. Previ about half-life. This game is getting dangerously close from both ends.
Oh, Drake, evasion not going to be too useful. He needs to make sure he's facing the Felguard and the Dreadstalkers. He gets stunned. He gets gripped out of line of sight. He gets stunned again. No Cloak of Shadows for 2 minutes. That's a long time. And if he can't spend combo points, he needs to attack the pets and spend combo points to get that true bearing to reset his Cloak of Shadows faster. Is he going to get to it? 57 seconds. He's got Vanish to reset it. He's got Blind coming up. They could make a big power play with that Blind, but Drake is in trouble. He's not going to get the chance. Brain gets stunned. Brain bubbles out of the stun. Knowing that he's in trouble, they're getting overwhelmed and swarmed. The map paying dividends here for SK Gaming as they can just lob out lava bursts from either side of this small pillar. Asgrath can stay 80 yards away and drink Void Eruption onto the pet, trying to kill the pet, force it away, remove that Mortal Wounds effect. Now jumping out into midfield, making a push, blind onto Asgrath. Can they close out the game? No trinket on Zeepai. Brain in position for a restun. Drake going in for the sap, doesn't get the sap. Asgrath fades, immunes the gouge, gets the Fey Guardians. Now Zeepai needs to turn this around. If he gets an Ascendance proc, he could end the game. Lightning Lasso going out now onto Drake, but Drake's got close shots, actually swapping to Brain, no bubble. This is a beautiful swap onto Brain. He's the best target right now. He's so low on mana, no defense. Lava Burst incoming, and the swap will drop. And this is 1-1 now between SK Gaming and KAWHI.
Yeah, SK Gaming tying it up, and I think the story of this matchup was kind of like we talked about in the pregame here. The big map with the LE demo lock, you kind of just sit back, triangle formation, and it looked really good for KAWHI at the start, but I think it was more so a positioning error on SK, because once the SK Gaming split and stayed 40 yards apart, it seemed like KAWHI just couldn't really get much pressure, and Asgarath as well. I mean, huge shout out to him. He got, I want to say he got at least a full mana bar with the drinks total this game. So just beautiful timing on the drinks. And honestly, I think Mercy played really aggressive as well. He opted to play Howl of Terror this game instead of playing, I believe, Coil instead. Instead of opting for Mortal Coil, he decided to play Howl of Terror. And there was at one point later in the game in Dampening where he had a very clutch port onto their pillar with the Howl of Terror. So yeah, I think the triangle formation, port on their pillar, you kind of stay back really far, and if you ever can, you port onto their pillar, you take the gateway across the map, and it seemed like KAWHI could just never get their footing at the end of the game in Dampening. They had a pretty strong push at the end, but it just wasn't quite enough on Zeepai.
Yeah, I mean, here a minute into the game, it was a completely different story. Before Dampening kicked in, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it seemed like KAWHI was in the lead. I mean, they had pressure all over SK Gaming, but when you fast forward 5 or 10 minutes and Dampening's in, all of a sudden KAWHI seems to crumble. And this is about the point of the game where it was just like, wow, we all need to play back on the pillar. But the more defensive you play against a team like SK, the more they can get their footing, right? They can triangle formation both sides of the pillar. So the more defensive you play, the better it gets for SK Gaming. And look, now that they're all stacked, this is where Zeepai starts getting value. this is where Mercy starts getting value. And SK Gaming, they have such great awareness. They push it on Drake, but Drake has Cloak, right? And then they start pushing into Prev. Prev has Dispersion and Fade, and they're like, wait a minute. Brain here has no Trinket. Brain here has no Bubble. We don't generally want to kill a Pally, but it kind of makes sense here to kill the Pally. So, yeah, Brain's about 50% life. They push in. Both Drake and Prev aren't very great kill targets. They're like, you know what? Just go Pally. A lot of damage on the Pally, and boom, he goes down. And that's what you like to see from SK Gaming, like professional players in their craft. It's not just, oh, we're going to do a strategy and stick to it. Oh, kill the priest and don't push in, or, play these angles. But at the exact moment where it's good to push in and kill Paladin, they're going to take that opportunity and kill that Paladin. And that's what they did. So now KAWHI gets to choose after SK Gaming. SK Gaming actually winning with the LA Demo Lock and swapping up to the Outlaw Fire Mage Resto Druid. So changing their composition. Seems like they don't want to get counterpicked. I wonder what they were so afraid of. Maybe the Ret Rogue or something else. Maybe
the turbo or something. I'm trying to think what would cause him to play Druid. Maybe he just feels hot on Druid right now, because we talked about that before, where maybe the Priest would be better. The Druid seems kind of weird with dealing with the spam purge from the Shadow Priest on top of being able to swap targets. So maybe they're afraid of the Ret Rogue. I'm not sure, because KAWHI did take out a lot of the Rogue Mages on NA during the circuit and the Cups with Ret Rogue. So maybe they're afraid of that. I mean, that would make a lot more sense, because if you do play the Priest there, I think the Priest is going to be a lot easier to kind of get to and swap to compared to the Druid. So maybe they're afraid of the Ret Rogue from KAWHI.
It's also a big map, though. Like, they could have used the map against KAWHI by locking in Lock Shaman again.
I would have liked to see a Lock Shaman matchup and put it in KAWHI's court. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay with the Rogue Shadow Priest? Because that game wasn't entirely convincing for KAWHI. Are you going to try to swap it up? And in terms of LE Demo against Ret Rogue, have we seen that? I don't know if that's just like a free win for the Ret Rogue by any means. I think SK Gaming just played so well with that LE Demonology lock. I was really impressed, especially as they got their footing later into that game. I was like, I don't know what's KAWHI gonna do here. But now that SK Gaming locked in the Rogue Mage, maybe I'm a little NA biased here, but it seems like KAWHI with their Shadow Priest Rogue should have this. I mean, KAWHI is just so practiced against Rogue Mage, and they're on home turf here, lower ping, lower latency. So I think KAWHI should do pretty darn well here.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell. I feel like Sid talked early on about how Druid compared to Priest, dealing with swaps and hots. And I think another thing too about the Priest is when we saw KUNGARNA play, the Kyrian was tremendous for them, and it helped them get a lot of pressure. So when you have a Druid, you don't have as much damage. You have a bit more CC if you're able to land it while spamming Cyclone, but you don't have the pressure from Priest with the instant chastise or the instant fear. You don't have the damage that Priest can do just by casting, and you don't have Kyrian from the Priest. So I'm not really sure. I think they have to blind lock in something, right? So I feel like they probably just feel very comfortable on this with the Druid, and Asgrath has been playing phenomenally as well. So I think it's gonna be a bit rough, though. I would say I think KAWHI can definitely get a lot of pressure, get to dampening with spam purges. I think it's going to be really hard for Asgrath to keep up. But if he's able to, and he's able to get a lot of drinks like he has been in previous series, SK Gaming can definitely pull through with this. So this is the swing match, though. So let's see what happens.
All right, composition swap here. SK Gaming going to be playing on away ping here on Ashamane's Fall. Can KAWHI manage to keep their lead? If they don't, they're going to lose that ping advantage as well as map and comp advantage. So really bad game to lose here. This could be the entire series shifting in favor of SK Gaming. It might be a European finals if SK Gaming can take this one away. They're going to be playing their Rogue Mage Druid. It's what got them to the finals in Europe. Will it get them to the finals now in the Cross-Region Tournament? They get a sap immediately on Brain. They're opening. Drake will proceed forward and stop Zeepai's assault initially. That sap getting no value. Prev now trying to load out dots, getting an early Shadow Fiend and greater fading during the blind, anticipating a stun. Zeepai's disarmed into a kidney shot. Really, Drake is just trying to peel Zeepai away, but now Brain into a kidney shot, dismantle onto Drake. Prev's going to pop the Vampiric Embrace during Void Form. That's a lot of extra healing. And what I love about KAWHI is the way they split the Priest cooldowns and the Paladin cooldowns. So Prev's going to use his Priest cooldowns to survive this first attack, and it's kind of like an extra layer. It's the first layer of defense, Vampiric Embrace and Void Form, and then the second layer could be a Fade, and then a Disperse, and you got to get through like 5 different layers before you're actually going to be in range to get a kill. Oh, but Megalomania falls here. Prev takes a big hit of damage. They stun Zeepai right as the Megalomania falls, so Zeepai can't capitalize on it. Really good awareness. Drake using the Vanish, resetting important cooldowns, trying to get to that blind a little bit faster. Morrow trying to find a Ring of Frost, gets kidneyed on it from Drake. Those acrobatics, the extra range on the Outlaw Rogue, definitely getting value there to stop that crowd control. Asgrath knows, man, it's going to be a problem for him as a Druid. He's already drinking, sees that there's not a lot of pressure, there's no Void Form, no Surrender to Madness. Drink to full mana, make sure that that's not a win condition for KAWHI later on.
Man, Prev and Brain holding hands this entire game. Prev grips him over right next to each other, and they're playing a beautiful defensive gameplay here on the pillar. Kidney Shot going on a Brain and some damage coming on a Brain, but the Avenging Wrath to reply and topping his team back off. Asgaroth playing nice and far. I love the positioning. It gives him that nice positioning to go ahead and get a drink if he wants. Previ, though, eating the full Kidney Shot, but no CC on the Brain, no combustion. Not super scary here from KAWHI. SK Gaming hasn't really forced any major defensive cooldowns 2 minutes into the game so far, which is not really a great sign, because as dampening starts to set in, Team KAWHI is going to take the lead here, have the advantage because of the Shadow Priest spread pressure. Now Zeepai getting disarmed on this next aggression attempt here from SK Gaming. Ring of Fire from Morrow being casted, trying to get the targets preemptively a little bit low, a little juiced up before they go, and Kidney Shot lands on a Brain. Looks like SK Gaming trying to get aggressive on over to the Holy Paladin of KAWHI. We'll see how that works out for them. Full blind, though, onto Asgaroth. Morrow trying to save the Ice Block here. Goes full blind into the Hammer of Justice, and no blind follow-up. Looks like we have a short DR Fear here. No large defensive cooldowns from SK Gaming. KAWHI trying to get aggressive. There's the Psy Fiend, and man, is that thing annoying to try to kill, especially with CC. We got the Kidney Shot in the Morrow. The silence on over to Asgaroth. Morrow trying to chase down Prev here in hot pursuit, but Prev playing so well defensively with Brain. Ring of Frost being casted. It looks like Morrow and Zeepai might be trying to go Brain once again, but Brain not making himself a target. Such brilliant defensive positioning from this Paladin. Just staying far. If you want to play into me, I'm going to keep re-rotating through the pillar. And look how Brain is playing, right? He's always line-of-sighting the mage. As soon as Previ starts backing up in the Brain backs up a bit further. We just love to see it. This is the combustion, and the blind immediately coming out, and Prev gets bopped. So Prev is going to be A-OK, and I love that bop from Brain. You have two of them. Might as well have one off of cooldown, start getting that cooldown resetting. Drake now in that polymorph decides to vanish out, reset those cooldowns. Asgaroth once again playing far, almost full mana there. I'm not sure if did he get a drink there? If not, almost full mana on both of these healers. 3.5 minutes into this game.
Well, let's see if Asgaroth can keep drinking as we get closer and closer to dampening, where that Shadow Priest is going to start to ramp up. Purging the Hots is going to become a lot more dangerous. Purging the mage buffs as well. That Alter Time, not always reliable. Ring of Frost on Brain, a push opportunity for SK Gaming. They don't look like they have the damage. With the Fey Guardians from Prev, his damage reduction is significantly high. He's actually going for Megalomania, turning it around onto Morrow. Blind onto Asgaroth. Zeepai and Morrow both targets. Prev trying to get some instant Mind Blast procs. He got the Psy Fiend rolling. He fears Zeepai, so he can't kill the Psy Fiend. Morrow's going to have to waste some Fire Blast charges and Pyro procs to kill that Psy Fiend, which means now his damage could be lower before the burst window. And that Psy Fiend can be like a double-edged sword. It gets value offensively, but also wasting damage to kill it, that you can't use later to finish Prev. And this Kidney Shot not getting really any value on Prev. No major cooldowns forced with it. Another opportunity, but oh, the Megalomania hits him, and Brain's so good at timing heals on that. He just saves the Vank Hammer for the Word of Glory, gets a big heal right when that Megalomania ends, knowing he's going to lose 75% of his health, but Brain's into the blind. They're making a push on a Prev, but no Kidney Shot, no damage. Prev stuns Zeepai. They disarm him on the Dispel, stopping the sap, but they get the Poly. They mass Dispel the Polymorph. Really good interception and defense from KAWHI during that push, holding on to even more vital cooldowns. But here comes the damage. Combustion, pop, Brain and a Kidney Shot, and they have to respect it with a Disperse. I love Zeepai. You know, he realized, like, well, we got no CC. Morrow's doing all the damage. I guess I'm going to go over to the Paladin and Kidney Shot while we get Morrow's pressure to get the Dispersion. Now, if Morrow can reset that Combustion faster than the Disperse, they can start getting through that last layer of cooldowns, which is the Paladin, the Divine Shield, the Trinket, and the Sacrifice. They're actually swapping to try and get that layer of cooldowns. This could be another way to race through it, but not enough damage, unfortunately, here to force it. Brain survives. Asgaroth once again. Every minute, I feel like he's been sitting down for a drink, making sure that he's 100% mana, because this game is so important. This is the opportunity to steal that ping and home team advantage.
Man, breaking the defenses of KAWHI is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, or, you know, break in and steal the Mona Lisa or something. This is unbelievable from KAWHI. They just have so many layers of defense. But the Kidney Shot goes on to Brain, and it seems like SK Gaming might be changing up their strategy. Their last two offensive pushes in a row were on Brain. So maybe they're like, you know what? We're not going to kill the Shadow Priest. Maybe we'll try Brain. As I say that, though, Prev gets low from that surrender to Madness falling. And like you mentioned, Sid, a beautiful read there from Brain, seeing the surrender to Madness fall, pairing it with huge heals. Drake also does that same thing with kidney shots and disarms right when that surrender to Madness falls. We love the defensive teamwork from KAWHI. There's a big kidney shot, silence combo landing here from KAWHI. Nice disarm over here on Tomorrow. That stun from the Shadow Priest. Double Fear coming out defensively from Prev. Vampiric touches everywhere. There's the Hammer of Justice. Psyfiend on over Tomorrow. It's like kill the Psyfiend. Zeepy actually does very quickly, very well. Brain into the kidney shot. Prev getting low. And what it's going to be, Prev, is going to be a fade or a disperse. He says neither, not today. I'm just going to keep line of sight and then hang with my friend Brain. Asgaroth popping some big heals over to Morrow and to Zeepy. Losing on mana a little bit, and the full blind does connect here from Drake. Lots of aggression here from Prev. Morrow getting low on his own combustion. Never what you want as the Fire Mage. You don't want to play defensive when you have offensive pops. Prev eats the combustion for breakfast. Looks like he's totally fine with that. Kidney shot lands over to Brain once again, but no CC to follow. KAWHI looking beautiful in this game. This is what you want. This is what KAWHI wants in the Rogue Mage. They have plenty of cooldowns to rotate. It's more just, which one do I want to use? Here, take my Fade. Take my Disperse. Take a Pop. And we have so many options. It's just which one are they going to give away? Trading really, really efficiently here. And it's just what defensive trades are the most efficient becomes the question. Prev playing very aggressive now. With his Surrender to Madness falling, maybe a slight blunder there. But he does pull back to the safety of Brain. Zeepy getting disarmed from Drake as well. Now we find ourselves at almost 20% dampening here, about 8 minutes into the game, and this is KAWHI's comfort zone. The Shadow Priest begins to get dividends from those dots. Asgaroth in the starting room, if you see there in the background, getting a drink, and Drake might get a sap. Oh, how sick would that be? But not quite. Asgaroth coming out. Drake, nice awareness though, seeing exactly where Asgaroth got that restealth, breaking him out from getting that drink. That is going to be important here in these next few minutes of the game.
Yeah, even despite Asgaroth drinking like every minute of this game, he's still out of mana again. And this time we're deep in dampening. This time his teammates don't have all their defensives. He pre-Iron Barks the blind. Really nice play here from Asgaroth, and the CC chain drops. He drinks right away. He knows he needs to get mana. That's the main way for KAWHI to win this, and I don't think they know where he is. He has to stand up, though. They're just pressuring. He doesn't want to trade an Ice Block for a drink, but they might just force it anyways. Massive damage to Morrow. Morrow recovers, but now Zeepy is low, and this is the dangers of the Resto Druid, is healing multiple targets and figuring out how to split your heals. You need to Cenarian Ward one target, Adaptive Swarm another one, Nature's Swiftness to follow up, Iron Bark a different one. Like, the way that you need to match your cooldowns can be so challenging when multiple players are taking damage. Otherwise, it can cost you a lot of mana to heal. Hammers down onto Asgaroth. Zeepy has to Cloak of Shadows. They could even swap to Asgaroth. He's silenced. He's just dying to dots at the moment. He's in bear form. Counterspell on the Flesh Crab, but now Asgaroth gets Blinding Lighted. Can Drake get a sap off this? He gets a sap off the Blinding Light. Big push opportunity here to try and get an Ice Block on Tomorrow. He alter times. Can they purge it off in time to close it out? He alters before it can be purged. He blinks back to Asgaroth's side, but he's getting spam purged. Every global from Prev here is, I'm imagining, is a purge. Asgaroth's trying to reposition. He's got Nature's Swiftness. He bashes Brain. They're trying to turn it around onto Prev. Can they connect? He's kiting Zeepy. He's got Disperse. He cannot afford to get interrupted. Brain tops him before he casts, but now he's in a polymorph. Kidney Shot connects, and he has to disperse, trading for the combustion. But once again, Asgaroth almost completely out of mana. If Drake can be on top of this and stop him from drinking, I think he's trying to right now, maybe in the backline. He's in cat form. He wants to get a drink. Is Drake ready for it? He grappling hooks over. Is he going to be able to stop it? He distracts the drink, pulling Asgaroth out of stealth. Really good awareness to know exactly where he is. Asgaroth's going to Fleshcraft, gets kicked on it. Drake could kidney shot him, maybe swap. He's in bear form for it, so he's not going to stay committed. Switches back to Mara, switches back to Zeepy, getting the cleave damage going. Meanwhile, Prev is likely purged off a lot of hots. Asgaroth drinks out of the kidney shot. Drake is trying to stop him. Mara intercepts. The Dragon's Breath gets silenced on the polymorph. They can't stop the drink. They're just trying to do damage to force him out of stealth, and they have. Asgaroth dispels dots, but he goes into the gouge. Now 2 members are low HP. Trouble here in paradise for Morrow and Zeepy. Zeepy, or Prev at the same time, though, doesn't have a lot of defensives. They got through all of the Shadow Priest layers. It's only Brain right now. Is Brain going to respond? But the damage is overwhelming. They proc the Cauterize onto Morrow. Brain is still CC'd, though. Prev is low. It's a race to the finish. Prev is trying to kite. They're trying to hold in a Divine Shield. He slips the sacrifice through on the last second of the clone. They get Zeepy's Trinket. Zeepy with no cloak uses evasion. Prev is trying to get damage. He's got Surrender to Madness. He's got Shadow Fiend. Prev can boost his damage a lot here for the next assault.
Prev getting ready for some heavy aggression with those offensive cooldowns, just like Sid mentioned, and there it is. There's a surrender to madness, though. Kidney shot from Zeepai on over to Prev. Prev does get out of that kidney shot. Morrow still solo, has the ice block in his back pocket, but Zeepai, Psychic Horror lands. No more defensive cooldowns. Shadow or death, and Zeepai goes down. KAWHI gonna take game number 2 here in this lower bracket series on their home turf.
Yeah, KAWHI, just like you said, every time we talk about it with KAWHI, once you get into dampening 20%, 25%, Prev starts triple dotting your team. And when you're dealing with triple dots, like as a Resto Druid, and you're getting spam purge on top of that, it seems like, oh, we're doing fine. Like, I have a bit of mana, but you can't top your team off. You can't keep them steady. So same story for KAWHI. They get into dampening, they rotate their CDs pretty much flawlessly. And once you get into dampening, we talked about it with the Druid, it just seems like you can't keep up. And SK Gaming had some good pressure early on before dampening kicked in. They got a lot of drinks early on. At one point, Asgrath sat down for about half his mana back, so you got a full drink off that. But even when you get a full mana bar, you have to spam out so many hots on Resto Druid when you're dealing with those dispels from the Shadow Priest, and his mana just dwindled down back to nothing essentially. So KAWHI just staying really solid. And honestly, I think Prev is staying really, really solid here, making sure once he gets into dampening, all right, Megalomania's out, I'm void forming, I'm spamming purge on every single person, everyone has triple dots, and that's kind of the name of the game for this comp.
Definitely. Just look at the pressure. I feel like SK Gaming were kind of close, right? Look at Prev's situation, no disperse, no fade, and they just got sacrificed, but it just became unrecoverable. And all the advantages that Esther just talked about, us kind of pointing out in the pregame, started to overwhelm Asgrath. He just couldn't handle healing 2 targets through the amount of damage they were taking from Prev and the purges from the Shadow Priest. So if SK Gaming are going to use a Rogue Mage, I think it has to be with a Priest. That game 5 is going to mean a lot, because here in this next round, I'm imagining SK Gaming, we're going to like Maldraxxus Coliseum. They're going to try and play that Ellie Demo again for a game 4, and then in game 5, if they're afraid to lock Ellie Demo, if there's some sort of really big counter to it, you can see this moment here where Asgrath just, what's he gonna do? He ironbarks 1 target, is dying through it, has no mana to recover. Like, it's just a rough road for a Resto Druid in that specific scenario. It's not a good pick. They're gonna need to use Priest at least for the rest of the series. The other options, maybe they're still up in the air, whether Rogue Mage or Lock Shaman would be better, but I think the Druid needs to be on the bench for this series. The Shadow Priest is too much.
Ellie Shaman. I think that Ellie Shaman demo lock gameplay looked great from SK Gaming. I mean, if they don't lock it in, I would be very surprised. I mean, they got the win. This time, KAWHI's going to pick first. So assuming KAWHI locks in Shadow Priest Rogue, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't lock in Ellie Shaman, especially on home turf. It seems like if things go similar to game number 2, then it's going to be tied up 2-2, and that's where things get really interesting and where it could be almost like up to the slash roll at that point. Now, lots of different compositions from both teams that we could see, but I mean, that's my prediction for game number 4.
I think it's pretty accurate, I would say, unless Sid thinks otherwise. I think the LE demo look best for them. So yeah, either they take out the Druid or they go to a big map and LE demo it up again and just get the classic triangle formation. Everyone's 40 yards apart, and hopefully you can kind of counter dampen them essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Resto Druid is if the Resto Druid's going for a drink, there's 2 ways to stop the drink, right? I mean, you can do exactly what Drake did and have incredible awareness, you know, hook on over. I mean, that hook has, what, like a 60-yard range or something? It's crazy. You can almost hook across the map and you just stop the drink, right? If you see where the Druid is going. Or, when it gets into dampening, you just keep doing damage. If you go for the drink, you're going to be so behind. It's like, let them drink. We're going to kill, you know, your rogue and your mage, and by the time you come back, the game's lost. So it's like free CC in that regard. And both of those ways, we kind of stopped those drinks from the Druid in that last game, or KAWHI stopped those drinks. Like at some points, they just stopped the drink, and at some points, Asgroth's like, you know, I'm going to try to get a sip. Okay, I can't drink. I got to keep healing. Okay, I'm going to try to, oh, okay, got to keep healing. And as dampening goes further and further, it's like the point of no return. It's like, you can't really go for a drink when both the rogue and the mage are dying. And at one point in the game, Rogue no Cloak of Shadows, maybe no Trinket. Asgaroth is like thinking in his mind, can I drink? Do I have to play in? Can I play out? And all of a sudden, boom, Siphene, Psychic Horror, lots of dots, kidney shot, Shadow or Death, boom, it's end. You know, it's over. So I would suspect SK Gaming is going to swap with that Druid into the Shadow Priest Rogue. I'm actually really curious on how the Shadow Priest Rogue if that's what KAWHI does decide to lock in, is going to do against the LE Shaman Demonology Warlock. Because last time we saw that matchup in game 2, it looked pretty convincing, really, for SK. The start of the game was a little shaky, but as SK got their footing, KAWHI seemed, like they, lost and not like a cheesy way. Like they just lost. They kind of just got outplayed at the end there with the Demonology Warlock and the LE Shaman kind of coming from both angles. They were completely oomed. They had no cooldown. So let's see. It looks like, wow. So KAWHI's going to lock in the Rogue Shadow Freeze, but SK playing Warrior Rogue. I'm scratching my head. Am I missing something here? Maybe they don't like the LE Demo pick.
I don't know. I was trying to think about more comps, and I was trying to tag on to what we've all said on the desk about the Druid and about how, from experience from I'm playing Wrestle Druid now recently, and Sid plays Wrestle Druid, and it's like trying to touch on that topic, and we get a curveball. Fury Warrior, Outlaw Rogue. He's not on a Druid though, so at least we can smile about that. There's no Wrestle Druid. We can rejoice, I guess, but
it could work. As strange as my face was, it could work.
I think it's definitely scary. I think a big thing with Rogue Shadow Priest over the years, the last, I want to say 3 expansions now, that it's been a pretty, solid A tier, S tier meta comp, that the melee cleaves have always been really tough to handle. So having Brain on Paladin and being, exceptional on Paladin, that does help. The Paladin has been better than the Shaman or the Druid when you play Rogue Shadow Priest, and obviously Outlaw Rogue being tanky as well. It is something where it probably isn't the scariest thing like it used to be in past expansions, but I still think it's scary, to say the least, because Mercy, we saw him earlier when he played the Warrior Mage in that first game on the Grand, that if he has full uptime and he's keeping up Slaughterhouse debuff on Prev, he's going to put out immense pressure. So I think this is going to be, I don't even know. I like the confidence, though. I like seeing random stuff like this. I wouldn't necessarily say it's random, because I think it might do well, but random in the sense that I was expecting big map LE Demo, but
same.
We're getting a melee cleave, so I'll take it, though. I think this will be exciting.
Yeah, I want to see SK Gaming come out here with the Rogue Warrior, and all of us are like, what? Why would you choose that? And they just run in and kill Previ instantly. And we're like, oh, okay, that's why. And, if they do make it happen, then we're tied up 2-2. And if SK Gaming wins that third game, now it's going to be a European finals. And, so we'll see.
I guess you're right. You blind lock this, because you would think big map play LE Demo, but they played big map into melee cleave. So what happens now? I mean, I feel like this is a good thing, a little mental game, I guess. I don't really know what I would call it. Maybe if they went on this big map and then KAWHI decides, you know what, we need a small map, then you can still play the melee cleave, because I don't know if the melee cleave would be at a crazy disadvantage on a smaller map, but it definitely is a bit peculiar that they did decide to play Maldraxxus, which is one of the biggest maps in the pool, and just select the Fury Outlaw, because I feel like Prev, we saw him against, who was it? Was it Team Liquid? We saw them play last weekend, where if Prev got away, or no, I think it was Cloud9. If Prev ever gets freedom and soul shapes across the map, the melee are not touching him. So being able to do that on a big map, I feel like this map pick might kind of counter SK Gaming, actually.
Well, you get Mind Numbing and you get Slaughterhouse. So you get 40% MS and you get the casting speed reduction. And you can just be shivving that the whole game onto the Shadow Priest. You get Purge from the Priest if you can stay on target. On paper, it makes sense to be like a decent Shadow Priest killer. And it's highly durable. Like Mercy can play Impending Victory instead of Stormbolt. You have a Rogue to stun. Why bring a Stormbolt? So Mercy is going to be like unkillable almost with self-healing, which should enable Asgrath to be more aggressive with Purges.
I wonder what he would opt in, because we've seen dampening these last few games. So do you think SK Gaming would try to get away from dampening? Because Mercy, I think, can be a target unless he plays Impending, but if he plays double time with Warbringer, I think that's going to be a lot of damage. So do you think they're going to play a defensive game because it's a big map, or do you think they know big map, we're going to have to try to, somehow get some pressure?
I don't think Mercy is going to play a defensive game. I feel like every time we see him come out, he just I don't know. He just does so much damage. Especially dampening a Shadow Priest. I don't see it happening. I mean,
That's how I'm thinking about it.
Match point, though. You're not going to take the option that makes you like unkillable on match point. Like if you lose here, it's over. If he's running double time, I think he loses Battle Trance and he loses Impending. He's got like no healing at all if he does that as a Fury Warrior. I feel like that's
we'll
super
see
risky.
here in a minute.
You would have Battle Trance. You'd play Battle Trance, Slaughterhouse, and Warbringer, I think. I guess you wouldn't have Disarm, though.
You wouldn't have but you got a Rogue for Disarm.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he can get away with it. He might be able to get away with it. It seems high risk, but he might be able to get away with it.
It's always hard to tell because certain teams favor differently, right? When it comes to, match points, some teams like to opt to a more offensive gameplay, and you just kind of charge in, and your tournament life is on the line. You're gonna run in, you're gonna go all out, try to hold W, try to full Zug. And some teams opt to decide, you know what, we're gonna play a very clean game defensively. We're gonna live for as long as we can and kill them in dampening. So it's hard to say. Mercy is playing Disarm, though, so maybe we'll see a more defensive game. I don't think we have Warbringer.
Look how chill Morrow looks. He's completely relaxed. This is game number 4 in the lower bracket. If they lose this, they're completely out, and he's smiling. You absolutely love to see that. Mercy charging in, just like we were talking about. Brain going into that cheap shot. Let's see if they connect to their target. It looks like they're trying to. Prep with the freedom, but the kidney shot lands. Surrender to madness. KAWHI, instead of playing defensive, matching aggression with aggression here. Zeepai getting 50% life, has Evasion and Cloak of Shadows. Mercy is so scary with the Fury Warrior. Oh my goodness, Prev getting to 50% life, trading out the Fade, and this is exactly what you were talking about, Absurge. Previ kiting with the Fade all around the map. The Warrior and the Rogue having trouble connecting, but they do. Kidney shot lands. Previ pretty scared here. We have a dispersion. Are you going to use it? Are you going to press it? There's the bop. Blessing of protection from Brain to keep Previ safe. Vampiric dodge, but it looks like he might have gotten interrupted. No, he does fake dispersion, though. Oh, man, this is unrelenting pressure from SK Gaming here in the first minute of the match. Zeepai and Mercy not stopping their pursuit on the Prev. There is the kiting that Absurge is talking about. Look at that Soul Shape and Freedom doing laps, getting some cardio in. Prev hitting a nice workout mid-game. You absolutely love to see it. Mercy charging up that Fleshcraft, reconnecting to his target. There's the Void Eruption. KAWHI looking to turn it around.
Oh, the Void Volley, not hitting anybody there. Mercy Bladestorms, it gets a fear onto the healer. Big push here. Asgrath needs to purge off this Buster Protection, but he gets blinded. Good denial of that purge. Prev needs as much uptime of this as possible. They get the Enrage regen. Can they finish Mercy? It's match point for SK Gaming. Is it going to be KAWHI versus KUNGARNA, a rematch of NA versus EU? Or is SK Gaming going to be able to pull this off, get to a game 5? It's a dicey situation with the Warriors' cooldowns very limited at the moment, but they reconnect onto Prev. Brain doesn't have a lot to deal with this. No more bops, no more sack, no more disperse. He's fully blinded. Drake is dismantled. Here comes the recklessness. Mercy gets dismantled on it. Now the Void Volley. Mercy needs to dodge all these Void Volleys. He's dodged every single one, but now he's caught into the kidney shot. Zeepai going to get a kidney on the Brain. He keeps the chain going, and Mercy's keeping the pain going as they both connect, and I don't think it's enough. The Fate Guardians will not, and SK Gaming take it to a game 5.
Yeah, my God. Oh my goodness, there's the cheeky smile that Zico was talking about on Myro. Just a grin watching his teammates run in. Yeah, so it turns out Mercy actually, like we said, it was either two options. You either try to dampen, play the slow game, or you know what, sometimes it's match point. You have to run in, you have to hold W, and he actually did play. He played Enduring Blow though instead of Battle Trance, so Enduring Blow, Warbringer, and Slaughterhouse, and Double Time. So he was just trying to get as much damage as possible, like we talked about in the pregame. And wow, I mean, that was definitely scary. They got rid of both bops early on, disperse over the first bop as well, on top of getting the Blessing of Sacrifice. So SK Gaming did not come to mess around this last game. They kind of just ran in, and I like that. I like the strategy swap. You can't dampen KAWHI, right? We've seen their defense is way too good. They don't overlap cooldowns. They're normally really good at setting up drinks with the Outlaw Rogue CC and the Priest CC. So you know what? They decided, I guess, in their break that, you know what? We need to stop doing this. We need to stop trying to dampen them, stop trying to counter dampen them, have a long game. And even though the map pick was a bit off, in my opinion, I feel like they definitely did what they set out to do. They just charged in and held W the entire time.
Yeah, and they didn't stop holding W. This is 30 seconds in. Prev eats that kidney shot with a surrender to madness. Like, he's trying to get aggressive, but it's not happening. Mercy and Zeepai completely not like unrelentless here. And then the bop comes up on the Previ, and it's like, okay, I should be fine, right? Wrong. Mercy and Zeepai connect a couple more crits, and boom, dispersion. So not only do you get the bop, but you also get to disperse, and just a minute and a half into the game, and you're thinking, okay, once again, Previ got some distance. Maybe it's going to be okay, but another kidney shot lands from Zeepai, and so much damage. Look, Mercy's not even here yet. Lands in the final moments of the kidney shot, but just so much damage onto Prev the entire match. And I mean, that's what I was saying in the pregame. I hope Mercy just runs in with Zeepai and just plays so aggressive they just kill him in the opener, and that's what we see here. So they're going to be tying it up 2-2 in Previ. So 40% life, 30% life, surrender to madness. No, I mean, there's not a single button to press. I mean, there's no fade for a couple seconds. There's no disperse. There's no bop. There's no sack. That's it. Like, we're talking about the impenetrable defense of KAWHI, but there was nothing left. They didn't cheese KAWHI there. They didn't cheese kill the priest. They forced every defensive legitimately, and then killed Prev with not a single button left to defend himself. So it's crazy. Now here in game 5, though, we have SK Gaming locking in first since they were victorious. Do they lock in the Warrior Rogue again? It seems like more of a niche pick. Do they pick that blindly against KAWHI? Then KAWHI has the option to maybe play the Ret Rogue into the Warrior Rogue, and maybe that's not the greatest. They could bring the Ellie Shaman back. They could play the RMT. Lots of options here for SK Gaming. What do you think, Sturge?
Oh, well. They didn't even think about it.
Oh,
they didn't even give us the time to think
There
about
it
it, let
is.
alone think about it themselves. Like,
Oh
what?
my goodness.
This is them,
Warrior
like,
Rogue,
KAWHI,
baby.
we're bluffing you right now. Like, what, you gonna cleave us or what? Like,
Well, I
'cause
guess-
that
I
Shadow
guess we got
Priest is
our
not
answer.
coming in.
We got our
yeah.
answer. Sid said before the game, he's like, "Can you blind lock this?" And I guess they just blind lock it anyways. All right, they
Well, what
did.
does KAWHI play now? Because
You don't play a Shadow Priest. You
What
don't.
about Ret Rogue?
Whoa, wait. So Rallium is still on the roster. Or do we know that he still can play Mage?
He's there. Yeah, I saw him.
Mage
play
Rogue
Mage
Pally is
Rogue.
good.
And
Mage
they
Rogue
can play
Pally.
Rogue Mage.
But what about Ret Rogue into Rogue Warrior?
I think Cleave Mirrors are definitely a bit
Coin flippy.
yeah. Cleave Mirrors are a bit.
Oh my god! No way! Come on, Shadow Priest again?
Oh my god!
That's gotta be a throw. I mean, unless KAWHI was just lagging.
Say that
they're
again.
like-
What'd you say, Zar? Shadow Priest again?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh
into
my
the
goodness.
Warrior Rogue. I mean, I
You know what
can't
that
believe
reminds
it.
me of? That reminds me of my team. Shadow Priest again. No.
No,
Oh my
no,
goodness.
Wiz is like, trust me, man.
Now I'm on
It's
the
gonna
other
be
side.
an EU Finals, man. It's gonna be an EU Finals.
No. We have some salty NA tears here in a second. Unless, like I was saying, we do have the ping advantage now for KAWHI. So KAWHI had that won that slash roll, so it started on.
You
home
think that
for
game
North
was
America.
ping, bro? You
I'm
think
just
that last
saying,
loss
maybe-
was ping?
Maybe Previ was lagging. I mean, I'm trying to find any excuse North America has left to not lose this series. All right, like,
Well,
geez
there's
Louise.
two things, okay? So
Okay.
we could all take a deep breath. There's two things. So, big map, Prev can kite again. They did decide to lock in Rogue Shadow Priest. They do have home advantage for ping. And on top of that, KAWHI is an exceptional team. They learn very, very quickly. So
Copium.
I'm
we're
not
good.
counting. I'm not counting them out. We're coping a bit. I'm not counting them out, but I feel weird being on the other side of this. It's like, all right, don't play the Shadow Priest, and this is me on my team. I'm like, don't play the Shadow Priest, and they're playing the Shadow Priest. So
Shadow Priest.
I don't know. I don't know.
If you had to place like a $1,000 wager, Sturge, who are you going with? KAWHI from North America or SK Gaming from Europe?
You can't put me on the spot like
Bro,
that.
I'm putting you on the spot. I just did it, dude. You gotta say something.
It's hypothetical. You're not gonna owe anyone money.
I'll give you my PayPal later. It's fine.
I can never root out KAWHI, man.
KAWHI.
They've beaten us up too many times. I can never count them
Okay.
out. I definitely think it's a bit sketchy, though. I'm not sure. Because can we think back to Maldraxxus? Like, was that game? I feel like that game was completely one-sided.
That's what I'm saying. Why is
Did SK
Prev
have
walking-
any? Were there any scary points for SK at all in that game? I mean,
No.
I understand that you can definitely adapt and learn, but I feel like that game was so clearly in SK's favor. Maybe the only big thing that I would say KAWHI that they kind of messed up on defensively was there was a point where they actually threw out first bop and dispersed within 2 seconds of each other. So maybe you kind of don't have that overlap, but oh man, my heart is pounding. I don't know what's going to happen.
This is insane. Game 5 between North America and Europe. Will SK Gaming's Cleave overwhelm Prev? They locked the Shadow Priest into this willingly after being slaughtered by this Outlaw Fury Warrior. And guess what? They're just going after the Paladin. They're throwing a wild card. They're throwing everything at Brain here. What on earth? This is absolute recklessness from SK Gaming. Brain, the most difficult Paladin to kill in the game. They're trying to kill him on Game 5. I don't think that's going to be a wise decision here. Are they going to get off of him? It looks like they are finally giving up on that pursuit. Switching back to Prev. Prev trying to kite across and get crowd control onto Askrath. Gets a fear out of the stun. Double fear. Mercy locked down for a moment. Overleaps away from Prev. Prev might be able to get a little bit of distance here with that poison snaring Mercy at the moment. Trying to min-max. Mercy falling behind with crowd control and Askrath. Trades out the enraged regen. Can they kill him through it? Void eruption from Prev. Going for massive damage. Mercy trying to line of sight. Gets kidney shot. Prev pulling away as his surrender to madness will fall. He takes a huge hit of damage. Zeepai leaps in. It's match point. He can't afford any greedy mistakes. And remember, we've seen a few times Prev greed things out to 1%.
Yeah, KAWHI are complete madmen for locking this in again. But if they pull it off, we're all going to be scratching our heads. Brain sitting that full blind. Look at that Previ positioning. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Playing 1,000 yards away. The mind control, though, from Asgaroth. Prev using that knife mobility to run around the map, get space between himself and Mercy and Zeepai. Full kidney shot, though, onto Prev. There's the bop to reply, and Mercy's getting dangerously low. Oh, my goodness. Rallying Cry fades. That's the enraged regeneration. Mercy, 50% life. Wow, that could have been an early end there for SK Gaming. It's tied up 2-2. The loser goes home. Drake getting low as well. No evasion, but it does have the Cloak of Shadow. It's not going to do much here. But Mercy and Zeepai both getting dangerously low on the side of SK Gaming. Previ doing so much damage. Asgroth in the blind. Mercy getting to the safety of the pillar, but Zeepai can't stay the same. There's the Cloak of Shadows and evasion from Zeepai, but they're both about to fade in the open. Previ is an absolute monster. Mercy charging in. Previ and Brain doing a beautiful job kiting. Freedom's coming out. You can't touch Previ. He's like a little race car running around the map, but Zeepai and Mercy somehow find a way. But look at that mobility from Prev. Full kidney shot onto Mercy. Cheap shot on the Asgaroth. The gouge to follow. Nice CC here from KAWHI. Nice defensive fear here from Mercy and all three members of KAWHI.
Conk banner out for the Fury Warrior. This is trouble for Prev. Is he going to be able to avoid him? Those charges from the Raging Blows. Clobbering Prev. Brain into a gouge. No trinket. Prev repositioning. Trying to move cast, but he gets kidney shot. Oh no, his surrender to madness fell right during that burst window. He has to disperse now on top of it. And despite that momentum shift in their favor towards Mercy and Zeepai, I feel like it's slipping away slowly but surely. Their last line of defense is a bop, which can be purged off by the Holy Priest Asgarath. They're trying to finish Mercy. They got him down to half HP. He does not want to overextend and throw the game, but there's a kidney shot on Brain. Are they going to go for the push? Askrath into the blind. It's match point. Both healers in crowd control. Who's going to fall first? Mercy spell reflecting and pushing in onto Prev, trying to finish this round. Vampiric Embrace goes up for Prev, trying to get some healing to support Brain during the downtime of his cooldowns, trying to bait Zeepai and Mercy behind the pillar as he blinks away from them. Blade Rush to reconnect, charge into the kidney shot. They bop. The last blessing of protection. Hammers down onto Askrath. They need to kill Mercy here. They drop the Siphon. He charges out of line of sight. They swap to Zeepai. Big damage to Zeepai. No cloak for 10 seconds. 9 seconds on that Cloak of Shadows. Greater Fade into the Guardian Spirit, but now Guardian Spirit not going to be available for the Fury Warrior. The Fury Warrior way more vulnerable than the Outlaw Rogue, so this bait and switch might still clutch them out a win. Fade Guardians coming out onto Mercy for damage reduction. Prev into another kidney shot. Full blind onto Brain. How is he going to make it out of this one? He has Greater Fade. He's going to activate his own Fade Guardians to reduce damage onto himself and rotate, save the Divine Shield for later. Baiting Mercy out into the open. Baiting Zeepai out into the open. Baiting Askrath out into the open for the next crowd control chain. Look at the pressure right now from Prev. He is tearing it. He is overwhelming SK Gaming right now with 2 targets below half HP. Any CC onto Askrath could have ended the match right there, but just doesn't look like they can find it. Prev recovers once again, baiting the enemy attackers. Gets a Psyfiend in open field. Stuns Zeepai so he can't kill the Psyfiend. Void Eruption. Massive damage onto Mercy here. He's got Enraged Regen. Is he going to pop it? He's trying to be greedy. It's match point. He's down to half. He makes the trade. Gets a big heal off the back of it. Asgrath stunned. No follow-up out of the stun. Brain now stunned, pushing. Here comes Conk Banner. Massive damage on the Previ. Greater fades it, but Brain is still feared. Greater Fade has faded. Prev's getting chopped up. He's going to have to disperse now right after the fade. Brain finally out of the fear. Trying to connect some heals, trying to kite off that Slaughterhouse stacks. Mercy is charging in, but Mercy is low. Silence onto Askrad. Is Mercy going to fall? He gets an in-range regen again to recover with the Guardian Spirit. Trying to close it out. One defensive remains on the side of KAWHI. That is Divine Shield, also Medallion, but does Brain have the healing to deal with this? Prev needs to avoid them at all costs. Full blind, Brain trinkets out. He doesn't want to fall behind. This next Psyfiend, it's available. They have Megalomania. They could win the game. Psyfiend comes out onto Mercy. Zeepai needs to kill this Psyfiend right away. He's going to kill it immediately. Asgard pre-Fey Guardians, the stun into fear. 40% damage reduction onto Mercy. That preemptive move might be enough to keep his team stalled to get the kill. No disperse for 45. Full fear onto the Paladin. Match point or SK Gaming about to make this an entire European affair in Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's SK Gaming's push there. Previ forcing the fade out. No fade, no dispersion, no bops, no sacks. KAWHI has not a single lifeline besides that bubble from Brain. This next assault from SK Gaming is scary, but Asgroth's out of mana. And Mercy, no defensive cooldowns either. Drake eating the kidney, and Prev getting dangerously low. 20 seconds for another lifeline. 20 seconds for Previ to live until he has something else to press. Mercy and Zeepai both 50% life, and Asgroth completely tapped. If KAWHI can somehow survive for another 20 seconds, I think they've done it. I think they have it. Mercy getting so low.
Look
CC
at
on Asgroth. Mercy popping in range regen. They're both below 25% life, and somehow, some way, Mercy survives. Now the pressure's on over to Previ. There's the full kidney shot. We have the fade. We have the disperse. Zeepai getting so dangerously low and does go down. KAWHI somehow gonna make it a North American versus European Grand Finals, picking the Shadow Priest, and against all odds, taking out the Warrior Rogue of SK Gaming despite losing the first round against them. Wow.
Just intense. Just intense. This is why, you see, you offered me that wager. I was not going to count them out. I'm a bit stressed. I feel like my face is a bit red, but I was not going to count them out. I fought them way too many times. I know what they're capable of. I know they're very good at adapting. And wow, that was just, I mean, KAWHI just definitely made sure this time, do whatever you can to save your Shadow Priest. So definitely amazing job by Drake, just peeling endlessly the entire game. I think there was one point where Prev, no fade, no disperse, and he actually soul shaped around on the charge and the lead from Mercy, and he just kited across the map. So, oh my goodness, I have to take a deep breather too, because that was just an intense game. And KAWHI, I did not count them out, for the record.
KAWHI are just madmen, like losing a game so one-sided and then locking in the same comp and then somehow pulling off the win. I feel like KAWHI are masters of this, like losing a game as a composition instead of saying, oh, let's change comps, or like, yeah, let's just play better and play the same thing, you know, and they lock in the same thing, and time and time again they do it and they somehow pull it off. But and these are some of the final moments. Actually, no, this is actually 4% dampening into the game here. So 5-6 minutes in. I just can't believe Previ right here. There's like 20 seconds left of defensive Asgaroth's and Previ has some lifelines in about 20 seconds, right? So he's like, okay, if I live 20, we can win. And right about here, it's like, wait a minute. Mercy and Zeepai are dead. Asgaroth has no mana. I mean, the pressure from SK Gaming was just on the whole game. And right here, it's like, wait, we have disperse, we have fade, we have defensives, we have mana to work with, and Zeepai and Mercy are both dead. We throw out the full blind, no mana. Kidney shot lands, and that is it. Zeepai is for sure going to go down. I mean, Asgaroth's in the full blind, but the kidney shot lands. There's no mana or defensives to use if you somehow survive the rest of that kidney shot. And wow, KAWHI proving us wrong on the desk. Sometimes I guess you got to lock in the Shadow Priest, Sturge. Just got to lock in the Shadow Priest, man. Yep.
Trev took that personally, okay? He was like, I'm getting business done.
Yeah, really. He said bet. You guys doubted him. He was like, no. Watch this.
I'll put 1,000 on it. I guess so, man.
Real.
Jeez.
Listen, I wasn't on the desk, but I was predicting that the whole time.
Wow.
I don't even know. We've done that as well as a team in tournaments, but like, oh, let's just do it again. Why not? And it's like, I'm seeing it happen though from this point of view, and it's like, from the player point of view, I understand it. They're like, all right, you know what? We kind of played bad that game. Maybe we understand how to trade now.
Right.
So I understand that. I've been in that position a lot, and I can see what they're doing. But from this point of view, it's like, why would you ever do that? Why would you ever do that?
That's crazy.
Don't do that. So, I mean, that was just a brilliant game by them. I think KAWHI definitely made some adjustments, and Previ just seemed so hard to touch. Prev just, I don't know. I'm speechless. Prev just did an amazing job kiting, honestly, and they did really well with the defense appeals and kiting, and they just outlasted the cleave.
Yeah, I would love to know, what was going on behind the scenes there, if they were confident that whole time, or if it was just kind of exactly how you just said it when Abster just definitely had you guys confused on the desk there. Did anybody think Sid's camera broke?
When he was doing the
anybody
eye
looking
thing.
I'm really good at that, aren't I? Like
I was
freeze frame,
literally
I
like-
swear.
Yeah.
I screenshot it and I was about to send it to production. Like, I think Sid's camera, but you were not moving, like, back here like this. But yeah, that was my
I'm
face
gonna
as
become
well,
a
Sid.
street performer, okay? Those people
Yeah.
that like freeze frame,
Yeah,
who, like think
those
they're a statue.
statues.
Yeah, they think they're
Yeah,
a statue.
You just need a tip jar and then you're good to go. New career after
New
your
stream
casting.
content. I'll just be. the
Sometimes I
statue
can't
streamer.
tell. I tab
You
out and I
can't!
look at the webcam sometimes, and it's like I just see Sid just staring. I'm like, hello, Sid is here? Like, oh my goodness.
He goes into his mind house, or what do they call it?
It's like Queen's Gambit, where you've got the chessboard on the roof.
That's
and
really what
you're-
he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
He's
okay.
just looking at RMP.
I
in
see
his
the
head,
I
like,
see the
above
RMP
us.
cooldown cycling. Who's coming out?
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, KAWHI, they saved our grand finals, and now we are finally able to have that NA versus EU grand finals. I was a little bit worried there. Obviously, if SK did make it out alive in that series, they would have been fully deserving of that, and it still would be an incredible finals. But now at least NA still has a chance, and I think NA still has a very good chance. So, yeah, it's KUNGARNA and it's KAWHI up next. So, Super T's, what's up?
What's the prediction? I
I'm
just
like
got-
they just got
but yeah, let's do predictions.
Prediction time.
3-0'd. I feel like I want to wait for the coin flip. Are we allowed to wait for the coin flip and then we can make the prediction?
Yeah, I feel like that's fair, but I mean, let's like talk as if it was just kind of like they were on the same ping. Obviously, there's a huge it affects a lot, but like if this were on kind of like a LAN environment, let's say, and hopefully, God, I wish we could see these two teams on a LAN environment. The crowd would be raging right now. It'd be amazing to see. But let's say that it's just like, nothing to do with that. Super T's, who wins this?
No ping differences. I feel like KUNGARNA, it's just too much, man. Like they're lasting too long. I feel like when we watch Asgarath lose to the Shadow Priest Rogue, he's dying like 4 minutes faster than Met is. So it's like, I don't know if they can outlast Meh. He's just keeping his team going way longer, and the coordination of his Boon of Ascended for damage, it's just getting way more through the wall on the side of KAWHI. So like, I want to believe in NA being able to pull this off, but like the track record's not there. The consistency of KUNGARNA, it's there. So like, I feel like it's KUNGARNA. I'm hoping it's not 4-0, but I could see a world where it is possibly. So maybe like 4-2 KUNGARNA. Oh, what is the wait?
My
Wait.
God,
What was the
Chaz,
roll?
the 100 roll for
100!
Chaz!
Dude.
Oh, it's over. It's over, man. You can't roll 100 and lose.
EU domination. It's over, man.
Wait. What is up with admin toxic saying, okay, you were losing anyway? What's up with that?
He's-
Whoa.
I mean,
Wait,
that's why
Ceralium
his name
says
is
lowest
toxic.
wins. Wait, lowest wins apparently. Look, that's what Ceralium said. So yeah, maybe NA still has a
What if it's
fighting
like
chance.
death rolling, where you roll down and whoever rolls 1 loses?
Yeah.
Wait, what game is that?
Having like
Then
you've
you
never done a
death
death
roll.
roll? You've never done a death roll before?
Yeah.
Like
You
with
each
a
roll
dice?
you roll the number that the person gets until you get to 1.
Oh no, never done that. All right. Well, anyways, we're gonna let these teams get ready. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is the cross-region finals for the AWC Shadowlands season. EU versus NA, KUNGARNA versus KAWHI. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the grand finals. It's EU versus NA, KUNGARNA versus KAWHI. Zico, you got the fresh suit on. What's your take on this match? I feel like you're obligated to vote for EU here, right?
Obligated.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not hard to vote for them right now. It's like you make it sound like it's a bad thing to have to do that.
If I have to, I guess I'll go with EU. Dang, I really wanted to vote for KAWHI.
This is how I think about it. I'm just going to say it right now. KAWHI is a team that battles it back from the brink of despair more often than anyone else. So even when they lose, even when you think you're going to beat them, they get sent down to that lower bracket and they come back 5 times stronger than ever. Now, are they going to be able to power up and actually beat KUNGARNA? I'm not sure. I mean, KUNGARNA looked pretty good. They 3-0'd KAWHI. There was some close games, but I would say out of all the teams I've ever seen, KAWHI is one of the best teams in the game at adapting, especially when they lose. So I think this is going to be a lot closer than a 3-0 that we previously saw.
So, Ven, in the Weeb world, we call that a Zenkai boost, okay? It's when a Saiyan is like beaten to the point of death but doesn't die, he returns like twice as powerful as he previously was.
Is that like in the new episodes? Because I feel like
no. That started in Dragon Ball Z. That might have even been before Dragon Ball Z. That's a thing that happens in the Frieza saga. With Vegeta. Okay, look, I'm going too deep into this, but my point is they're basically Saiyans because every time they lose, they come back twice as strong, so they get a little Zenkai boost. So KAWHI are all boosted up here. Right? They're all boosted up here for the grand finals against KUNGARNA. European lords are now looking to be like lords of both regions, as they've only dropped 1 game to Team Liquid actually. So I'm mixing up the bracket. They haven't lost a single game actually. Are they going to lose a single game this entire tournament between EU and NA? Like, oh my God, this team is insane.
Forget about KUNGARNA perfecting Europe. KUNGARNA has just perfected the world. Like, they just don't lose to anybody. I feel like KAWHI is that last kind of bastion. They're the last ones that can kind of rise up, put a challenge to KUNGARNA. They fought them once. Are they going to be able to adapt and overcome? I mean, that really is the question for me, but I think we're in for a really exciting series. KUNGARNA so far, absolutely on fire, has not dropped a single game, and they do have that game 1 home field advantage.
Absolutely incredible. This is the grand finals, KUNGARNA versus KAWHI, and we have already seen these two teams battle it out in the upper finals. KUNGARNA is the team that sent KAWHI down to the lower bracket, and now looking to win the entire thing here. Can they do it? Waz goes for the sap there, opening up onto Brain here, actually. Waz getting some combo points, just rolling the bones here, and now he will kidney shot Prev. It will be target acquired, the Shadow Priest. Let's see what they can get done here. No CC being launched just yet onto Brain. Raikou now blinking in. They're looking for maybe a blind setup here onto Brain. Actually going to be KAWHI striking first here with a disarm into a full fear onto Meh. There's a full blind though onto Brain. Double go here from both of these teams. Waz looking for the sap, finds it, and they don't break it just yet. And Prev going to be activating that Greater Fade, activating that Soul Shape, but he gets caught behind the pillar. He trinkets out. Prev still in a lot of danger. That Ring of Frost still onto Brain, but now finally Brain breaking out of crowd control will stabilize Prev in that exchange, but they did force out Prev's human ratio, so the first kind of strike has been delivered.
All right, the first strike has been delivered. Can they close in on another cooldown here in the immediate future? Already 1 minute in. These games can last quite a long time. Seems like the most pressure is on Prev in these earlier stages before dampening. But as I say that, a full blind goes out onto Meh. Kidney shot, stun onto Waz, triple crowd control, big push on Raikou. They need to continue the chain. They drop the chain, Meh gets the fade off, and now Prev on the back foot, getting blasted down by his own Megalomania. Is he going to go down? He has to trade Dispersion outside of the Boon of Ascended and outside of the Combustion. And when that happens is when it's the most dangerous for him in this match. So right now, KUNGARNA have a clear win condition. Can Meh connect with this Boon of Ascended? Massive Ascended blasts in onto Prev. He gets a fearing away both Waz and Meh during that push. It's a great way to counter that assault.
Yeah, definitely. Prev going to be interrupted, though. There's been a lot of pressure on him. You can see Meh, his mana is completely full at this point in the game, realizing maybe that's a way that they could lose a little bit later on. A big setup here. Ooh, a nice grip there by Prev. His grips are just so solid. Anytime Raikou can get there, which isn't easy for him with Drake all over him, he goes for those stun into Polymorph or Ring of Frost, and Prev is just gripping them more often than not. It's a nightmare as a mage to play into this Shadow Priest Paladin. Just such good positioning between them. It's really difficult for Raikou to get that damage out. But we have seen Meh. He is playing that Kyrian Priest, and when he does have that Boon of the Ascended, he's that kind of heavy hitter for the team. Big damage right now onto Prev. Combust will land, but look at that. Immediate blind coming in from Drake, just doing everything he can to control Raikou. Combustion gets dispelled, and right now, I would say that KAWHI is able to weather the storm.
Beautiful defense here coming out from Drake, and like you mentioned, Meh's mana looking absolutely incredible still. We're about 3 minutes into the match. Shasta is coming out onto Brim, but it's on DR. A little bit of a mistake there coming out from KUNGARNA, maybe feeling the pressure right now. KAWHI with the disadvantage in terms of ping, still putting up a good fight here against the team that sent them to the lower bracket. Prev right now getting absolutely crazy with that Void Form, doing a lot of damage here. Can they get something going here? Prev blinking behind the pillar. He realizes he's in danger. Brain is in a full kidney shot. They get a full blind to follow it up. Prev, how is he going to handle the situation? Waz getting dispelled out of that stun and maybe going for that sap as well. This is going to be danger time for Prev. Should be an easy dispersion here, but he's trying to be greedy. He will have to use it when that Boon of the Ascended gets popped by Meh. There's no other option, but still some damage coming in here from Meh. He's got the power infusion as well. Big blast from that Boon of the Ascended, and Brain with that Divine Favor will be able to keep Prev in the fight, but again, it was costly in terms of defense. They had to trade out Dispersion, Eternal Ages, a lot of cooldowns here from Prev. How are KAWHI going to navigate their way out of this one?
It's just all about defense for the side of KAWHI. They have to survive like another 10 minutes before their win condition is going to start to sink in with that Shadow Priest damage. It's just Meh's healing output, the survivability of the Fire Mage, the Outlaw Rogue at this level of skill with peels and utility that are on these classes that I don't see them having a viable kill option before that point. So can they survive in this bloodbath against KUNGARNA for another 9 minutes to get to that point? Prev gripping Brain away from crowd control, back to the pillar, but now he's mind controlled out in the midfield at half health, counterspell, getting blasted down by Raikou. Waz comes out of the kidney shot in just a second, going to connect a lot of damage. Kidney's Brain on his heel. Prev greater fades, goes for a Shadow Man, goes for a Master Spell, gets kicked on the Master Spell, drops a Siphene as a distraction for Waz to get behind the pillar and heal himself, but another Polymorph lands. It does break, unfortunately, to some cleave here. Brain is finally free. Decent pressure onto Raikou, but Met is just healing. There's no crowd control. I doubt they're going to take him down. Met is pushing in aggressively. Boon of Ascendant's coming off cooldown. 10 seconds on Dispersion. If they can connect this Boon in the next 5 seconds, they could close it out here. 5 seconds away for Dispersion. Mez not making the push just yet. Now he's Greater Faded. He's moving forward, closer to Prev. Prev is counterspelled. Wants to go for this Boon of Ascendant. Massive damage incoming. They silence the Boon of Ascendant. And this is a smart maneuver, is to let the cast finish so it goes on cooldown and then crowd control the priest so he can't connect any damage. But Met is still connecting a few more Ascended Blasts. Holy Fire as well into the kidney shot, and Prev has to reluctantly trade Dispersion once again.
Yeah, definitely something you don't want to do, but not the worst trade for the Boon of the Ascended. Kidney shot now on Raikou, a nice double fear, and that's one of the problems when Met and Waz kind of dogpile and get on top of Prev. He's able to land those double fears and kind of punish that aggression just a little bit. But the problem is, we haven't seen KAWHI actually capitalize on that too much onto Raikou. His defensive plays have been really solid so far in this game. Drake has tried to create solo pressure, have a little bit of crowd control here onto Met. Raikou going to get topped off, though, and this has kind of been the story of this game where Watts has just been doing such a good job creating pressure. He gets the full blind into the sap onto Brain. Prev taking quite a bit of damage. They actually make a swap here onto Waz. Can they take him down? Not actually going for it. Big combustion. They left Raikou unchecked for just a second, and it's an immediate blind. I almost wish Raikou was just using the medallion. He's just been blinded on every single one of his combustions. At least if he had the medallion, sure, some CC is going to last a little bit longer on him, but you get a lot more value from those combustions, which he hasn't really been able to rely on so far in these games because of that blind.
Yeah, that could be an adaptation that Raikou wants to make, but at the same time, KUNGARNA are happy to play kind of a longer game as well. So in that longer game, it might help him out. But right now, they're going for a big setup here onto Prev. Prev has Dispersion in about 10 seconds. So if he survives this kidney without having to use it, he should be good for the next one. Raikou right now actually getting pressured quite a bit here as well, but Meh is free out of crowd control. Should be able to keep him alive. Raikou going for the Dragon's Breath into the Sheep here onto Drake. Brain ducking around the corner to dispel it. Raikou doing a little bit of damage here onto Prev. Waz looking to set up that next kidney shot onto Brain. He's trying to communicate here with his team for that next setup. And here we go. Raikou blinking in. There's the kidney shot onto Brain. Meh is in position. Meh is dropping quite low here from the rot pressure as well. Meh is in position. Gets the full fear. Prev in a kidney shot. Big damage potential here. Raikou, though, not able to follow it up with a Sheep or a Ring of Frost. And I think that will be the end of that push. No, Prev still down to about half HP here, but does catch a big heal there from Brain. Waz getting disarmed. And KAWHI, like you said, Sid, they're looking like a Super Saiyan that has leveled up a little bit.
Pushing even further beyond here. It's going to be necessary if they want to beat KUNGARNA. Triple blinding light on the bust. Raikou still connecting some globals, though. Pyro after pyro on the Prev. What's he going to do? He's not panicking, but he still might have to disperse. He's going to silence Meh, trying to stop that Boon of Ascended. Gets a fear as well. Stalling for Brain to get a heal. They're topped off, dropping the Siphon. Actually, a swap onto Meh. He Siphons Meh there. A little bit surprising. But we have gotten up to the 8-minute mark, 3 minutes into dampening. You can see that Shadow Priest damage is starting to finally stick on the scoreboard of the health bars.
Oh, no!
Matt, Raikou, and Waza. Prev is in trouble. He's kicked and kidneyed, and that's a... Oh, my God, the bubble sack at 1% again. Matt gets interrupted. Waz is now in a kidney. Prev's trying to turn it around, going for a Void Eruption. Close call, but not the end of the world. Still will have Dispersion moving forward, but Brain, will he survive to another Divine Shield with 4 minutes? Raikou getting blasted. Meh has Apotheosis. He's in midfield. Serenity Charge available if he needs it. Greater Fades, anticipates crowd control, pushes in for a fear, gets it. Prev's in trouble. He's down dangerously low. Cheap shot around the pillar. Waz tears in. They force Dispersion outside that Boon window, outside the combustion window, and Waz has Echoing Reprimand. He's going to do a lot of damage on this next kidney shot. If Brain isn't careful and gets like an instant bop on that burst, here comes the Adrenaline. Here comes the Echoing Reprimand. Big damage coming in from Waz. They dismantle Waz, stopping his burst for a moment, but as soon as that dismantles over, he's going to connect. He gouges Prev on the Aura Mastery. Vampiric Touch. Met is repositioning, gets the Symbols of Hope, looking to regenerate mana, gets instantly kicked by Drake, but Prev's in trouble. Big heals come in from Brain. No CC just yet. Raikou doesn't go for the counterspell on that flash as Brain line of sights once again. Prev line of sights. This is Fey Guardians. They're waiting for Fey Guardians. They've got Combust. They've got Boon coming up soon. That's going to be a big push. Guardian activates. They want to get aggressive with this Guardian. They swap off the Guardian over to Waz. He's dismantled down below half. Pops faint. He's pushing him for the kill. Trying to close it out, but he might be getting a bit aggressive. Gets feared away from the push. Brain gets caught in a Ring of Frost. Prev, is he going to go for the Master Spell here? Met is just standing right on top of him. He's just going to line of sight safely. Prev is in trouble. Boon of Ascended coming up in 5 seconds. Combustion available. If they line those all up, there's really nothing for Prev to survive. He knows that he's on the run. If Meg gets in position here with Boone, I think it's over. Prev blinks again, back to Brain's side. There's no crowd control breakers. They just need to connect the bus, connect the Boone. They're going to overwhelm him, but Meg gets stunned. He breaks out. He knows they can win the game. Prev is still trying to run away, but Soul Shape is over. He can run nowhere. Boone have ascended. Combustion incoming. Massive damage in game number 1, and that will be it. KUNGARNA take first blood.
I mean, there's just one kind of pivotal moment in the match there where Prev, he had his dispersion, but it was when, unfortunately, he got interrupted. So he got interrupted, and it was at the same time we saw Med channel out his Boon of the Ascended with Power Infusion Combustion, and that is when we saw Brain have to trade out the Bubble Sacrifice. If he just didn't get interrupted there and just trade out the Dispersion, I feel like they would have still had cooldowns to survive this setup. So just one really, really unfortunate moment, but it really just shows you how fast things can spiral out of control.
Yo, so I know exactly what moment that you're talking about, Van, and what actually happened there was Prev faked Waz's kick, but then Waz vanished and reset his kick and then kicked him. So that entire kind of panic moment there was because of that vanished legendary, and that's a crazy thing about rogues right now. You can do so many plays. You can reset your kidney, your blind, your kick. It really depends on what situation calls for. I really hope we have a replay on that moment. We might have it. Prev was one of those moments where he dropped to 1% and Brain bubble sacked him. So this was still earlier before that moment, and I think actually it's this moment right here. So Look at Waz here. Look at his kick. So there he gets faked, and then Prev starts casting, and he vanishes, and then he kicks him again. And actually, Raikou gets. Did he fake the second kick there as well? And then Raikou. Yeah, and Raikou gets the counter spell instead. So wow, Prev with high ping as well. Fake casts the double kick, but then just gets the triple by KUNGARNA. And that really was the moment where all of the defense kind of had to be overlapped there. Of course, you always want to use a low cooldown defensive like Dispersion over a bubble sack, which is, that's for the super panic moments where you can't really do anything. So in a moment there where you don't have Disperse, that's when you want to get the bubble sack off and then rotate it. But yeah, you almost had that Dispersion there back at the end there too, Prev. A couple of seconds left, but really, really clean setup there from KUNGARNA. And I wonder, because you made a really good point there as well, Van, about the trinket. I wonder if Raikou will swap here since he's just getting blinded on every single combust, or if they're happy that Meh is not getting blinded and they can just kind of play it out like that. So maybe they want it to be like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Raikou at this point, he could run the trinket and get out of the blinds every once in a while, but at the same time, maybe then they just change their strategy and they just start committing the blinds over onto Meh a little bit more, and maybe they would rather just play out the long game, like you said, just give Waz more opportunities to create these kind of moments, more Boon of the Ascended to come up for Meh, and that's where they can kind of push through and force overlaps from KAWHI, because it feels like KAWHI, if they can just rotate without overlaps, they can kind of rotate infinitely, but it's in those kind of panic moments where multiple cooldowns have to come out, that's when the game gets really, really scary for them. I would still say the one thing about these games, KAWHI is doing a great job surviving, right? But it seems like it's really hard for them to actually find pressure. Now, we were talking to Absurge a little bit before he left, and he was just talking about how as the Shadow Priest Rogue, when you're playing Outlaw and Shadow Priest together, a lot of the times against Rogue Mage, you do kind of require, 20-30% dampening to actually be able to take them down. So I feel like it's all about KAWHI weathering the storm until dampening really kind of helps out their offense, and that's when they can take them down. So I feel like at the beginning of the game, it's going to be all KUNGARNA, and that's when the game is really, really scary for KAWHI. But later on, if they can get to that point, then KAWHI can start developing some pressure and eventually maybe even take out the game.
Yeah, of course, unless Meh is randomly at full mana still, which has been the case sometimes. Against normal RMPs, that is a great strat, but it really is true, though. It is their win condition. Get to a little bit of dampening, try to run the Holy Priest out of mana. That Shadow Priest dot damage, kind of the spread pressure, is going to start to do a lot more work for you if you're KAWHI. But at the same time, they just have everything on the side of KUNGARNA. They have those. They can win the game really, really early. We saw it in the upper finals. He had a game where Prev just kind of instantly died, and they can win in the late game. We saw it as well on, I believe, Asha mains. And I feel like, does KAWHI have a better option here? They've beaten Rogue Mage with some other things, like Ret Rogue. They're not typically a team that swaps off, but right now in this specific matchup, they're 0-4. So if they lose this one, I think I would be okay with at least like trying something else. But then again, we have seen KAWHI just come back and reverse sweep. They are a team that just gets better and better the more they play a matchup. So it's still early on in the finals. It's a best of 7. Game number 2 here on Dalaran Sewers. Is it going to be 2-0 for KUNGARNA, or will KAWHI tie us up here? They have the home field advantage, Sid.
I really want to see them attack Meh. I feel like he's getting aggressive. He's fading to push in and do damage. I actually think Meh might be the best target before dampening, like swap between Rogue and Priest, and then put CC on Raikou if you can. There's not really a lot for him, but I actually do want to see them switch their targeting a bit. They've got to mix something up because their offense for the first 10 minutes is just so lackluster. Oh my god, insane push right off the bat onto Prev, but he gets a double fear, slowing down the assault. Hodge onto Meph across CC. They totally shut down that combustion. Now turning it around, Void Volley. So Prev is playing a lot of different talents here in game number 2. It's going to give him a little bit of extra crowd control during his burst damage on that Void form, and perhaps like a triple dot strategy. I'd really like to see that. Look at where Met is standing. He's literally right on top of you, like cleaving him. Get him out of there. Force Met away. You should not be able to just stand on top of your team for free, I feel like.
Yeah, and Boon of the Ascended is coming as well. This is when he can get aggressive. Prev trades out the fade, but Met is all over him. Big burst damage incoming. Prev, how are you going to survive this one? A big kidney shot lands. It's likely going to be the dispersion. No? Brain just powering through with big heals. Very surprising, but Prev still low. Does not want to get interrupted low. There's a kick available. Counterspell is going to be available also. Brain with massive heals with his Avenging Wrath is able to keep Prev alive without having to trade out too big of cooldowns, and that's definitely a big win there for KAWHI.
Oh, Raikou going for the sheep here onto Brain. Can they stop the Master Spell? Raikou is going to be a lot more free here. They're using the blind onto Meh, at least that last one. Brain in another sheep right now. Meh with the mind control. Raikou getting feared though by Prev. Prev now caught up in the kidney shot. Brain's out of crowd control. Looked like Brain actually used his IQD there, but might have just been a different icon on top of his head. And going to see Prev still with that dispersion, still looking pretty good. And they are going after Meh here. Big swap here for KAWHI. Can they take him down? Kidney shot drops to about 80%. Not really too much danger there. Was playing some defense, and they're still going though. The Void Volleys are doing some work, but at the same time they're leaving Raikou open, and they are feeling the pressure from that Fire Mage instead. Full fear here onto Brain. Can they continue the chain with anything? If they can, it could be lights out here for Prev. Waz getting kidney shot, and it looks like they will survive that combustion from Raikou without actually having to use that dispersion. Big win here for KAWHI. That means that they can play aggressive now a little bit more in the match. They're going after Meh once again. There's no threat of combustion. There's no threats at all right now. DR Hodge, can they continue the chain? Do they have anything out? Void Volley into another one, into a dispel there by Meh, but Meh will survive using that Gladiator's emblem, that Battlemaster-esque trinket, as well as that Desperate Prayer. Another setup coming out. Raiku's a lot more free in this matchup, can be a lot more aggressive. They've realized that Raikou is just not dying right now, so going after Meh a little bit more and trying to trade for the combustion and avoid it seems to be working out pretty well so far for KAWHI. They're having a lot more pressure in this game.
I think it's the best way to run him out of mana too. Like, he's just standing, the triple dot, cleave the whole team, try and play into the strength of the Blade Flurry, but they're falling behind now. Kidney shot, Prev, Brain pops out of the crowd control, but gets polymorphed immediately. I don't think they have enough damage here. No bust. The boon's available. Is Meg gonna go for it? He gets stunned. Waz gets stunned. Swap between the Rogue and the Priest. Thinks the best way to expend the Serenity charges and still get some value on your damage. Brain gets gripped out of the Ring of Frost. Nice life grip by Prev, avoiding that CC, but Drake is mind controlled away from the fight. He tries to grappling hook over. Prev gets an interrupt out of the way. Raiku's interrupt is on cooldown as well, but Brain into the Dragon's Breath into a double fear. Prev is alone, but he's free casting Shadow Mends. Meh is stunned. Big swap onto Meh here. Can they keep the chain going? They silence him out. They're actually not committed. I don't think the mage is the best target. He's just so durable. Blinks out of stuns. I really don't think you want to be on him, at least not in the early game, maybe later on, but right now they're swapping back to Waz. Look at the mana difference though from switching targets. Meh is now down like 30% mana as opposed to being full mana at the 4-minute mark. To keep this pressure going, Void Volleys coming out from Prev, trying to keep Raikou and Waz at bay and scare them away. Meh pre-fades, anticipating a Hammer of Justice, I think there. Curious to see if he hit it or not. I don't think he did. Brain now into a kidney shot. Meh into a kidney shot. Both healers crowd control, but no chain off. Holy Ward from Meh to dodge any further CC. As we see Prev going into Megalomania, massive damage incoming from him, but he's also running with it. He's trying to get a dots on Meh, but he gets counterspelled. That could be the end of the game. He's counterspelled for one more second. Brain has to sweep in with the Divine Shield Sacrifice. He gets massive spelled into a cheap shot. Are they going to chain off of that? It doesn't look like they have CC to do so. Meh dispelling off dots, trying to put Prev behind as combustion was rolling there. Prev has silence available. Stun onto Meh. Silence likely out as Raikou is kicked. Here comes massive damage. Waz Cloak of Shadows to immune the incoming attack. We're going to swap some damage back to Raikou, but not finding enough damage onto him as he's pulled so far away. Meh is now feared, trying to dot him up as well, it would seem. Some Shadowy Apparitions proccing onto 3 players as we've just entered Dampening. Brain into a kidney shot. Dispersion available. Prev cannot afford to get interrupted. This is what could cost him the game because as he's interrupted, he won't be able to use Dispersion. It's their last line of defense.
Yeah, and definitely going to have to hold on to that for quite some time. We're at 2% dampening. We need about 20% more for KAWHI to start developing any kind of meaningful spread pressure, maybe even 30% more at this point of the game. Big swap here, though, onto Meh, getting a little bit of pressure onto him. Not really taking too much damage, and man actually in favor of KUNGARNA at this point in the game. Prev now getting hit once again, getting feared up. There's a kidney shot onto Brain, but these Void Volleys are doing work. I mean, you can see Raikou getting feared away. You can see Waz getting feared away. So this kind of offensive talent that Prev has picked up is working very well defensively, especially on these boxes. You can kind of aim the way that they go. Raikou actually under fire right now. But yeah, I was saying with that Void Volley, if your back is against the wall, you can kind of focus on where you send them. And I feel like Prev is doing a good job of that so far. Waz and Raikou getting cleaved down. A lot of pressure finally coming in, but at the same time, Prev gets interrupted. Getting out of line of sight. He gets interrupted on the Master Spell. Now going for some Shadowmans to stay alive, but you do not want to mess around. Raikou's all over him with the combustion. Surprise, Prev. And that was a very close call. Raikou, I really like that play. Just popping the combustion, trying to get a sneak attack, a sneak kill there on the Prev. But Prev is able to get off the dispersion, and he will stay alive. But another great push by KUNGARNA.
Yeah, well, Raikou gets blinded there as well, so he gets the blind out of the way, and he forces the cooldown. Excellent play there from Raikou, but now they need one more here, and they are launching the attack right now. Brain is in a kidney shot. Do they have anything out? Raikou's moving in. Ring of Frost gets casted. He gets disarmed by Prev, but there's a full blind to follow it up, and Raikou will be trying again here. Drake gets chastised. Raikou does not manage to get the poly there. I believe that was a leap of faith there coming in, and that was a beautiful play there, but also a nice counterplay coming out from KAWHI. Now, what are they going to do? It's still a long 40 seconds left for that dispersion. They're going after Meh. Big damage here from Drake. It looks like Meh actually traded out his human racial in that exchange. Raikou getting aggressive right now with the power infusion. Can he take him down though? That is the question. Boon of the Ascendant from Meh. Big blast, but look at that defensive and offensive blind there coming out from Brain. He does have the Hammer of Justice as well for Meh here potentially. Doesn't go for it just yet to get the silence, and now the Hammer of Justice potentially, but Brain, Meh might have been, oh yeah, I think Meh was on DR actually from earlier, but now he will drop the hammer onto Meh. Big damage potential, but at the same time, KUNGARNA are racing here. They do get the kidney shot onto Brain. Full blind out of the kidney shot. Prev with 5 seconds left on the dispersion. Raikou gets gouged. Can they take him out? Holy Fire gets channeled out, but it looks like Prev will survive. Greater Fade. He gets the sacrifice, and he has the Fey Guardians. A little bit of a defensive overlap there with that Desperate Prayer as well, but still, it's better to overlap and be alive than to just be outright dead. KAWHI stays in it.
And let's see if they can get to the win condition. They're still maybe 3 minutes away from it. They're tied on mana. Prev avoiding Waz at all costs with the Soul Shape. Drake gets mind controlled so far out of the fight. Chastised out of line of sight. Prev and Brain. No, Prev's isolated. This could be dispersion. He bubbles. Instead, no, they overlap.
Oh, no.
A big overlap. A big blunder on the side of KAWHI. They're going to need to win the game now, but I don't think they have the damage to do so or the dampening. They stun Meh in desperation to try and get something going. Waz gets cheap shot on his evasion. Prev's got the Void Volleys going, fearing away Raikou, potentially hitting Meh as well on his Boon of Ascendant and his Apotheosis, trying to slow down the push. Double fear, setting up onto Raikou into dampening. Can they get the Cauterize? They're so close to it. They really need to get Cauterized here. They're not finding it. Guardian Spirit activates. Can they do it? They're trying to push through all the defense of the Fire Mage, but this is not enough damage there. Waz gets kidney shot. They could swap to Waz in the stun. And it looks like they want to try and get some spread pressure, but Brain gets feared. No dispersion. Pre-fade by Prev, anticipating the kidney, but blind is available. If Brain uses anything here, I don't even think he has anything to break crowd control, actually. Raikou is stunned up. Waz is low. Prev is on the run, trying to line of sight while Drake creates pressure for his team. Gouge onto Raikou's poly, trying to slow down, but he gets caught out of line of sight in a polymorph. Raikou blinks in. Likely didn't want to switch that polymorph. We see him grappling hook back over onto Raikou. Dismantle onto Waz, trying to buy time for some cooldowns, but really, what cooldowns are you buying time for? Full blind now onto Brain. This could be the end of the game. They blind Raikou. I'm surprised he doesn't just block this, but I suppose He doesn't want to risk losing the game later on. Met into the kidney shot, sap onto Brain. The chain is endless. Infinite CC into a fear now. Prev down at half,
Boom.
tricks of the trade, massive damage. Boone incoming, Meg gets feared on it. Prev is so low. Greater fade available. 20% remaining health. He gets a shadow mend. If he gets interrupted, it's so dangerous. He can't fade for 2 more seconds, but Brain has kept him going, and they're almost there. They're a minute away from dampening being high enough that I think they can secure a kill.
Yep, we were almost there. 30% dampening at this point in the game. Prev, he has the cooldowns to survive as well. Brain has a sacrifice. I think they may have actually done it, but they have to get there. Wastel has lots of cooldowns. We have a full Hammer of Justice right now onto Meh into a full Blinding Light. And this is where things unravel. It's exactly at the 30% dampening mark. Ice Block forced immediately by Raikou. Waz rotting down as well. Meh, how is he going to top off his team? But we have a kitty shot onto Brain. KUNGARNA still focused on offense. Just such an impressive team. Polymorph on Drake. Blind into a Polymorph onto Brain. They get the dispersion out of the way. Prev does have his greater fade, but if he has to trade that, that's basically all his cooldowns. There it is. Once again, Prev in a situation where he has no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. He gets kidney shot. Brain's going to most likely have to trade the sacrifice. A beautiful knock there, but Brain with his Aura Mastery looks like he will be able to get some casts off and keep Prev at least a little bit healthy. Prev might have to actually kite, but they're just going for it with the Void Volley. Raikou blinky and aggressive, wanting to find a Polymorph here on the Brain, but Drake all over him is able to deny it. Mana even for both of these healers, almost 40% dampening, has elapsed. Raikou with no Ice Block. Can KAWHI do it? They need one more setup, but they are just so far on the back foot.
Full ship secured, and that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. KUNGARNA will blast away here in game number 2. Beautiful setup there. Meh getting that fear into the sheep there by Raikou. Look at that big grin on Waz's face here. This was, of course, on KAWHI's home field advantage here with the map. And KUNGARNA at the end there coming in hot with the combustion, with just so much damage as well from that Curion Priest. And yeah. That Boon of the Ascended just doing work right now in this series and in general in this tournament. I think it's time for a comp swap, honestly.
I agree. I just
what do you
this
swap
just looks
to?
so horrible. You're just like defensive on, just trying to block yourself from dying the whole game. Like you just there's no momentum at all, really, right? Like it must not be exciting for them. I can't imagine trying to play this one out. So bring in the Rhett maybe for a game. Try a small map with Rhett Rogue. See what you can get done with it. But if Rhett Rogue doesn't work, like what other curveballs can you really throw? Like I'm reaching to the bottom of the barrel. Like maybe a Moonkin comp even. Like maybe Prev goes in on Moonkin or something. Like make some dramatic change.
Are we at the point where now North America is experiencing what all the Europeans have been saying? They just cannot beat RMP. They cannot beat KUNGARNA, because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have any faith in, like, if KAWHI's going to win this series, I feel like they have to do what they do best, which is play this composition. This is what's worked for them in the past. This is their most experienced comp. I don't think they're going to be able to bring in some random composition and beat Waz, Raikou, and Meh. I really just don't have any faith in it whatsoever. So I think for KAWHI, they're just going to have to level up. They're just going to have to play better. They're going to have to fake every interrupt. They're going to have to figure out a way to get aggressive in the match, because if they don't, I feel like KUNGARNA is just so far. I mean, they're 5-0 on the day, right? Like you're 0-5 if you're KAWHI, which is something we don't typically see.
Yeah, and like you said, this is with their best matchup. So, but look at Meh here right at the end. Chastise, Interfere, Raikou goes, secures the Polymorph, sends the Combustion, Boon of the Ascended, and look at Drake. What is he gonna do? He's got one Priest casting Boon of the Ascended, and then he's got one Mage with Combustion right next to him. Like who does he gouge? Who does he stop? Because either of them will kill your Priest. Either of them getting their spell off, your Priest is dead. So Drake's just in an impossible situation there, and that's the thing about KUNGARNA. The go never stops, you know. The game is just one go.
All right.
Old arena, really small map, so it's time for some secret surprise from KAWHI on the North American side, because we thought they were going to be able to win every single RMP, but not this one. KUNGARNA are an entirely different animal when it comes to Rogue Mage Priest, and they're looking unbeatable now and looking uncontested across the globe. So what are they going to break out here in game number 3? They're going to need to still win 4 games. They're going to have to win multiple games on a ping deficit, comp deficit. Well, comp deficit, they're not going to change their comp. Not a really big deal there. possible map deficit sometimes, but mostly the ping. And they're taking their time to lock in a comp, lock in a strat. Do they want the small room so the void volleys are harder to dodge? Because sometimes the void volley, like sometimes if they hit, they can be really good. Like at one point on Meh, they got like 2 void volley hits in a row. I was a bit worried for him when they did that. Or are they going to bring in a cleave? Is this time for a turbo cleave? But we saw even CGN Esports turbo cleave wasn't enough. TSG wasn't enough. So what are you going to do for the? You know what I want? I want something really random. I want a Moonkin comp. I want something really random for a game. I want like Moonkin Mage. That's how random I want it to be. I want Cerealium in here on Mage. I want Rev on Moonkin. I swear. I want the most random thing you've ever seen. You guys don't believe in it at all, but I mean, I don't believe in the Shadow Priest either. Yeah, Moonkin Mage.
I'll tell you, I believe a lot more in the Shadow Priest than the Moonkin Mage, that's for sure. Maybe with a Frost Mage, but I don't think so.
No. What are you talking
with a Fire Mage?
Yeah, with a Fire Mage.
No, neither. No.
Yeah, Fire Mage Boomy, bro.
No,
Fire Mage Boomy.
Fire Mage Boomy,
That would be like watching like a boxer at practice, just punching a bag.
They actually are going to mix it up. They're going to play
like
Ret
that.
Rogue.
I think this is their like. I think the Shadow Priest Rogue is their best bet, but I think this is their second best bet that they've had success with into RMP. I talked to Raikou a couple of weeks ago, maybe like even a month ago. It was around the time when KAWHI brought this out the first time, and it was against, I believe, Team Liquid's RMP, and they killed Samayam in that game. And we were kind of shocked on the desk, I remember, talking about it, and I just got a message from him saying that he thinks RMP should kind of win that, especially with Alter Time. They don't have an offensive purge on the side of KAWHI. But things have changed since then, and let's see if they can actually win that.
What's changed?
KAWHI, well, they nerfed Holy Priest a little bit, right? Didn't they nerf like they nerfed their region, didn't they?
Okay, so maybe they could win on Meta.
I feel like things haven't changed for Meh, at least on Holy Priest. It still looks the same as before the nerf. Other Holy Priests, like they're running out of mana and stuff, but Meh it's just not running out of mana. Like what's going?
What is
not
it?
Getting overwhelmed.
He plays Enlightenment every game. Is that just it?
Is he playing the mana regen?
He plays it every game.
I think he heals
that's
very
definitely
efficiently
why he's not
too.
Umi, for sure.
So I don't know. KUNGARNA, I mean, just all three of them. Like when Raikou's getting trained down in these games, it just feels so hopeless for Drake to take him down alone. Like you're starting to develop pressure of 40% dampening. Like that's a long time to be just on the back foot, trying to survive, flailing to live. That's a really long time. So I don't blame KAWHI for mixing it up. We are going to be going to Blackrock Hold. So kind of a small map here, but I still feel like, I don't know, without the offensive dispel, who do you go after here? Like maybe they could take down Raikou. There's going to be a lot of defense here for KAWHI. Like they have a lot of stun breaks. That's the one nice thing against the Outlaw Rogue is they have, I don't know, maybe they're going to have 8 Blessing of Protections this game, lots of Blessing of Sanctuaries, the Will to Survive on everybody. So I think they will be able to get out of these stuns, but I'm just afraid with how clean KUNGARNA is with their crowd control and their setups that Prev is going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see CC on Brain, setups on Prev, and I think from KAWHI we're gonna probably just see them try to get a lot of uptime on Raikou to shut him down, but also just swap around. If Raikou's too far away, just hit whatever they can, Meh, Waz, whoever is there, and try to tax Meh's mana, because the first time we saw this matchup, it was kind of a mana game, and then they killed the mage from KAWHI. So. Or KAWHI killed the mage. So that was their strat back then. I think it hasn't probably changed that much, but like you said, there is a couple of question marks here. Also, what do you guys think Meh is going to run for Covenant? Is he going to go Night Fae, more mobility, more, just defense? Is he going to go Ventir? Because that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, he could go Ventir, but we have seen Ventir backfire a lot. So I kind of like the Kyrian the most because we saw it.
No, you don't care. You're not getting trained down here if you're Meh, I don't think.
Okay.
I think Drake and... it is very rare where we see KAWHI go for like an all-in strategy. They are very conservative as a team, normally taking the safe approach. So I think they're going to try to like play a slow game, whittle them down, maybe win on mana. Like that's the KAWHI, that's kind of the KAWHI way in a lot of these games. So I don't think Meh has to worry about an all-in. And I think I would at least, I mean, the mind games could be good for taking down the rep, but I think the Boon of the Ascended has just been so impressive, and it gives them that little bit of extra damage that they need to really close out the game. So that's what I would expect.
Yeah, I think the thing is, mind games, especially early on in Shadowlands, was the hype. Everyone's like, all right, you're a hybrid, we send the mind games, you can't press any buttons. If you do, you're dead. But what people started doing now is that, oh, I have mind games on me. Perfect. I'm going to Word of Glory my healer who's sitting in a full blind right now and just do damage to him and break him out. So I think that's a big reason to why Venter has fallen off a little bit here. And we're starting to see more Kyrian because it's just more reliable. You have a kidney shot on the target that you're hitting. You have a blind on the healer, and you have a Kyrian priest blasting away. It's almost always going to be a big cooldown. Because it basically just gives your priest like a combustion or something. So I think the Kyrian is going to be solid, and I think Meh probably will stick to it.
And they're mixing it up.
Are we really going to see KUNGARNA go just undefeated? Like, this is absolutely
I think so.
Yeah,
you think so?
I mean, it's vibing now.
It
You bring in a
feels that way.
Rep Peli and a Rogue Mage. If that's your best answer. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a good run for you here. So it's looking like KUNGARNA might just be undefeatable here in 2022, looking to be global champions. Just 2 wins away from it. Will the swap over to the Rep Paladin catch them off guard? Will they be able to burst them down? Will they have enough utility to survive assault after assault, crowd control chain after crowd control chain? Because this is really where the pressure starts cooking. The gates have open. Let's see how KUNGARNA are going to navigate the opener. Who are they going to sap? Is it going to be Train the Ret? Both rogues right next to each other, don't see each other. Now looking to cross towards each other's healers to find and secure the saps. Roll the bones, trying to get as many buffs as possible. Rolls a 2 buff here. And Brain, hits Waz with the Consecrate, and they get a sap on Meh. This is a great start for KAWHI. Honestly, Waz pretty faints, anticipating himself to be the target, but they don't even commit anything here. Prev gets kidney, Brain gets kicked. This could put Prev behind as he's trying to duck for cover back into the room, trying to bait them to stack up. Blind Hodge, big damage onto Waz. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows. This is the most offensive pressure we've seen so far in this series, between even just the upper bracket round to the grand finals. Definitely showing promise on a win condition. It's more or less their defense that I'm concerned about.
I remember the first time I saw Prev on the Rep Paladin. It was that series we were talking about earlier. Wait, I'll table that for a second. Meh right now getting aggressive with the Boon of the Ascended. Is he going to be able to force anything here onto Prev? Prev with great defensive positioning. It seems like he's just going to be able to easily survive. But a big kidney shot, big incoming damage, and combustion as well. Raikou looking to get super aggressive, a Hammer of Justice onto Meh. It looks like Prev will be able to survive, but I remember asking him about why he switched over to the Rep Paladin, and he's like, it just feels good not to be a punching bag the entire game, because sometimes on the Shadow Priest you can definitely feel that way, and those last 5 games against RMP, I'm sure have been quite miserable for Prev. So getting on the Rep Paladin, his availability to get off damage is going to be a lot higher, and you can see it right now. This is the most pressure we've seen from KAWHI so far, so I would say right now, this composition change is looking really, really good for KAWHI.
Yeah, so far so good. Can they keep it up? Let's see it. Waz right now looking to launch an attack. There's the Chastise on Brain, full kidney on Prev, full fear on Brain. Raikou in a gouge, of course, and not really having the best time. Matt actually maybe was looking for a grip there on Raikou so that they could get a sheep, but they continue the chain with a kidney shot onto Brain. Raikou is there. Can they get it? They don't get the Divine Shield. They don't get any breakers there from Brain. He's only used 1 Blessing of Protection for that previous combustion of Raikou, but he will have another combustion here in 5 seconds. Right now it is Prev and Drake's turn to get aggressive here. You got Prev on Raikou, you got Drake over on Meh right now, and they're trying to set up some damage. Waz actually going for a restuff right now, and they get a full fear onto Brain. He could stun him out of that. There's a cheap shot. Raikou going for the Ring of Frost, gets couch, triple DR on it, looking for the polymorph. Can he find it? He does find it, and he has combustion. He could pop off here, Raikou, but they're going after Meh. Big swap. Raikou realizing that this is not a time to get aggressive, goes for the Dragon's Breath, but it's going to be enough. Meh dropping dangerously low right right there, catches the Desperate Prayer, and of course the Greater Fate. Man gets blinded. Waz right now taking a lot of damage. Raikou as well getting blasted, and this comp from KAWHI is looking a lot better than that Shadow Priest Rogue. At least they can go toe-to-toe here with KUNGARNA early on. Raikou, look at him, dropping super low there. I thought that was his cauterized, but he does manage to hold on. Goes for the Ring of Frost now onto Brain. This has got to be the combustion. Boon of the Ascendant coming out, and all of KUNGARNA are on the chase right now. Prev, how is he going to stay alive? Big Shield of Vengeance coming out from Prev, and he's trying to swap the pressure back onto Waz. The Blessing of Protection did come out there, but the emblem will fall here onto Prev, but Waz as well taking a lot of damage. He doesn't feel comfortable pushing in. Raikou resetting his cooldowns right now. Still a lot of damage onto Prev, but Brain has got his back here with the heals. Double Dragon's Breath as they continue to try to take down Meh. This could just be it right now. Meh dangerously low once again, catches the Guardian Spirit and catches that Greater Fade. Now pushing in immediately here with offensive positioning, trying to get some heals onto Waz, maybe pushing in for a fear, but doesn't go for it just yet. KUNGARNA gonna be just taking a second here to reset a little bit, but where are the openings? So far this game has been all KAWHI.
Yeah, these constant swaps to Meh, but he's just dealing with them so easily and efficiently. Waz pre-evasions. He gets cheap shot on his evasion. Do they have another stun out of it? Double DB intercepts it. They go for Hammer of Justice, but no crowd control out of the blind means Meh should be able to easily heal Waz back up. They swap to Raikou and gouge Meh, but Prev is on the run, trying to stall and buy time and break crowd control. His Brain goes for, oh, he gets stunned on his Divine Favor. I think that got spell stolen off into a full polymorph. Now Prev is on the run, needs to line of sight. Waz is dismantled, can't kidney just yet. Meh is chasing after Prev, trying to get some damage out on him with the Holy Fire as well. Gets interrupted by Prev, big cleave damage onto Waz. Has to be careful, it's still a rep paladin he's messing with. Those Templar's verdicts are nothing to shake a stick at. Now Waz into the kidney shot. Meh's gonna activate Holy Ward on Brain's Hammer of Justice, and Holy Ward's so effective, there's no way to remove it, and their crowd control is so valuable, they don't want to waste it into a Holy Ward. Waz grappling hooks over for a kidney onto Brain, making a swap to the Holy Paladin with this combust. They're trying to get the Divine Shield. Can they get it? They're so close. Brain gets a big heal though with his Avenging Wrath. Now Waz in the back foot coming out of the kidney shot, pops the feint. They're still just training Brain at the moment here. He's got wings up, no kidney shot. I think he's going to deal with this pretty effectively. Stun onto Meh. Big swap once again onto Meh. No Greater Fate. Stunned on his breaker. Massive damage incoming, trying to punish that IQD pick. He doesn't have that extra stamina and throughput on the Holy Priest. I really like it. Next time they swap with no IQD there, they could drop him.
Yeah, but that IQD literally is the reason he's still alive. I mean, that took him from 10% to 100% health there. Overlapped with the Guardian Spirit. So good defensive plays coming in from Meh. But KAWHI getting so many more cooldowns in this game. And you get the feeling that they could actually win this, you know, pre-dampening with how this game is going. Prev right now taking a huge hit of damage. Is it going to be overwhelming? Looks like he will be okay. The Shield of Vengeance and the Emblem might be enough to bolster his health and survive. We have Brain in the back foot as well. Going to be healing up Prev as both of them retreating to the room. Brain's going to be sitting down for a drink as fast as he can, which is exactly what you want to do in this situation. KAWHI just so good at playing the long game. At some point, Meh actually might have to go for a drink here as well, because now, all of a sudden, KAWHI have that in their back pocket as actual win condition in this match. They could potentially just get KUNGARNA out of mana if this game continues, and have that as a win condition.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're seeing some nice offensive plays here from KAWHI. Finally, they're not just a sitting duck, you know, the first couple of moments. And look at that beautiful spell steal, counter spell coming out from Raikou with that blink. And then he follows up with a sheep, but there's no pressure. Prev is just in a perfectly defensive position. And now Raikou has no blink. He's out in midfield. He should have that blink back now, and he will use it to readjust his position. But look at Meh right now in a lot of trouble. They sheep up Drake. And they do it enough, though. Meh still in a lot of trouble. He's got the Guardian Spirit. They really don't want that to proc. And once again, Raikou here doing a great job, sheeping up Drake again on the dispo, getting those Dragon's Breaths defensively there as well. Now a full sheep onto Brain, and this is the price that you have to pay when you're leaving Raikou free. They blind him on the combustion though, otherwise that would have been a Divine Shield as well, and it might still be. They're continuing the chain. Brain is out now. He has the sacrifice. They're being greedy right now, and in true KAWHI fashion, they are keeping up with the greed, but I don't think they're going to be able to greed this one out. Full kidney shot onto Brain. They spell still the Divine Favor. Doesn't even have any heals here for Prev, and he does with that Avenging Wrath proccing there, and Prev will stabilize once again. This comp is looking extremely hard to kill right now for KUNGARNA. You just have so many outs from the stuns, and once again another sheep here coming out from Raikou, free casting in this matchup. Nice chastise there by Meh, allowing his team to dogpile, but look at that Meh right now. He might have positioned himself too aggressively, and this could be KAWHI's first win and KUNGARNA's first loss on the day. Meh will get dropped in that Hammer of Justice kidney shot, and KAWHI and North America strike back.
I didn't believe, but now I think we all believe that KAWHI could potentially come back in this one, bringing in Prev on the Retribution Paladin. This was by far their best game today. Before this, they were 0-5. Pressure just wasn't there, but now with the Retribution Paladin, they were able to strike back. And I mean, we could see something really interesting here. What, like, do you think KAWHI, I mean, it's just one game, right? But like, you know, what if KAWHI is able to kind of battle it back here? They start beating the RMP, and then for the first time this season, we see KUNGARNA have to play something else besides RMP. I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
There's
no way. 0%
chance. If they play something other than RMP, that means that Brain needs to let me step in and heal for his team, because that's what Raiki told me the likelihood is. So I don't think it's happening. I think it's just this is like maybe he needs Divine Ascension. This is what I thought the Covenants might come into play, because having no mobility, Kyrian gives you no mobility. Whereas if he's Night Fae, he can Soul Shape. If he's Venthyr, he can Door around the map, get kicked out of the way with Door. Kyrian's nice for the boon, but you just lose so much mobility. Not having the Divine Ascension to escape after the stun. Although I think at the end of this round, he didn't actually survive the stun. He should went down, but I'll wait and see in the replay. This is earlier on. We saw pressure towards Prev. We're starting to wonder, like, how are they going to possibly win this game? They had decent chunk damage onto Waz. A couple of swaps were looking somewhat promising, but we didn't think that Mel was ultimately going to go down. So it's really impressive that they were able to kind of overwhelm him and take him out towards the end of this match.
I just kind of thought about something. I mean, RMP basically has like, it has multiple variations, right? Like, do you think KAWHI can actually blind lock this with the threat of a sub rogue? Like, Waz on sub rogue is going to be pretty scary, I think. You know, these like situations where Prev is barely holding on. You can see Meh right now. There's just nothing left. He comes out of the Hammer of Justice into the kidney shot, and he does end up getting dropped. But I feel like he did a pretty good job surviving those consistent setups. But I kind of worry now for KAWHI, because if they lock in this composition, I feel like they're going to be met with a sub rogue, and that, you know, those situations where Prev is living 10% health, 20% health, that just doesn't happen with a sub rogue. The damage is way higher during those stun setups, and everyone's going to be crowd controlled at the same time. So I kind of wonder if that's what KUNGARNA is going to do, or they just continue to go with the outlaw rogue and see how the matchup develops with a little bit more practice.
Well, and that's the thing, right? There's a lot of things that can change, even if both teams continue to have both of their setups the same. The first thing that's going to change is right there. We're going to go to a massive, large map, and Meh could go Divine Ascension, like you mentioned, Super Tease. Really not a great option on Black Rook Hold because of those rooms with the you know, kind of short roofs. But here, there is nothing but clear skies above you, so you can definitely go for that play. Another thing that will change, of course, is that the last game was on North American ping, and now we're going to European ping, so KAWHI is going to have to battle it up against that. Another thing that can change, of course, is the Covenant for the Priest. The Mage could play a more aggressive build because he's not as targeted in this matchup. They could also swap in some Resonators, like Raikou could, for example, swap one in, or Waz, but they were swapping mostly between Waz and Meh. So I think if anybody's going to go a Resonator, it would be them. In addition to also being able to swap the Rogue spec to a Sub-Rogue, there's a lot of adaptation for KUNGARNA before we're going to see them, you know, bring in a completely different comp. So I think right now the ball is in KAWHI's court, and I think if you're KAWHI, just lock in the Red Rogue. Like, we know you're going to do it. KUNGARNA knows you're going to do it. You guys know you're going to do it, and you may as well do...
No, wrong.
All right. Well, they're going with the Asa Rogue. It's actually not a bad idea.
I like it. This is like the original KAWHI composition, right? I feel like when we're looking for offense, it's going to be a lot higher with that Assassination Rogue. I think it's actually going to give KAWHI moments, you know, during the kidney shot with the Shiv, where they can actually kind of overwhelm KUNGARNA and force them on the back foot. What is KUNGARNA going to do, though? Are they just going to play outlaw?
RMP.
Like, come on, they can play sub, right? Like, or at least like it's an option.
No.
Okay, well, fine. Well,
their answer is going to be outlaw RMP, play better every time. I think
every time.
I think that's every time. It's just we need to play better.
All right. Well, do you think this is going to be enough of it? I really think that KAWHI is too afraid of the sub. Like, I think that's the reason why they didn't lock it in. Like, they feel like, I mean, Rep Paladins, from what I've heard, they do not like sub RMP. So I think that threat is just too high, and I like this adaptation. KAWHI, bring in Drake on the Assassination Rogue, especially, I mean, if Prev is playing the Night Fae Priest, And Drake is playing. Do you think he's gonna play Necro?
He's gonna play Necro.
He's gonna play Necro, 100%.
For sure.
100%.
100%.
I mean, I guess there's
When was
no
the la-
poison
when-
to spell.
When was the last time we?
saw?
Yeah, but when was the last time we saw Drake play Night Fae?
I don't
I
know.
swear, I think it
When's
was
the
in the
last time we
Cups.
saw him play Assassination? That's a good It's been a while.
More recent than Night Fae, I think.
I
Fae-
think it's more.
Night Fae with the
sure
Night
more
Fae is pretty good.
recent.
I wish Absurd was here so he could chime in on this one. Necro's good. I do like Necro. It's a lot of consistent damage. It can be a lot of burst too, with the serrated bone spike, but also cooldown reduction plus Sepsis Vendetta is very scary. And you can just one-shot people, and KAWHI is really, really good at setting up those all-ins, going for those one-shots. So I feel like it's not off the table, right? It's an option.
True. Well, this is how they got a lot of their wins early on during the Cups. They were, I think, the pioneers actually of using the Night Fae Priest to reduce Vendetta and to go for those big one-shots very frequently. So it's definitely on the table, but I don't know why, but for some reason lately they've always opted for the Necro Assassination Rogue, and maybe that is because you're just going to be a little bit more tanky, or Drake just prefers it, and that's why I think they're going to go with the Necro. But it's definitely not off the table. It could be good, and it could be exactly what they need to try to. Yeah, we're putting it on the table right now. There we go. I was going to say, so what I like about KAWHI actually locking this in now is that this is most likely a game that they're not going to be winning, right? When you look at, okay, you have to play on enemy territory ping. Just let me finish, man. I'm not saying you should count them out or something. I'm just explaining my reasoning here. You're playing on enemy territory ping. You're playing on a big map, and your options are Shadow Priest Rogue and lose, or blind lock the ret and be met with the sub. And in that case, well, why don't you just mix it up altogether and bring in something brand new here? If you lose, well, you were probably going to lose the matchup anyway. But if you win, well, now all of a sudden you have more data points to use here. Okay, next time in the blind, we could lock that in again, or it didn't look that good. We might blind lock the ret next time and just try to deal with the sub. It gives them that information that they need.
Information's good. We like information. It's what a smart, calculated player would do. So I think KAWHI definitely fits that description. I like it too. Just at least mix it up. I mean, I feel like at this point, it's weird because the Rep Paladin Rogue looks so good. Every time they play it, it's like, whoa, this actually what does this lose to? Because they just win every time they play it. But Shadow Priest Rogue is obviously their most comfortable composition. So I think I like the fact that they're taking a little bit of an experiment with this one. I wonder if Prev mixes it up. Do you think he'll go Necrolord? Or do you think the Night Fae wall is just too good? Maybe he wants the extra damage of the Necrolord.
I could see it. Double Necro. It's way more dot damage overall between Drake and Prev. Actually, I swear Outlaw does more sustained damage than Assassin. I just think if you play Assassin and you're not playing Night Fae, it's kind of troll. It's like you're a budget Outlaw. You're a budget Outlaw, damage and survivability. I swear.
Well, Shiv it's all Shiv, right? The biggest problem with Outlaw, it's the only weakness of Outlaw that exists. The only weakness of Outlaw that exists is that it doesn't have a very powerful healing reduction. That's it. It's got everything else. It's got crazy survivability, crowd control, consistent damage. Maybe the burst isn't the best. So the burst, not the best, but the healing reduction is probably it is the worst, I think, of any of the melee that have it. So, yeah, I think Assassination is going to bolster that quite a bit. During those burst moments where they actually have the silence, and the disarm, the fear, the blind, Drake's actually going to be able to push through and maybe force a lot more cooldowns with that. So Vendetta and Shiv, really, really scary, especially when you don't have a poison dispel. So I wonder if Raikou right now, with this, the little delay that's going on, is setting up his dwarf. We're going to see a dwarf Raikou.
I think Raikou already has a dwarf. Didn't we see him?
It's probably Drake.
Yeah, we saw it against 3.5 Men, right? When they played Rogue Feral. I'm pretty sure Raikou has a dwarf set up, but maybe Waz will go dwarf as well. Doubt it though.
Triple
I think
dwarf?
mostly because Raikou plays Relentless most of these games, so it kind of makes sense for him to be dwarf. Get the double value without the trinkets. So I think it's probably Drake has to set up Assassination. I wonder if he was even thinking if he needed to play it. This is kind of desperation. I think I'd rather see them play Night Fae, Assassin, and Necro Shadow Priest and focus on doing more damage rather than trying to live. just because it looks so painful, and I don't even know if they can hit a breaking point to kill Kungana and dampening with the Shadow Priest Rogue. I think playing more offensively and getting setups and doing damage is probably a better route for them than trying to out-dampen them here. So we'll wait and see, but my expectation is that he's Necro, just been so long. And Prev is probably Night Phase to get the extra wall, but I think I'd rather see offense from them overall. Aside of Kungana, is there ever a world where they kill Meh? Because I guess he won't play IQD, right? What if he forgets to put it on? Or take it off? If he forgets to take IQD off, I think you kill Meh.
Maybe it's possible. I don't know.
Abstage actually responded to your question, by the way, Ben, about the Covenant.
He
thinks Night Phase. Yeah, this is what Abstage says. He thinks it's too counterable, and it's just less tanky than a Necro. People just stack Ray Guardian on you during Sepsis or go Dwarf. And yeah, you basically have a kind of an easy answer for every Vendetta. So he thinks Necro is just a little bit better, a little bit more. Yeah.
Do you think there's a bit of a mind game then? Like, what if Med doesn't play Ray and he doesn't play Guardians? What if he doesn't play Ray and Guardians? Is it good then? Could be.
It might be.
maybe the game number 1 he ships the Night Fae, and then Med doesn't play any of the immunity talents like the Guardians. He doesn't play the Ray, and that's when you can push through. And then the next game where Med's like, okay, I need those talents, then you switch. You go to the Necro, just like flip it, switch it up. Because there is a world. I'm telling you right now, there is a world where Sepsis Vendetta is crazy. Like, it is insane. It's probably the highest damage in the game. Like, it's absolutely crazy how much it does. But it's counterable, right? If Sepsis gets dispelled, you play Dwarf, you Ray, like all these things are going to be a nightmare. As long as you can live the setup, the damage isn't that high. But if you are getting those off consistently, I mean, you're just dead. Like, so maybe they do it. I'd probably not. Honestly, like if I was a betting man, I would say Drake is going to be coming in on the Necrolord. Prev is not going to be mixing it up and going Necrolord. He's going to be playing a Night Fae as well. Honestly, when I play my Shadow Priest and I'm playing Necrolord, I'm just like, why aren't I? Like, having the Fae Guardians is just so good. Like, Fae Guardians and the Soul Shape for mobility, it feels really, really strong. Like, sure, you don't have that damage cooldown, but and in terms of survivability, Prev just uses it so well. It keeps them alive in situations where they would most likely go down. So I really like it as a choice. And I think for KAWHI, especially with the way they like to play this matchup, I just don't see Prev switching off.
Yeah. Sorry, is it?
I mean, yeah, we standard Night Fae, Shadow Priest, Necro, Asa Rogue. I'm just saying that I don't know if standard is enough to win right now. I feel like you got to do a little bit of risk here in the finals against Kungana, because if you just throw in regular balls, like they're ready for any pitch that you've got, basically, I think, with that. So will the assassination swap be enough here as we're jumping into Tovaron Arena, or is Kungana going to be moving to match point and only one win away from securing a global championship here, or cross-region event championship, getting their gold medals nailed to them? Very big deal here for a memento to carry forward for the rest of your life, really. It's going to be a precious treasure to have. So who's taking it here? I still don't want to bet. My prediction was Kungana 4-2. That prediction is still possible, and I think it is still likely. So I'm going to just remind everybody so that I can get this right. I want to get one right. Come on.
4-2?
Don't let me down. 4-2 is what I said.
It's 4-3, 100%.
You think so?
You both go with Kungana winning?
Mm,
This is an easy clap for KAWHI, guys.
They
figured out RMP.
I know.
You figured out RMP?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm actually going to believe that KAWHI is going to be able to battle it back. I think it's going to be 4-3 for KAWHI. I really do.
Okay.
And when I say I really do, I'm really not that sure. I don't, but it'll make for a good story. That's for sure.
All right. Van is going to go for a good story, and then if he gets the prediction right, he will say, I told you so, and take full credit, of course.
That's exactly what will happen.
And I will go with a 4-1 to KUNGARNA. I think KUNGARNA, they're gonna stop joking around. They're gonna take this one, and then in that next one, KAWHI is gonna feel the pressure a little bit. Prev might get a little greedy, and they might just delete him with a big combustion or something. That's what I'm gonna go for. But we're still a long way to go. This is a best of 7. This is not match point, and right now, a lot on the line here. EU versus NA in the grand finals. How awesome is that we get EU versus NA finals? You know, guys, I was worried there for a second in the lower bracket we might just get an all EU affair here in the finals. So
you were worried?
Yeah.
I thought
You
that's what you
don't sound
wanted.
that worried.
No, I was worried. I promise. I was sweating.
Mm-hmm.
Likely story. A likely story.
All right. Well, we are going to be getting into this game shortly. A lot of questions in terms of build. You know, what races people are going to be able to play, what covenant people are going to be able to play. It's basically everything going on with Shadowlands comes down to this game. So there's a lot that these players can choose from. We do have kind of a classic matchup, KUNGARNA with their RMP and KAWHI with their Shadow Priest Rogue. I really like the fact that they're mixing it up because I would say defensively they're living a long time with the Outlaw Rogue, but they are just not getting anything done. So need that extra little bit of offense. I know Sid, you said it's not even more consistent damage, but I just feel like in terms of lethality, like outside of crowd control, Assassination, it has to be better, right?
I would say it's more pressure, but it's less damage. Like, if you look at the scoreboard, an Outlaw Rogue will probably out damage the Asa Rogue. But if you look at in terms of like pressure, like how efficient your kidneys are, how low people are dropping in your kidneys, I would say the Asa probably wins there because of that extra Mortal Strike effect. You're going to have that big hit of burst every Vendetta, and in between that, you can still get those big empowered shivs to get those big healing reductions. So I think if Prev pops off in those moments, he's playing Megalomania, or he was at least in the other games, that's where KAWHI can find a lot of their pressure. And also, I think with the Asa Rogue, a lot of the time you kind of just stay at the pillar and throw knife, or you go after kind of the enemy healer maybe and go on a little solo mission. So I think it depends on what Drake does here. However, if they decide to, basically, if they leave Drake free, I think it will be more pressure from KAWHI. But if they try to, punish him when he's overextended as well, it could just end with a big Drake swap. But we got game number 4 live right now, 2-1 for KUNGARNA. KAWHI going to be playing with high ping right now. You can see it on the away and the home. Anybody who has home are playing on their home servers. Anybody who's away playing with high ping. Now we are going to see exactly what they're doing. Brain is rocking that beautiful alpaca mount, and Prev's going to get sapped here, right? Moving in, getting some spell steals, putting himself in combat, and Waz getting cheap shot here by Drake. Garrett actually as well onto Raikou, full blind here onto Meh. Oh, they overlap the sheep and the blind there between Waz and Raikou. Big defensive or offensive overlap. Raikou pops off with the combustion here, and it looks like Prev is just going to trade out the Fey Guardians, and that will be it. And also, Drake is playing that Necrolord.
Yeah, they're playing the standard picks here. Will they be able to win with standard picks and basically no burst damage? Going for the Surrender of Madness. They're trying to do damage to Raikou here, but Drake gets intercepted with a cheap shot. Brain gets gripped out of the ring, but now they're stacked up for a double fear. Raikou goes for the poly. Massive damage into Prev. That was a Megalomania falling. He has to disperse right away and make a trade on this Boon of Ascended. Meg gets stunned on the remainder of it, but Prev gets Dragon's Breath. Is he going to connect another Ascended Blast? Big heal comes in just in time from Brain. Prev trying to turn this around, trying to get his dots up, but it just seems so hard to even dent KUNGARNA before dampening, even with the Assassination Rogue, even with a little bit more sustain and single target pressure onto Raikou. Every time they get someone low, Mez just immediately picking them back up. Poly onto Drake. Prev gets low again. Fear onto Brain. It's on DR, though, unless they get a full sheep off. Prev is interrupted for a moment. That could be it. He's on 1%. I cannot believe these situations. That is literally like the 8th or 10th time that he's 1%. He did go down one game being risky like that, and it cost Divine Shield in this position and Greater Fade overlap. This is a terrible position to be in. The Assassination Rogue, like, unless this next Vendetta does some sort of miracle, this comp is not going to work.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Prev.
It's over.
Full sap out on the Brain, and that is it. KUNGARNA up 3-1. They are one game away from closing out this series and sending KAWHI home. KAWHI, they got to go back to the drawing board. That did not look good. I think we're going to a small map. I think they're going to try to lock in the Outlaw Retribution Paladin once again, and maybe they can pick up another win. But that was definitely a super clean game by KUNGARNA.
Yeah, that was, you know what? There's one thing we forgot. When you don't have a spammable blind and gouge and, all of that shutdown for Raikou, he kind of just pops off. And actually didn't pop off that hard. I'm looking at his damage. I'm like, his healing popped off quite a bit, but his damage.
If you looked at that scoreboard, I would have said he's the holy priest.
Yeah. Well, but for real, he did get a lot of effective damage out, though. It was a bit of an unfortunate overlap there for KUNGARNA early on with that sheep and that blind, but they didn't miss a beat. They just kept it going, and I think this is right after that. So this is when Brain has to bubble, I believe. So let's see what exactly happens here. So Brain gets kidneyed, then they go after Prev. He gets kidneyed, and then they blind Brain. He trades, uses the IQD to get out of it, and Prev is kind of feeling safe here. And then they DR Fear Brain, kick Prev on the master spell, and then that pyro right there. That I felt like if the wind was blowing a little bit harder, like one of those like sand grains on the ground would just like kill Prev at that point. He was that low. And after that, they continue the chain. They get a full blind sap, I believe, here onto Brain. So it's the infinity go. They get a full kidney actually onto Brain. Prev running for dear life here. And does Waz actually sap him out of? How does Waz? Wait, how did he re-stealth there? What? He vanished. Okay, I was looking at Drake's cooldown. I was so shocked. I was like, "What? How did he get a re-stealth there?" But I was looking at Drake's vanish. Sorry, it's like 2 a.m. But yeah, a great sap, of course, out of the kidney, and yeah, at that point, no IQD, no bubble.
I'm scared for KAWHI. I really am. I feel like I feel like Prev, man, on these games as a Shadow Priest into WAS, just absolutely zero fun. Like, I feel for him a lot. He is just getting absolutely destroyed. A super rough matchup. So I think going to Ruins of Lordaeron, bringing it in with the Retribution Paladin, also setting Super T's up, potentially setting him up. Match point, Ruins of Lordaeron. Do you think KAWHI's going for it? Do you think we're bringing in the Ret Paladin? Why wouldn't they, right? Yeah, they have to. There it is. I want them to just send this comp. Honestly, I think for KAWHI, just send this comp the rest of the series.
Sid, are you okay there, bud?
I've been waiting for this. It hasn't happened. I think both weekends it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened in a long time.
And this is the last time that it can happen for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
So this is the best way it could go out.
Yeah, but this is KAWHI's map pick. It's KAWHI's composition pick. Home field advantage. Like, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Maybe KUNGARNA, what adaptations? Like, for KUNGARNA, what are the adaptations that they can make here? Do you think that we're going to see Matt just play a little bit more defensive in terms of his talents and stuff to avoid those all-ins?
Matt's probably going to play Divine Ascension, if I had to guess. And, yeah, are they even going to change anything else? Like, I feel like their offense looks good.
Don't you think KAWHI can win in other ways, though? Like, if Mana mixes up all his talents and, throws healing out of the way and mana regeneration out of the way for that defense, like, I feel like KAWHI can just win by taking someone else down.
I think going Night
I agree with that.
Fey Guardians and Soul Shape is probably better for Meh. I don't know if you really even need Boon against this comp because you have so much lockdown for an extended period of time. I'd rather see him change Covenants from Kyrian. Door of Shadows could be good too, though. But again, the Migraines breaking CC when he heals seems like it's not worth it. So just going more defense, making yourself more tanky with Night Fae, Divine Ascension. So you can pre-Fae Guardians a go when you have no trinket. Maybe, I guess you have to wear IQD because it's not Law Rogue, but I'm wondering if maybe there's a world where he could get away with not wearing an IQD. We'll have to wait and see what he plays. Maybe he doesn't change a single thing. Maybe it's just positional. He needs to just be standing in better spots when he's in trouble.
I think Meh is just maybe swaps to Divine Ascension and that's about it. And I think I kind of want to see it, but I'm not sure if we will see it. But I think a Resonator is really good for them in this matchup on the side of the RMP. I think if you have a Ret, you have a Kidney Shot, and you have a resonator, that is usually a delicious recipe that will fill you up and make you feel good. So I would like to see a resonator. I don't think have we seen a single resonator this weekend? I mean, there hasn't really been that many RMPs, and it's typically an RMP trinket, especially for sub. Yeah, I think it would be cool. Runes of Lordaeron, match point, a resonator bang. Yeah, I would like that.
Is it gonna happen?
I don't think they're gonna do it, man.
I don't think they're all do it either.
They're all max damp, max like don't die. Just there's no. We're not here for fun, Zico. Okay, it's KUNGARNA. We are here to win.
You want.
We are here to calculate the best odds, and that is what we are going to take. Runes of Lordaeron. Here we go. It's game number 5. It's match point between EU and NA. KAWHI have snagged 1 win against KUNGARNA with this Ret Rogue composition. But if they don't, it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery.
Yep, KUNGARNA just looking absolutely dominant. They were dominant in Europe. They are now dominant all over the world. I mean, this team is just so good at this composition. Let's see if KAWHI is able to pick up another win here. They're the first team this weekend to actually, make KUNGARNA bleed a little bit in this match, put up a point on the board. Let's see if they can do it once again, or is KUNGARNA going to close it out here on Runes of Lordaeron? KAWHI is going to have to play a beautiful game of defense and offense, a beautiful mixture. Drake right now going for a double cheap shot, managing to land it onto Met and Waz. But it's actually going to be Drake in a mind control. Waz actually getting hit very hard by Prev, who wants revenge. He's just been smacked around on his Shadow Priest all day. He's going to be mixing it up, going on the Ret Paladin. He could actually pressure Waz away with this specialization.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be Raikou taking some damage. Matt is starting to push in offensively here, but does take a step back there to get a big heal onto Raikou. Now continuing the assault here. Big pressure coming out. Waz gets disarmed. They don't have a follow-up here potentially. Matt gets hodged, so he can't follow it up with the fear. And now they're going after Matt, but this is not a scary situation for Matt. He's going to be completely fine, and he does get a DR fear onto brain. Can he chain it with the polymorph? Raikou's there, but it's a DR polymorph. Prev still dangerously low, though. But they have the damage. Holy Fire coming out, and also a massive Word of Glory heal there by Prev, and also using that Eternal Aegis trinket to reduce some of that fire mage damage. Prev will be completely fine. Waz now going to be in trouble. He has the Cloak of Shadows. He has no evasion. Next blind in 35 here for both of these rogues, but they will launch another setup here. Waz actually trying to attack Brain a little bit in that kidney shot, but realizing that Meh is the one who's on fire right now. Big damage coming out of the Waz, double stun coming out. Meh trades out the Guardian Spear right before. Did they proc that? He traded out the Gladiator's Emblem. I don't think they actually procced it there. Meh with a beautiful pre-Guardian there, but we'll see it for sure when Meh actually, yeah, there it is, 60 seconds. So that was the Gladiator's Emblem. Very, very close call though, and you can see KAWHI here in this matchup are looking deadly.
Yeah, let's see if they can close out the game, though. It's one thing to burst somebody low. There's a lot of cooldowns to get through and actually secure the kill, though. Waz is pushing forward onto Brain. And Prev actually sacrificing, trying to anticipate a go there, but not finding it. Waz gets swapped to again, bursted down. Oh, no! Hammer of Justice, full blind. Waz is to trinket an evasion. And these goes on Waz are looking lethal. Kidney shot on Meh. Possible swap. Big hammers down onto Meh here. It's still match point. The pressure is on to KAWHI. Can they manage to do it? Need to win 3 games in a row against KUNGARNA. Hammer of Justice onto Meh. Another blast of damage. Prev's on the run, trying to avoid the boon of Ascended. Trying to line of sight it. Brain goes into a Ring of Frost. Prev, is he going to go down? Here comes Combustion. Waz at the same time in trouble in a kidney shot. Prev has to run away. He can't get aggressive. He needs Brain to be out of CC. Big heal's finally coming out. Now, no, a kidney shot once again gets sanked by Prev 1 second before the fear. Clutch Sanctuary there, saving his healer, breaking the stun, and now Waz getting smacked around again. Gets gripped out of the fight, I believe, there by Meh with the feint active, trying to reposition. He's still getting chomped up by this Ret Paladin. Kidney shot onto Meh, hammers down onto Waz. They need to kill him in the stun, but Drake's in a poly. Drake can't get there, and I don't think Prev can solo him as he gets Dragon's Breath away. Raikou spamming out polymorphs. Drake just polymorphed forever right now on the outskirts of the map. Brain in a kidney shot, Prev in a cheap shot. Looks like they're setting up another swap onto Brain into another kidney shot. Getting a little bit cheeky here on match point. Sticking on the Holy Paladin this long might come back to bite them as Waz is getting pushed away. Pops the feint, still at half HP. Brain doing damage as well, trying to add into the mix, but every once in a while, Prev or Drake just going into this crowd control chain by Raikou for so long they can't connect. Sap onto Meh. Can Prev connect? He's trying to move forward onto Meh for crowd control, but doesn't decide to go for it here. Pre-Holy Ward by Meh, anticipating crowd control. And I think he might have hit something because it's canceled at this point. Med charges in, full blind on Brain, trouble for Prev. He's Master Spelled on a Divine Shield here. It could be the end of the game. Gets a Word of Glory. He's line of sighting at the Tombstone. Gets kicked. He's going to go for a Fleshcraft. Gets counterspelled. Boot of Ascended on the counterspell. He's going to pop the Shield of Vengeance, but they're cutting right through it, and Prev's critically low. 1%, and that will be it. KUNGARNA close it out 4-1, your global champions.
What an incredible performance by KUNGARNA. I mean, going into this tournament, I feel like most of us kind of felt like they were the team to beat with their RMP, but I didn't think they would make it look that easy against KAWHI. Just a really, really beautiful performance overall, and yeah, I mean, they were the best team in Europe. They're the best team in the world, looking incredibly good here on this weekend.
What an insane performance. I mean, you guys have said it yourselves, but KUNGARNA really mixing things up there in that last game. And of course, Prev, an unfortunate way to go out there. He wanted to be greedy. He wanted to trust that Shield of Vengeance, but there was so much damage stacked up. They really all kind of cornered Prev around that little small little tombstone there on the side. And you can see here the scoreboard, and KUNGARNA will be taking it 4-1 as the prophecy foretold, aka my prediction. And yeah, insane run, honestly. They dropped one map here. They dropped one map in the entire circuit. And in the finals, they did lose, but then they went 10-0 on the last day. So KUNGARNA, just an unbelievably good team here, but we can't count out KAWHI and what they've been able to do. They took down SK. They've taken out so many Titans. Really, really insane team. And yeah, just been I feel lucky to have been able to watch these two teams go head to head for as many games as they did today.
This is an insane day or weekend in general for KUNGARNA. Insane year. Like, definitely the hard work paid off. They stuck to their guns. Picking up Met-X on that Priest for their team was critical moving forward into this meta. I'm really excited to see what they could do in the future, right? With Dragonflight around the corner. Also, Wrath of the Lich King. Are they going to stay together as a roster for that expansion and maybe run some Rogue Mage over there as well? This is a very exciting team with a promising future, with an already long-lasting history as well. But they're going to remain the champions not only of Europe, but as well over North America and Europe at the same time. So insanely well played on their part. This final setup towards the end onto Prev was overwhelming damage. You saw it on the graph. They spiked up to over 20,000 DPS on this push, and Prev kind of disrespects it. Baits a kick, goes for flesh, but there's two kicks. So now it's like, oh, what do we do? Shield of Vengeance, way too greedy. Boon of Ascended and Combustion, do not care about that Shield of Vengeance, and it gets broken immediately and punished. So KUNGARNA know exactly when their damage is there to go for it and close it out. They're going to be getting that nice, shiny first place AWC medal to hold around their necks as well.
Yeah, I mean, really well deserved by this team. But like you said, I mean, we got to have a lot of credit to KAWHI putting on an absolute show for us. This is just a great weekend overall. You know, looking at Twitter and what a lot of these teams are saying, you know, it's just such a pleasure to be able to see, you know, the best teams in Europe go head to head against the best teams and players in North America, see the play styles kind of mixing and how these teams really do stack up against each other. So I, for one, just want to thank the players for being a part of this, because it was a great weekend to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Just phenomenal work. All of the teams that played and showed up, it's been really fun. You know, can be a little bit annoying, the whole ping thing, but I'm just glad that we got to see some amazing games. And despite that, a lot of teams showed up and really, you know, did their best. So that's been awesome. And KUNGARNA, just an insane team in general. And KAWHI as well. I mean, all of these teams and making it as far as they did. Even SK's run was really, really awesome to watch. So many good teams, man, this weekend. And yeah, it's been it's like a little bit bittersweet. I want to see more.
Don't want it to be over.
Yeah.
Not yet. This is kind of the finals we all wanted, though, right? I mean, just such a close call. NA versus EU. So I feel like I gotta ask Zaryu this. He's not here, so he doesn't have an opportunity to respond, but do we think RMP is still in the meta?
Should we just give Mage a deep? What's up here? Yeah.
What is your response if deep ends up on the Dragonflight Mage trees? Like, your
what's my response?
You can't believe it,
that.
or like what? Like, what
my
is
response is. That's my
Oh, there you
response.
go. I think
This is our
Ian
response.
Zico's response, rubbing his hands together. Everybody else's response is just
Yeah.
exactly.
It was a great weekend. I mean, do you guys have a favorite series from this weekend? Zico, is there any that like particularly stuck out to you? Not of all the ones we saw.
There's a couple, man. I'm thinking the Liquid KAWHI series, the first one, because it was such an anticipated match and we didn't get to see it in the finals. I really enjoyed that one. I like the KAWHI versus SK series in the lower bracket final.
Oh yeah.
That one was dope. The first upper bracket final, I thought it was a little bit better than the grand finals because it was like all fresh. We had no idea kind of what was going to happen between the SP Rogue and the RMP. There was a lot of great games, man. Like it's hard to pick. Those were some of my favorites for sure. What about you, Ben?
What about me? Honestly, Casual Dads. I mean, even though they lost, I like seeing the Destro Warlock.
Yeah.
I feel like Nazaryn's really put on a show. And even though they lost, it still was like a bit of a winner because he's the only one playing that specialization. And I feel like they had a pretty good showing, all things considered, not having their full roster there.
What you said?
There's so many games now at this point. I'm trying to like it's combining last weekend a little bit in my brain. Like I feel like Sam I am on Warlock a couple games. I can't remember if it was this weekend or last weekend, but like his portaling, his kiting around the map, and then going for the kill, like being pressured the whole time was very entertaining to watch. I feel like that happened in any series he played, so definitely up there. Love seeing Zipai and Mez. Maybe Mez is maybe my favorite. Any game Mez is in, that's a good one. You know, so definitely Mez and Sam for me, I think.
Do you guys have like a kind of like, this is very unofficial, by the way. This is just very unofficial, but do you guys have like an MVP, you would say, of this?
It's got to be
circuit
Meh,
season?
right?
That's what I would
This
say.
dude doesn't he kills the other team. It takes literally the force of God to kill him. Like, you can't die, doesn't and he wins the game for your team. And I'm sure the comms are good too, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm
it'd
sure
be
they're
nice
not
to get
bad, yeah.
it'd be nice to get the comms on top of that because that's another thing for a player. I feel like it's got to be right. Who else? Like Prev played really insane too, but they
Yeah.
lost, so maybe you got to give it to Meh at that point.
Yeah. Okay. What if we do two categories? I think we can all agree healer.
DPS and healer.
It's got to be Matt, right? Do we all agree on that?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. What about DPS? That one is harder, right?
Yeah, one's a little bit more challenging, I would say for sure.
I kind of want to say Mez.
I kind of do too, but maybe that's just bias.
Yeah.
Mez is so likable.
They didn't
Is
have
it
that
biased?
deep of a run. I mean, they had a kind of a deep run, top 4 finish. Of course, it's good, but I feel like he was very impactful in the games he played.
The grips he had, right? The death grips, pulling people
Yeah.
behind pillars, like pulling people away from the kill when you thought the game was over.
Askareth as well, man. For
Yeah,
healer,
Askareth had an
I think-
insane barrel charge the one game on the grip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did that several times, and Lone Thar's vortexes were good. There's a lot of playmakers, man. A lot of good healers in this game.
It's a lot of good players these days and teams. Like,
It's hard to say, actually.
man.
I can't put a finger on who I think the best DPS is. It's like you got to consider everything, right? Like who has good comms, who has good CC, who has good survivability awareness, who has good like offensive just overall damage.
Okay.
Who's got good at like
I feel like you
calls
gotta
and
at
setting
least
up the
consider
kill.
Waz, right?
Yeah, probably. Okay, well, what about this? Who do you think was the most fun DPS to watch?
Oh,
Chun-Li.
Chun-Li, 100%. But he's one of my
Yeah.
favorite players, so I'm a little bit
Okay.
biased there. But Chun-Li
I'm
on the
agreeing,
Windwalker
too.
Monk is one of my favorite
I-
things to see, period. Like, 100%.
I kind of like Nazaryn's on the Destro.
Me
Like
too,
he
yeah.
actually, he kind of, yeah. Like their series against, was it against SK? They won game 1 and they almost won game 2, and then I think in game 3 they picked some troll comp. I really like that. I think Nazaryn's was really fun to watch. Maz was really fun to watch. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun games, a lot of fun players.
Surprised Ven didn't say Zipai's Ellie.
I like
Oh,
Zelly.
true.
How much he spent,
We-
how much time he spent with Zelly. How are you feeling about Ellie and Dragonfly? Do you think Z-Pi is going to be excited about all
I
the
think
little
Shaman
goodies
looks
that are coming in?
really good.
Shaman looks really good
Shaman
right
looks
now.
Insanely good. I logged on my Shaman. I was like, I have too many keybinds now. There's too many buttons to press. Like, it's gonna be crazy. Like, I feel
Might
like
be
a lot of the
NA's
Shamans
year, dude. It might be NA's year if we see
There's
some
good Shamans
tournaments
in
and
Europe
it's a
too,
Shaman,
though.
but,
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
Lone Tower, Lone Tower's
Yeah,
probably
Lontar's
pretty
insane
heavy
too.
to go back,
So-
possibly. We don't have all the talent trees, right? We don't have Paladin yet. We don't have Monk. Oh my god, what is Paladin gonna get?
Yeah, and just in case you guys are wondering what's happening right now, we are working on setting up a little winners interview here with Aya and KUNGARNA. So we don't have it ready just yet, but that's the next step here, of course. So we're just talking a little bit about the tournament and going through the memories in the meantime. Yeah, just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Zari just linked me. So I think we kind of have his answer to what I said. He says, I'm incredibly impressed by KUNGARNA's winning the cross-region AWC finals as RMP. Despite the nerfs, despite every other RMP losing, they stuck to their guns, played RMP, and managed to make it work in their favor. Like, I think he's joking a little bit, but also it is kind of true, right?
It's true.
Like, actually, every other RMP, it was
Every
losing.
other RMP is not an RMP, I swear.
What do you
if
mean? Come on.
If you picked up Outlaw Rogue in the last month and your team never played RMP before this patch, you're not an RMP. That's just my as soon as Outlaw's not like this,
there was other RMPs.
yeah.
that
So
lost.
3.5 Men, they're an RMP. They were playing RMP
Casual
before
dads.
before the Outlaw. They're sort of an RMP. They stopped playing it for a while. They were doing like lock stuff more than Mage Rogue stuff. I would err more on the side of them being an RMP. But they also
What
just
about,
didn't
like-
put nearly as much effort. Everybody else was like, I don't really call you. I wouldn't consider you an RMP. Like this is like you're just filling the outlaw meta right now. I don't.
You know who was
I don't see
actually
you
a
as an
really
RMP.
good RMP in North America? And they just stopped playing. It was Team Liquid.
Yeah,
Team Liquid
that's
is
what-
actually
if they were
really
an
good.
RMP, they would have played it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Dang.
Like, in order to be an RMP, you basically have to never not play RMP. Like, you lose, it's RMP. You win, it's RMP. You get nerfed, you're still RMP. Like, that's... Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're trying to tell me right
You
now?
have to play RMP. You have to be dedicated, 100% sold into it. All that matters is how good you are at RMP, or you're not an RMP.
Okay.
You can't alt RMP and call yourself an RMP. It's just like, not because you're not going to beat the main RMPs that are the real RMPs when you do that.
Yeah, it's really nice though. I feel like these last few weeks or these last few tournaments, especially, we did see like a good amount of variety. We saw some of the wizard comps kind of rise up. We're seeing a little bit of elemental shaman, the rep paladins. There was a lot of outlaw rogues for a while, and still, I mean, even in the
still
finals,
are.
there's a lot of outlaw rogues. I mean, it's a good spec, right? There's no doubt about it. I mean, most of these teams, I feel like this might be the most we've ever seen players kind of pick up one spec. Would you say? Like everyone
team
picked up
had
a Holy Priest, and everyone picked up
Every
Outlaw
team picked
Rogue.
up a warrior in the last patch last year. I feel like most people
Yeah.
were playing arms warrior. So teams are flexible when there's a spec that's like that, and it's like a key component.
You
to
gotta
winning,
be. I feel like
you-
there was like a time where teams weren't that flexible, right? Where it was like, oh man,
Yeah.
the spec's so good, but nobody plays it. Oh, I guess we just lose, and then they complain about it. But now it's just like, okay, that spec's good, we just pick it up no matter what. Like they gear up a character in a few weeks, and they're just playing it nonstop all day, every day. Yeah, I would say like that's one thing that especially impressed me about Team Liquid was the fact that they did play so many compositions. You know, Sam playing the Outlaw Rogue, Trill playing the Outlaw Rogue. We're seeing Sam. I think he played a little bit of Shadow Priest, not too much. We didn't really see it in the tournaments, but he did pick it up a little bit. The Warlock, like they really opened up the
Mage.
roster. I think that a lot of teams did that this year.
Yeah, definitely. I think in general, like we saw a lot of teams kind of swap up their core a little bit as well, bringing in, like I'm thinking like C9 for example, bringing in Cubsy on DPS, and then today he was healing, and I mean, Cubsy, he looks like one of the best warlocks, and he looks like still one of the best mistweavers as well. So I don't know exactly how that works, but yeah, definitely a lot of players like that. And of course, we can't forget about Chaz. Honestly, Chaz has had probably the best season out of any player here. He went undefeated in the cups, in the circuit, in the global finals, and he won every single role, and he had the highest role out of any player.
That's true. Actually, he won every role.
He actually
was really
That-
important.
yeah,
He played
that
an
was
important
his
role.
job. That was his job. He was the guy with the luck. And
Imagine he failed
delivered.
that. Like, imagine that.
Dude, his team would have kicked him, I think, at that point. If he could win the roles, be like, why are you even in chance? You can't even win the roles.
He's
That's what's
rolling
important.
hundreds, though. Yeah.
He's rolling a 100. Like, you can't kick him off the team after that. Like, what?
Yeah, I'm really happy that I'm not on a team because I swear I would have lost every roll. Like, my roll luck is just the worst. It's got to be like one of the worst in the entire games. We can take a quick little look at the bracket here, but we are actually ready as well, Aya, with the winning team KUNGARNA for a winner's interview.
Can you hear me?
Yo, hello.
Hi,
Yes.
how's it going, guys?
It's going good. We're super happy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how was that experience for you guys, finally being able to play the North American teams, Raikou?
I mean, it was great to play the North American teams. I mean, we always wanted to ever since like 2019, since the last BlizzCon, and you know, we never got the chance or any of the teams. So this was a great like tournament and things, regardless of the ping and everything.
Yeah, obviously, you know, not the most ideal situation, but I feel like we kind of made the best of it given the circumstances. Do you feel like there were any moments, Waz, today that were most surprising for you? Any teams that you had particular trouble against? Any comps that you weren't expecting?
I mean, we were a bit surprised to see them pull out Red Rogue, but we knew that was a possibility. But to be honest, the SK Gaming series against KAWHI, when they pulled out Fury Outlaw, was really crazy. Like, we thought they were, like, we were seeing Mauro's face, and he was just smiling and laughing, so we were, like, completely in shock. And then they just blast him in 2 minutes. We were completely, I don't know. We didn't know what to expect. And then, you know, last game, KAWHI took it home, but that was a crazy series. So, yeah, that was unexpected,
Who did you think
in my
was...
opinion.
You was unexpected that that it ended that way? Who did you think was going to win?
I mean, the first game when they played the Fury Outlaw, it looked so strong. I thought they were going to smash KAWHI if they played the same, and they did. I don't know why they didn't lock in Red Rogue, but they won them anyway, so it didn't matter for them. But yeah, that was a crazy series.
Yeah, it was definitely a big question in the air when they locked that in. So Matt, I'm curious on just like the team's mentality heading into this. You know, obviously this was kind of just mostly for fun. There wasn't a prize pool or anything like that. Did you guys expect to take this all the way, or what was the attitude amongst the team?
I mean, if you're asking my opinion, I really had no expectation because after the EU finals, I kind of just chilled, didn't really play until Friday, and yeah, I wasn't taking it that seriously. I think probably my team wasn't either, and we just went in with zero expectations. But obviously, we always kind of play at a decent level, regardless if we didn't play for a few days. So yeah, it's and we got a lot better as well as the days went by and the games went by. So yeah.
Yeah, I could kind of see that. Any differing opinions, Raikou? What did you think going into this?
No, as Mess said, we didn't have much expectations or anything. We started practicing Friday because we wanted to get a few games in. You know, we didn't want to get stomped or something. Obviously, we've thought about KAWHI the whole year. It was always fun to face them, and because no one in Europe plays their comps, so we had actually never worked in any of their comps, Ret Rogue or Rogue Shadow Priest or anything like this. So when we went into the series, we had no expectations. We didn't know we'd win, and like we were like, Chas, if you win the roll for the coin flip, we're gonna win the series. I was like, Chas, you have to win it. And then this series he rolls 100. And we were like, Chas, this is what we used to do for the whole year, to roll the 100.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, we do also have a message real quick from Chaz. Since he wasn't able to make it to this interview, we weren't able to have him. He just wanted to give a shout out to, of course, you guys, the org, and all the players in North America and EU, and then, of course, the fans. But I mean, honestly, you guys obviously had an insane season. Waz, do you think are you done with Arena for Shadowlands, or are you gonna keep playing a little bit? What's the next step for your team?
No, we're gonna push rank 1 titles, I assume. Maybe take a break, not play like everyday practice, but yeah, we're gonna take a break, then push titles, and then spam, when Dragonflight comes out, spam that, and of course maybe play some Wrath as well. It looks really fun. I've been playing a bit of Arena there, and it's super fast paced, and I kind of like when it's like a bit crazy gameplay, and you can't really, if you stand behind a pillar for 3 seconds too long, you just die instantly, and I kind of like that. I think it gives it a scary like vibe when you play Arena, that you can just get punished so quick.
yeah, looking forward to that for sure for Wrath. All right, well, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I want to just like go around, right? I'll start with you. Do you have any final thoughts, shout outs for anyone before we see you off?
Final thoughts. I mean, it was super fun to face KAWHI. They're insane players, insane team, you know, super go-to team, best NA team for many years. So that was like the clash of the Titans, basically. So that was very fun. And yeah, shout out to my team, of course. We did incredible well the whole year. We won every single tournament we attended except one where we came second. So the year was 99% perfect. What can I say? So shout out to Meh, Was, and Chas, and KUNGARNA as well. And all my fans and all our friends.
Meh, the casters, they named you MVP of the year. Let's any shout outs?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Raikou for keeping the team morale always high and making us laugh. A good example is after game 2 against KAWHI, he's so hyped, he's saying like, yeah, I faked every kick from this rogue, he should whisper me. Then I check interrupts, Drake kicks Raikou 20 times in a game. Everyone just starts laughing, you know, the vibes are good. But yeah, I mean, in all honesty though, jokes aside, you know, shout out to our sponsor, KUNGARNA, and, you know, my teammates, especially Jazz, Raikou. And yeah, everyone who supported us the whole year, it's been good. Thank you.
Wes, what about you?
What about me, Halme? I didn't get a shout out.
Oh, I mean, wait, are you feeling awkward or something? Did I don't know. I mean, you played okay as well. Thank you for participating. You know, thank you.
Oh, I don't know. I did some
I
good
love
saps,
you.
but I guess no one cares. It's whatever. Well, thank you to all the fans, of course. That is like super amazing to see everyone, you know, cheering us on every day. It means the world to us. And of course, our sponsor, KUNGARNA, amazing. And the boys, of course, performing well. I was actually really surprised because for me and Raikou, we competed for a long time, same with Chas. But Meh actually never really competed as long as us, right? So him showing up for practice as much as we did was really insane. And I'm very proud of Meh, even though he didn't shout me out. I still love him. He played well as well.
I was just kidding, of course. Shout out to all of my teammates. You know, if it wasn't
That's me,
obvious,
we
I
both.
was just being a joker. But yeah.
We have beef now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well,
All right.
it's okay.
Cool. Well, hopefully I'll let you guys
I don't need to
work
play
that
with you
out.
in Wrath.
See, now you have no healer. What are you gonna do, Wes?
I'm gonna have him on farm, so it's fine. Don't worry.
Oh
jeez.
shit. Oh snap.
Oh man. All right. Well, I'm gonna. Hopefully, you guys can work out your differences, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Yeah, thank you for the interview.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
peace.
Thank you for having us.
Peace. See you next year.
Yeah.
See ya.
Peace out.
All right. Hello. Are we back?
Hello.
We're back.
Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings. How's it going?
Good. Always a pleasure to hear from the players.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. I
They
don't
seem to
know.
be in good spirits, and I mean, it's just such an impressive year from them, so there's no reason that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, even, you know, with us setting up that interview, you could tell that they were still really excited after that win. So huge congratulations to them. I think it's really cool to hear their story of how they kind of adapted Meh, you know, not really having competed in this kind of an environment before and just obviously had tremendous success. So congrats, KUNGARNA. They are our champions, best in the world right now, and well fought, of course, by KAWHI. So unfortunate for NA, but that is going to wrap us up for the season. So thank you guys so much for hanging out and for watching with us every step of the way. Thank you, of course, to all of the players that competed, all of the teams, everyone working behind the scenes, production, mods, observers, admins, so many amazing people work together to make this happen. And make sure also you guys are tuning in. We've got the Great Push coming up. Proving Grounds start on the 10th of August and signups for that close on the 5th. So if you want to sign up with some friends, get a team together and try and make it into the Proving Grounds and show your worth in those dungeons, let us know. And make sure you're checking us out on WoW Esports. All kinds of extra information for that will be there. And the official tournament will, of course, be August 19th. So that's gonna be really exciting. Did you guys watch the last one?
The last Great Push or the last MDI?
Are you just
I watched
dirty
MDI.
peers? The Great Push. No, MDI? All right, that's okay.
I did watch the
All right, well, make sure you guys are
finals.
tuning into that, and also make sure you're following us here on WoW Esports at WoW Esports on Twitter as well. There'll be more information for that to come. And with that, thank you guys so much. Thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.